I'll say about Pahlavi. Okay, you're on point about that. This guy is not what Iran is. This is the worst. This is worse than IRGC. The reason why Pahlavi is a Zionist. Pahlavi is a Zionist. He's pictured with. It's a very bad look for people who support Pahlavi. He's pictured with a terrorist, Netanyahu, a genocider. He's definitely a terrorist. Terrorists are people who commit acts of violence, including intimidation against a civilian population, pursuit of political, ideological, religious aims. So he fits. Netanyahu's a disgusting, awful human being, a genocider. He's convicted by the ICC and so forth.
Do you know that they're the disease that these people are suffering from? That's a good one. That's a good one.
You could use that. Pahlaviitis.
God. Oh my God. Welcome, Melvin.
Yeah, but I'll finish here. Is that he actually was at the Wailing Wall wearing a yarmulke, not just Jewish. No, there's many good Jews out there. No. That's not it. Not Jews. There's Jews against with all this madness that's happening, right? But he's shaking hands with Netanyahu. He's having dinner with Netanyahu and his wife. He's kissing the Wailing Wall and doing. He's a Zionist shill, and that's who they want to install in power. America as well, because America, our politicians are bought out by Israel. AIPAC, it's all known. People in America, they're heavily influenced. So many of these politicians do not put America first, but they put Israel first.
And are we forgetting what Reza Pahlavi, his dad, was saying as well? He said they control many things. They control the media.
Yeah, but right now we have Moshtaba Khamenei, who's the son of Khamenei. So any argument against his dad, basically, it's just it wouldn't make sense. Because we have the son of the previous leader, and now you're saying, oh, but his father. Well, it just doesn't work.
No. But what I'm saying is the man that you do want in power, Reza Pahlavi.
I don't want Pahlavi in power.
Reza Pahlavi, I think it's Reza Pahlavi, right? Danish?
Reza Pahlavi, sorry.
Pahlavi.
So the one that you do want in power, Reza Pahlavi, that you want in power, his dad himself said, Israel control many things, the media, the banks. I can tell you more. He said it himself. We don't have to speculate.
Okay, maybe Reza Pahlavi is being smart. Maybe he's just using the Israelis and Americans to get what he wants. How do you know? Huh? No, really. How do you know he's not being smart? Because Khomeini did it. So how do you know that Reza Pahlavi is not being smart and just using the Israelis?
That's the worst. He's a phony sellout.
I'm not defending him. I'm just saying this assumption that he's definitely like a puppet and he's not being clever or smart about it is also, we can't know. We can't be sure about that.
It's not smart enough. The reason is if Reza Pahlavi sets foot in Iran after, say, the hypothetical that the IRGC has fallen, he still would not survive over a month. Because there's still going to be so many people that want him dead. He's not going to survive there. And for that, he's given up all his future in Iran. So I don't think he's smart.
Okay, so is what you guys are arguing. Sorry, wait. So I understand it.
Arguing so you should stop fighting because you might end up there. That's what how
Just 10 seconds. Pahlavi, he says that because he lives in California, I think Los Angeles. And he said that lives in Iran, if he becomes president. He said he wanted because he said I haven't been there for 40 years, and my life has been here. My friends are here in America, California. Maybe I'll spend half the year here, half the year there. He said something like this of this nature. What kind of leader is that?
Well, maybe he wants an actual government. He doesn't want the country to continue relying on just one single leader. Maybe it's time for the Iranians to. I think actually we made that decision during the Mossadegh era.
You're laughing in the background, but why are you laughing? Are you smiling while you're speaking?
Me?
Yeah, I just said you're just smiling. Why are you smiling?
How can you hear smiling?
You sound like you're trolling. Are you trolling?
I'm not trolling. I'm just challenging what you're
trolling.
saying. I'm not a panelist. Sometimes you say mysterious things. You know what?
To talk to you. Just a second. Title real.
It's not very accurate, actually. I mean, you should have put Larry Johnny instead, because I think that
Well,
was
he's
the highlight of the
basically
day.
begging everyone, so shut up. Okay.
But Larry Johnny instead, I think that was the highlight of the day, no?
I'm not gonna lie though, it's a bit embarrassing from Trump's perspective that he's asking people for like boats on the Strait of Hormuz. You know what I mean? It's just a little, you know what I mean?
Oh my god.
I mean,
yeah.
It's just a
I think
little.
Velvet wanted to speak. We need Velvet's voice. Rights for Velvet, please. Please, nobody call him gay or woman, okay? Don't do that, okay? I'm gonna say this every hour, okay, Velvet? So nobody attacks you. All right.
I don't mind.
No, bro, you do mind, Velvet. Come on.
You can tell me girlish. You can tell me whatever you want. Just
Yeah, no. I don't want anybody. I'm against it, Velvet. I don't.
Spoken. They are not gay. They're soft spoken.
and you are losers. You are losers, Satara. You're losing because your leader is gone. Let's be honest.
Not my leader, for
No,
fuck's sake.
But he is. But
Just
you know,
wake up.
Do you know?
Wake up! Your country is under attack. Wake
No,
up!
there is
You're a
no-
loser. You're sitting
You know what
in
you refer
fucking
to?
America or anywhere else, and you are hoping for people to die. You are a fucking loser.
In
The IOGC wants to continue the war, so if anything, they want
Just
people
stop
to die
it.
also.
You guys,
So do you support the
just
IOGC
for
continuing
fun.
the war?
He
No, one
says
second.
I'm
Nobody
attacking
here
Iran
is
for
supporting
fun.
war.
He doesn't give a shit.
Fine.
You know, I just
Okay.
put Donald
Nobody here
Trump.
is supporting war.
Donald Trump
Let her-
comes to
let
Iran
her
and
rant
fuck
it out,
you.
man.
Yeah, but who is she talking to exactly? Like, who
She's
she
talking to the
addressing?
room, not you. She's talking to the room, not you. Except for you.
Okay, great.
You're nobody. I'll give you an example. I want to do it. This is why I have this room. So not only we talk about the news, why are these people cheering when their country? Why are these people cheering when their country gets attacked or bombed? And in here, the good thing is we can all stay anonymous. I don't have to know your first and last name. You could be Danish or you could be not Danish, or Danish cookies. We don't know.
Yeah, so
Okay. My question to you: do you have like any type of solutions? Like, let's say, once this so-called war is over, right? I hope it gets resolved as soon as possible. Trump is kind of begging in the back channel for ceasefire because he realized he's messing with somebody that has power over Strait of Hormuz, and it affects the whole world, global market in relation to oil and whatever. So my question to you: once everything is over, and you have people, do you believe in democracy? Do you want democracy inside Iran, Satali?
Just believe that is not a choice for you.
No, forget Pallavi. I'm asking you: do you believe in democracy inside
I
Iran?
don't know. To be honest, I don't know. But what I observed, I visited
Hold
Iran.
on,
Can you just
please.
but shut the fuck up?
Please allow Satab to speak. It's a good sister. Go on.
a while, I mean, I visited Iran, and Iran is now a different country. Everyone is without hijab. Not everyone. I mean, the people that they wanted to not have hijab, they don't have hijab. I did not myself wear scarf when I went to Iran. I was in the airport, in front of the police, everywhere, did my check-in. I mean, if they slowly do these peaceful movements, they can get some results. But war, this is ridiculous. This is crazy. I am every day worried about my families, and nobody cares. These people are so callous. These people are dangerous for democracy, for society.
No, I got you. But I want to explore this idea. I want to see.
Bro, are you from Palestine?
Hold on. Siddhartha, after the so-called war is over, we're talking about after. Islamic Republic of Iran, and there are people that are like in the middle. There are people that support the Islamic Republic of Iran. And what changes would you like to see after the so-called war is over? That way, people inside Iran, they could stay happy and get the, I'm sure you want to probably you want the sanctions to be removed, right, Siddhartha?
Bro, how do you
And no one
fucking
will shut
Hold on, be quiet.
know?
Okay. Nobody's asking you. I'll give you last warning before I kick you down, okay?
Yeah,
Stay muted and wait for your turn.
Obviously, we're all hoping for that day that the sanctions are being removed, and no one even, like, they all blame the regime for what's happening, and I get it. We are all bitter. We're all being affected in a way. Maybe not my family. I mean, my mom has money, and she always says, oh yeah, but saying that, yeah, this regime should just continue with whatever he is doing. But I don't know, maybe the European countries can do something. Maybe they just saw the true face of Trump and what America did and what he's doing to them, and how he just went and without even consulting them with the G7, whatever, remove the sanctions on Russia. Maybe they can also do this to Iran. I just don't know if this is a war against the Iranian regime because it's a Shia country, or just because, to be honest, I don't know. I have no idea what the war is, why they are resisting.
No, so look, I blame the sanctions. Number one. Number two is the leadership. The majority of them are not happy with the regime for whatever reason. I'm just trying to explore some new ideas, see, if we can come to some sort of new ideas. It will make the room interesting, and they will open up our minds to this new ideas. And plus, we have people in the audience, people up here, they know, about the Iranian issue and whatnot,
Yeah,
they can get
inflation
educated.
is just crazy. I'm saying that, yeah, but it's just all because of the sanctions too, and it's just not like they're going to the street and they're being killed. It's not
Well,
fair.
let's stop saying this.
Way.
She said she has problems with the regime. Stop calling people terrorists and this and that. Why do you have to put title over people's head?
Amir, I don't give a damn. I don't care.
Hold on. Siddhartha, hang on a second. Hang on, please. Well, I told you this. I made this argument multiple times, over and over again. Since their country is getting some people, they do temporary change of position, temporarily, just for like maybe 30 days, 60 days, because they see more and more people are dying. I had somebody in here, I don't know if you know him, Reza. He's a staunch Reza Pahlavi supporter. He said, I'm starting to change my position. I might start to change my position because I can't see a lot more people die. So they are. The more people die, it actually look. You guys should not have done what you have done. Your people that were, protesting at the with the Israeli flag, the Raza Pahlavi store support, they should not have done that. It actually benefited the regime because by attacking the regime, you're not just attacking the regime, you're attacking the people that live on that land. And the more and more civilians are dying, people are becoming united with the regime. Do you understand that? This is why even Edward was saying this. The brother that comes in is a Palestinian. Rolf said it. A whole bunch of people said it. Even I said that as well. That it's this war. Saw him. Oh, he's a savior. He's a protector. So he took actions. He went into Gaza and committed genocide. With a lot of those people inside that live in Israel, they're genocidal psychopaths. They support him. Whether it's leftists, people on the right, they all side with him. There's some leftists that come into this room from Israel. I'm sure you've seen Amos, right? The older guy. So that's what I've been trying to tell you, Elvin. And you guys should not have protested. Your people, your side with the Reza Pahlavi and Israeli flag and all of this. It's very problematic. And you should not support this war on Iran. You should be anti-war in Iran. And I just don't get it, man. But anyways, I'll give you the chance.
Frowned upon by also Westerners, and they just find us traitors. It's just so weird. And
Not you, Satana, not you.
I know, but I went to work today, and my colleague, she was like, I don't know. Sorry, I don't know how you feel about the war. Like, should I say I'm sorry or are you happy? Like, they also doubt us. It's disgusting. And I burst out crying, and I said, no, I haven't heard from my mom. I'm worried. And I was talking to this Paladin, and I said, I have a nervous breakdown. I'm not eating well. They don't give a shit. My friend was like, oh my God, you're talking like, seriously, you're talking about your nervous breakdown and you're not feeling well to these people that they want their own people to be killed? And it's dangerous. We don't want these people in Iran.
So someone on the Iranian state TV came on national TV and announced that we will kill all of you, we will track you down, and basically threatened the nation on national TV, right? In Iran.
Danish, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. He begged the whole world.
So are you saying, one second, are you saying America and Israel attacked Iran because of Reza Pahlavi and his supporters?
That added more. That added to it. That added to the pressure.
Okay, yeah,
the pressure
that's
came
fair
in.
enough. It may help, yeah. But my question to Satara is, what do you think about that individual? And also, how do we hold accountable the killings of innocent people during the January protests? How do you suggest that we hold those people who were those people who killed the innocent people during the January protests accountable? What track history does the regime have of allowing the nation to actually have some sort of procedure, some governance body, some justice body to allow the people to hold accountable at least the innocent ones that died, okay?
Okay.
Right? Maybe some of them were Mossad agents.
Yeah,
okay?
I got your question. I did decide to go out. I wanted to go out. It's not their decision to
So
be
the
killed
reality
in a
of
war.
Iranian,
Do you understand?
Yeah, so the reality of Iranians for going
No,
out to
it's
protest
not
is that they're gonna
only
get
Iran.
killed. They need to
It's
so
not only
I
in
understand,
Iran.
but we're Iranian and we're talking about
3
Iran.
days ago, there was a sort of election here in Germany, and there was they said that registered protest against the right-wing people here in Germany. They got a little bit, 2 millimeters closer to the police, and they started using pepper spray and smashing everyone together. This is what it is everywhere. This is happening everywhere. Why do you guys think that this is the only, like, Iran is the only country with a protest and the protesters being killed?
Okay, so I'm going to share a link with you in a Satara. You said this is happening all around the world. I will share a video with you, and I would like you to tell me or send me a video of something like that happening in Germany. Okay?
Sorry. We could
This is
just
in
put
the
the video.
protest. What are you talking about?
I want to give the mic to new people that came in as well. Do you want to speak, Mo? Did you want to speak, Mo? Mo,
Give me like 10 seconds.
okay, that's fine. Sale, did you want to speak?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, many people just justify Trump's attack on Iran.
Are you Iranian, Sale?
No. Well, I actually live in Germany as well.
Okay, no, but you're not Iranian, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so okay, go on. I just make sure. Go on, Sale.
Yeah, sure. So in my opinion, it's like pretty problematic that a lot of people justify Trump's attack on Iran with the, mistakes of the Iranian regimes, especially in the protests. But people do not realize that Trump, the his interests and also Israel and also out of the interests of Israel, and not to protect anyone with a different opinion, compared to the Iranian government. So,
Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, appreciate it. Khalid, did you want to say something? Khalid?
Oh, no, I'm just listening.
No, okay, no problem. Hadi, if you don't mind, we have Habibi here. Yeah, I think this is his first time in this room. Did you want to chime in, Habibi?
I'm at the airport, guys. I don't really feel like I'm that sort of educated on the topic. I'm familiar with the history of the region and
You're cutting out, buddy. You're in the matrix.
Just quickly, Satara.
Part of Trump's director of National Counterterrorism Center.
Yeah, I saw that. I actually did it.
Yeah, so he wrote a letter. Yeah, he just wrote a letter. President Trump, after much reflection, I've decided to resign from my position as director of the National Counterterrorism. Effective today, I cannot, in good conscience, support an ongoing war in Iran. Iran poses no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. So anybody saying that America is invading Iran for any of your personal interests This is someone from the Director of National Counterterrorism that was reporting to Trump, who stepped away. The last thing he said is, as a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor
So the one that got kicked out of office, right?
no, he resigned.
He
resigned
resigned.
today.
And I just shared the link right now.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll show the actual screenshot.
Well, the Fox News is reporting it.
Everyone's reporting it.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you haven't read it yet. Honestly,
No, I'm just thinking about this Fox News covering all of a sudden some of this news that's anti-Trump, that goes against Trump's opinion.
I mean, I think they're just bracing for impeachment, and they kind of want to wipe their hands clean of the city. And at this point, they just don't know what to do with them. And then Trump threw a hissy fit as well. I don't know if you read what Trump wrote, Amir, but let me just take a look here. As of 8:51 a.m., he wrote, the United States has been informed by most of our NATO allies that they don't want to get involved with our military operation against the terrorist regime of Iran in the Middle East, despite the fact that almost every country is strong and be allowed to have nuclear weapons. I am surprised by their action. However, because I always considered NATO, where we spend hundreds of billions of dollars per year protecting these same countries, to be a one-way street, we will protect them, but they will do nothing for us, in particular in a time of need. Fortunately, we have decimated Iran's military, their navy, and their air force, and their aircraft, and radar, and perhaps more importantly, their leaders at virtually every level are gone, never to threaten us, our Middle Eastern allies, or world again. Because of the fact that we have had such military success, we no longer or desire the NATO countries' assistance. We never did, and put that in caps. Likewise, Japan, Australia, or South Korea. In fact, speaking as the President of the United States, by far the most powerful country anywhere in the world, we do not need the help of anyone. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So.
On my feed, it just showed up. I didn't even check my feed this morning. I was watching the Israeli news channel to see the threat, how they're feeling like it, because I like to watch the enemy channel. What does the enemy feel like? That's what I do every day. I watch every day or every other day. They're talking about that Israel is just going to continue with this and that, and they were even talking about Trump. If how Trump is feeling, if he's going to continue, or and it was about 20 minutes. It's pretty interesting. They were talking about if having problems with the Strait of Hormuz, and there's other attacks that they're going to do tonight, and it's just, I don't know, man. It's like a non-ending shit show. And they were saying that there's still more targets in different cities in Iran where they keep weapons and whatever. And not to mention, and at the end of the day, we know this particular group belongs to what particular group, right? And they're cheap as hell. So they'll try to save dime and nickel here and there. So according to what I found out, that they're flying the plane on the water to keep the attacks away from Iran and Yemeni Houthis or whatever, And it would happen for 4 hours or something, or 6 hours.
Amir, I just wanted to respond to these clowns in the chat that are celebrating that Leonard Johnny's dead, and they think that we're upset about it. He's a shaheed, guys. I'm so happy he died a hero fighting for his country. Your ass is in LA waiting for Pac-Man to come.
Should we bring Fred up?
Yeah, Fred's a real man. You won't even be his toenail, dude. Like, Fred, I love Ali Larjani. He's like my hero. I love to be in a world where my people are heroes, like Ali Larjani, Ali Khamenei,
I came here to calm down, and there are this velvet bitch here. I'm sorry to call you a bitch because a bitch is better than you.
Don't be sorry. Don't is a bitch.
Let's try to keep it civilized, Satari. Come on, you're better than this, Satari.
I don't really insult people, but when I'm so pissed off, I can't help it.
Jen, don't say it. I'll say it for you. He is a bitch. Don't worry about it.
Honey, be careful where you're fatty.
I'm in front of her having a bitch party in the shop.
Oh my God. Even you're fasting, I believe, but you gotta be
Well,
careful.
I did
Anyways.
have some news that Netanyahu is actually dead.
Netanyahu is not.
They've released a fourth AI video of him now. Now he's
Hadi, my husband is German, and when he says, I think you are right, he is dead, it means...
That's it. Germans check their...
Break down these videos and stuff. It's still like a little up in the air, but I don't know. I want like 100% confirmation to celebrate.
Well, it's not like they're going to tell you the truth. They'll probably tell you he died more towards the end of the war.
Wouldn't he become like a hero, like Larry Johnny though?
Not because he's a bitch.
Yeah. No, well,
Sounds like Melvin.
I mean, so, but wouldn't he just become a hero? Wouldn't you want to?
Israeli people hate him.
Did you see the reaction after he resigned? The officer Trump goes, "It's a good thing that he's out. It's a good thing." How did he speak? Can anybody copy his accent? The way he speaks?
It's a good thing. No, I'm not. I need to brush up on it.
Trump speaks.
He has a job to fulfill, and he's not gonna die until he that job.
Wow. And blast allies for not helping in Iran. There's analysis that was done by CNN. CNN sometimes does a good job on, analyzing stuff about the Civil War. Let me remove the paywall. I'll put the link in the chat if you guys want to read into it.
Donald?
Myself, I kind of like, it's a mainstream media, but I like CNN sometimes.
Yeah, but I think he is so not informed. He doesn't know that NATO actually just defend, like their job is to defend. They can't attack. He just doesn't know. He's not educated. And Germany was like, what should we now do? NATO just defend.
It looks like I put the link in the chat. So now this person, his name is Aaron Blake. He's analyzed by this whole thing.
Regime to confirm its officials that not his officials that. First of all, I recommend you read a book on the art of war by Sun Tzu. That's really the reason. You're not supposed to be honest in a war. I know that's probably how you would have conducted your shitty country in a war, just like handing roses out and say, don't kill us. But when you're up against bloodthirsty maniacs, sometimes delaying announcements does play advantageous. Now, talking about delays, I think Netanyahu's been dead for 11 days, but they're releasing AI videos every day trying to prove that he's still alive. Now that, my friend, is cowardice.
Is the last video AI as well, Hadi?
Yes, the one
from this morning.
Yeah.
So what's the proof of it being?
I just asked Rock if he's too lazy.
Let's bring up Fred. Now we have a terrorist alert. He's about to come up. He's a terrorist, by the way, a well-known terrorist on this app. He's a big Reza Pahlavi supporter. Let me bring Fred up. Fred. Everybody about you, you're terrorist. Welcome, terrorist.
Hey guys, congrats.
Hey, terrorist. How you doing there, terrorist?
Oh my God, he's so good. God,
You know that name. Why don't you pull up?
He thinks it's funny. He thinks the word's
No, you
funny.
know, I'm just gonna say that we accept any order for free, no charge. If you wanna go to
Okay, let me give you a hypothetical.
just give us the list.
Okay. Fred, hang on a second. Hang on. Now, Fred, hang on a second, sister. Please, hang on a second, sister. Fred, here's a question for you. If America says tomorrow that all of it depends on you, but you have to bend over and take it up, you're behind in Tel Aviv.
Yes.
Islam from Iran, and now he's pandering to Sunni Muslims in the south of Iran and Balochistan to say, "Oh yeah, I want to take all the Shia mosques down and make them all Sunni." And this is the level of stupidity this man is. The interview's online, by the way, but he's grasping at straws. No offense to Sunni.
He's already said that. Sorry, 1 second, mister. Has he specifically said that he wants to remove Islam completely from the Iranian land or from the government?
From government, separate church and state. But as he's going on, he wants to basically eradicate it, kind of like his grandfather, just make it a modernized country. I don't think he'll give it a chance to breed again, given the history of Iran. Well, I don't even care if he does. The problem is I just see him as an incompetent Israeli shill. I don't care if Iran brought a secular leader and kind of went the direction Turkey did with Ataturk. Government is the best form of government.
Oh, so we're on the same team, Hadi. Okay,
Danish, what you're doing is you're not standing with Iran, and Iran has taken a very brave position.
I understand, Hadi, but I have some principles I can never stand with the IRGC. Their hands are too dirty and blood. I cannot.
But the people that are attacking RGC have dirtier hands and bloodier hands, and that's what.
Yeah, but I don't look at it that way. I don't like to have this idea that I have to choose between bad and worse. You know what I mean? Sorry.
Being a bad that's life.
Yeah, I don't want to choose between.
So if there's an option where you sever one limb, and there's an option where you have to.
No, I'm just saying we can actually, as Iranian people, we can unite behind the idea that no matter what happens after this war or during this war, no longer can we accept IRGC as we. Happening, they're killing IRGC members. Am I sad for the civilians dying? Absolutely. I did not support this war in the first place, but am I also happy for IRGC people to get a beating? Absolutely, right?
No,
they killed a lot. But I am, because they kill Iranian people, innocent Iranian people, whenever they please, in whatever method they please. So this is a problem, right? Why are you against Israel or a particular Zionism?
Why are you gay, Danish? Why are you gay? Why are you gay?
I mean, Danish, for you to share, I think you do a very false equation between IRGC and the unholy land of Israel. Israel, even from a doctrinal level, is against humanity. They literally believe in their texts in ethno-supremacy. They believe that if they kill us, there's no consequence. They do not believe that explosion. They have been protected with terms like anti-Semitic. Nobody can even tell me what that really means. What the fuck is an anti? So if someone says something bad about Iranians, do we have a term for that? No, we don't. But these guys are the most protected class in all media classes.
Okay, so
Unless you were a Jew, if you're a Jew, then you're
one second. Let me go
real strong.
Yeah, exactly. But so, Hadi, are you saying if the tables turn? 1 second, Hadi. If the tables turned, and let's say that the IRGC was in the position that the Zionists are now, like with this sort of backing that they have, the global backing, media, and all that sort of stuff, do you think they would be any different from the Zionists?
100%. 100%.
So were you here last night when we were listening to that was it Neurocratic or the Dictator?
Yes.
Yeah. So were you listening to him? Was he wasn't even.
Yeah, I was
here. I don't.
Yeah. So would you say there is in IRGC right now that quite literally believe that they don't even believe the whole idea of Iran or nationalism is completely irrelevant to them. They have sort of a very similar perspective to what the Zionists do, right? This whole kind of like global control and like an Islamic world, but you have to be honest about it. They do.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Israel doesn't run off a nucratic system, first of all, and they don't have a head of state.
Actually, they do. They do. That's the thing. Is that they just say that they are the most ethical, that they are the superior.
You keep getting stuck in nuances. You don't.
No. That's kind of the point. No. That's kind of the point. Is that if you listen to how Jews talk, they say that we have God's blessing. That we are God's chosen people.
That's not what
everything that we do. No, but they're saying that everything that we do is ethical on the basis of it is God's command. Ethical thing.
Benny, that's not what a nucratic system is.
That is what a nucratic system is. A nucratic system. No, a nucratic system that is justified through divine right. That's exactly what it looks like.
Dude, you keep nuancing things. That's not what a nucratic system really means for a society.
Nuancing things. Okay. Do you want to go for the definition of nucracy?
Hold on.
Here. Nucracy.
Yeah, look up.
Okay. Rule of the mind, aristocracy of the wise.
Okay. And what does that have to do with God?
So, okay, but they're saying that this comes through God. That's why they promote like the Ayatollah.
No, that's not why they promote the Ayatollah.
No?
If you study Wilayat al-Faqih, not any Ayatollah can be the supreme leader.
Okay.
The belief is of mysticism, like Khomeini claimed that he did. You become an extension of God's will upon the people.
Okay, so this is about God's will. So you attain this higher level of. So you attain this higher level of wisdom. So you attain this higher level of wisdom through divine right.
The Jews believed they were given that.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. That's.
How is that the same thing? When it's iktisabi, the matter is that you attain a level of spirituality through many different processes that allow you to then become a pious philosopher king for the people, as opposed to the Jews saying that's a God-given thing. That's just
but for the Jews, it was given to them. But not all Jews are going to be equally as wise. They have, a hierarchy from within the Jewish community. Them from a scriptural standpoint, their sages and their rabbis, right, have a higher hierarchy, or higher in the hierarchy, right, in terms of wisdom. That's why they have like really important ones like Rabbi Akiva, for example, right, and other rabbis like that. So those are closer to God than your average Jew through their wisdom, through their theological studies, yada yada yada.
It's literally antithetical to what you're saying. Wilayat al-Faqih means the supreme leader is the scholar and does not answer to any leader. That this turns the traditional concept of what you're saying, where pious, wise people become advisors to the emperor or the leader of state. Right? Al-Faqih is the polar opposite of that. It's a
No. For them, no. The way that the Jews understand it is that the leaders of states will become the servants of the state rabbis. So
supreme leader of Netanyahu, who does Netanyahu report to?
right now they're still building that process because that's why they need the third temple. That's why they need the children. No, but in principle, that's what they want.
You know, Benny, you're a smart guy, but sometimes like you get into the weeds of things and you miss the bigger point.
No, the bigger point is these are both proclaiming themselves to be the rule of the wise through divine rights.
What is divine right? Is it given or achieved?
Both.
It can't be both.
It is.
Oh well, what would they do?
Like, but you know that one of the greatest rabbis in Jewish history, I forgot his name right now, but he was really instrumental in what's his name? Okianian or something like that. He was very instrumental in putting together the Mishnah. He was born a Greek. He was not born a Jew. He converted, right? But because he's a convert, it's an advantage to help you attain it, right? But it's not a necessity. The necessity to achieve it is through, getting closer to God through intellectual practice and wisdom and yada yada yada. The same things that Shiva said.
All right, I don't want to detract too far off the topic. The question Donish asked is if IRGC was in Israel's position, controlling all the media, being able to have all access to unlimited resources, basically have access to all the central banks, and control the narrative of the world, would they act differently than how Israel did? I say yes. They would be different. They would be nothing like Israel. They would not be ethno-supremacists.
How do you know that?
I know that based on the words and writings of the ethos of the concept of IRGC that comes from Ayatollah Khomeini, what he believed in the people, that he believed, he was more of a Leninist than anything. Lands or destabilizing countries. They have proven time and again they will enter countries to help. No, they've never destabilized the country. You're going to say Syria. Syria was
No interest in land.
What is Iran expansionism?
Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and to a lesser extent Yemen, and they've also done some stuff in Africa.
They have expansionist things, or do they believe that it's a pan-Islamic government where they will all have their own heads of state and they will run by their own Sharia?
As I showed from Nasrallah yesterday when he was
when he left after
he pledged his allegiance. He pledged his allegiance to Walid al-Faqih under an Imam Khomeini.
Yes, but that does not mean that Iran has interest in lands in Lebanon. That means from a religious standpoint, they see Imam Khamenei as a spiritual guide under the banner of Shia Islam.
He literally said, he said, our goal is the establishment of an Islamic state.
You use one line from Hassan Nasrallah to make your point. I have 50 pages from Khomeini's book to tell you otherwise about what the very ethos of the Faqih was, and it was
just like the American Empire proclaimed that all its vassals are independent.
What land did Iran come on. Lebanon was a liability for Iran. Right, Benny?
Okay.
You realize that, right?
Dude, all empires quote their imperial ambitions in beautiful language. Listen, dude. All empires quote their imperial ambitions in nice language to make it look appealing to the masses. But in reality, when you look behind the scenes, imperialism is imperial. And Iran is no different than any other imperial power. It's no different than the imperial power that it was under the Achaemenids.
No.
To be honest.
This is not you to Iran. Listen, you're coming from a place of ignorance. I don't want to be condescending to you, but you're speaking out of line. Khomeini repeatedly argued that nationalism itself was Islamic. In his speeches, he claimed the nation-state divided Muslims. For example, he said these issues that exist among the people that we are Iranian is not correct. Nationalism is against Islam. We also frame nationalism as something created by imperial powers to divide Muslims. We do not worship Iran, we worship Allah. Patriotism is another name for paganism. Because of the Khomeini's ideology placed Islam above the nation state and sought unity among Muslims rather than Persian national power. This is exactly what you're trying to frame things, and you tried to do it a few days ago as well by saying Iran's help in Palestine and Lebanon was some sort of like personal gain for Iran. Now someone with like Velvet will come and tell you, fuck the Arabs, why did we even send money to them? Then we have ungrateful Iran came and destabilized Syria and has personal interest. So fuck you both, honestly.
Okay. I never claimed that this was ethnic, by the way.
No, fuck you both.
So, Hadi, is that what you
But I never claimed that this was ethnic. I said that this was imperial, not
You'll agree with me. Danish will agree with me.
No, look, I want to ask you a question.
No, you strawmanned my argument. Hold on, Hadi. You're strawmanning my argument. I never once claimed that this was ethnic. I never claimed
Iran
that
has
this was
personal interest in Yemen and where
Yes, Iran as an empire, right? I never said that this was an ethnic empire. I never said that this was an ethnic empire. And you, by saying that the breakdown of the goal of the Iranic empire, right, actually emphasizes how they want to achieve their imperial ambitions by breaking down these nations and establishing an Islamic empire.
In
The empires
do right?
No,
that's what you're arguing. Israel is trying to do. But no, it's just a different method. They're just trying to create chaos in the Middle East so they can take the land that they want. Is that what you're
chaos in the Middle East, it stabilizes Middle Eastern countries that are basically put into chaos by Israel.
So I have a question though, Hadi. Is that what you subscribe to? Are you an internationalist? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being an internationalist. I'm just asking, are you an internationalist?
I don't believe in borders.
Okay, that's fine.
This is God's word. What are you talking about? Do you believe in borders that are drawn for you by Britain, and the imperialist powers?
No, but in reality, we do have nations, and the world seems
to have
countries that are 200 years old.
Nations aren't even 100 years old.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that. I think we can have a good world with nations as well. Like maybe I'm being too idealist, but like in a utopian world with nations, maybe we could have our wars and fights would be happening in the Olympics or the World Cup, not over the battlefield. We can't have a world with different nations and it can still be a utopian world.
It's not. It hasn't been since we did it. It's only created conflict. The borders created conflict. The countries that came and helped some of these countries come up and then put other ones into poverty created conflict. There's so many different influences that, and the curse is that these Muslim lands had oil, they had resources, and they were easily manipulated, just like how the natives were manipulated in North America. The natives, when these Europeans first came to natives and they told them, hey, we want to buy your land for like $200 and some cigarettes. They're like, wait, you want to buy land? How could you buy land? This is the earth. You can't buy the earth. They're like, okay, we'll take the money. They were so naive whenever they came to the inception of, the great land of America and Canada. They just gave it to the Europeans because they didn't understand how. And the same thing was in the Arab countries. They were always under a caliphate. They were under a caliphate state, and they were part of that Islamic government for thousands of years, whether it was Abbasid Caliphate or the Ottomans. They were under that. And then suddenly someone came and started drawing borders. Here's Yemen, here's Saudi, here's Emirates. And essentially what happened is, because of the involvement of these imperialist countries, these countries would never really understand how to rule because they never got a chance to. They were just kind of given a gun. They've never seen a gun. And, there's a saying in Farsi, Khoda khara mishna be shakh nada. God knew the donkey, he didn't give him horns. Because a khar is a stupid person, and Arabs were stupid people. And he gave them all these things. And look what they did with it. Right now, they're one of the ruling classes in the world. Khomeini was the opposite of these people. Khomeini actually believed in pan-Islamism. He did it together under one banner. and not just militarizing them, but just being guided back to the old way, which was the Muslim Caliphate. Khomeini was a resurgence of the concept of the Muslim Caliphate, except his version was that it was under the scholars' rule, whereas the Caliphate had long become a sultanate, a monarch. He basically said the scholar that attains the highest level of wisdom should be the guide for the people. And that's what Hassan Nasrallah was talking about when he said that I want to unite under this banner, that this is our ultimate guide. But Nasrallah didn't give up his land and didn't give up any resources. In fact, Hassan Nasrallah and his people were liability for Iran. The Iranians spent so much money, time, efforts. They made peace pacts with Syria just to get things over to Lebanon. So, you know, if you guys are going to say that Iran had some financial interest in it.
Okay, so a question that I would have is for people like who don't see the religion being part of this whole thing that you're explaining. They don't see religion as such an important matter. Should their voices be shut down then and not be heard?
You know, it's not that.
Yeah, but this is how you're framing it, Hadi. The way you're framing it is that this is a religious war, it's a spiritual war going on between the Islamic world and the Western world and imperialism. And look, I'm not challenging that, right? I'm not Muslim, but I'm not an Islamophobe. I understand that every group of people on this earth have their own struggles and their own fights, right? But my question is for people like we're talking about right now. Iran, right, is going through this war, and Iran is a nation, right? And in the real world that we live in, it's described as a nation. So my question is for the Iranian people, forgive the Middle Eastern people, should they not have a say whether they want to believe this ideology, whether they want to be part of this fight, part of this struggle? What do you think? Or should we just listen to someone like Ilyas from last night and just depend on the elites of society and listen to what they have to say and where they want to lead?
I think Ilyas kind of came off as a little brash, so let's not bring him up. But I understand what his worldview is just because I know his work in cognitive science. He's a cognitive scientist that he basically looks at things just from empirical set data sets. But let's put that aside. We can talk about him later. Danish, I'm not a zealot. I've never looked at a non-Muslim to think they're like I'm better than them, and because I'm a Muslim, I'm this or that. And for you to pose that question gives me insight as to how you're seeing things. The world's not the same place it was 47 years ago. Secularism was not as popular back then as it is now. In fact, people revolted against or because of their secular sentiment more so than religious sentiment. So, yeah, I agree with you. They should have that opportunity to do that, except that when people like Khomeini were emerging, these borders had just been drawn and people were coming off the Ottoman Empire, and they were more likely to accept Khomeini as like this, leader, Muslim leader, as opposed to a king that had secular ambition, right? That's 47 years ago. Does that mean over time, as we got more interconnected with the world, as they started playing shows in Iran, like How I Met Your Mother and Everybody Loves Raymond, people had more ambitions to become more secular. They saw the West as like something of freedom, a form of freedom, and now they're going to have this conscious shift or paradigm shift as to how they want to live their life. Absolutely, that's only going to be natural, but it doesn't change the state. And the state's main objective will always be self-preservation and eliminating existential threat. And Iran has been in an existential threat from the inception of the Islamic Revolution. We're not going to doubt that. They literally launched Saddam at Iran. For 8 years, they went to war. Many people lost their lives. So some people don't want to be secular because they're like, what are we doing for it? And there are some people that served in the war, like yesterday, like Shahram, who said, like, fuck Iran, I'm done with it. I want someone to come get rid of this system. It happens. But all of these things are not something that can happen overnight, Dutch. Over a course of 30, 40 years, some things will change. The most difficult part in all this is that people conflate, religious and secular government with the prosperity of Iran. And it was never to do with the Islamic Republic. It always had to do with the fact that Iran didn't like being controlled, whether it was under Mossadegh, whether it was under this is coming from Britain, this is coming from America, and it's coming from Israel. These are the biggest existential threats to Iran. And so Iran will do whatever it can in its power to preserve itself.
I agree with you, but the problem is that the Iranian government, like I said, their hands are just too bloody to be able to justify their position. And to be honest, I understand it may sound naive, but I do have ambitions and I do dream of this regime going overnight. Right, because that's what I want. I want them to be held accountable for all those innocent people that got killed. And again, I may sound naive, and I understand the threats that Western countries impose, not just the Middle Eastern countries, but all around the world. They have a track record for it. But I think I want to finish it. The idea is okay. So the idea is that my problem is.
Look, Danish, if you isolate IRGC in your mind and just to the Iranian people, they are monsters. You can make that point. You just look at their track record, you see the things that they've messed up on, you see the people that have died as a result, you see injustices happening, sure, no problem. You could do
it's even deeper when someone like Hashemi last night was referring to these things as mismanagement, right? You cannot look at these things as mismanagement. They're just crimes, right? They're just crimes against humanity.
We have to look at the motivation behind it, Danish. Is it an evil act that they just want to kill innocent lives? What is the motivation behind the loss of life in the last protest? What was the motivation? Right?
I think they were scared, and for their own survival.
Now, let's say Iran wasn't the country. Right? Iran wasn't the country that's taking the brunt force of taking on the Roman Empire we call America. Let's say Iran wasn't that country. But you hear about this other country named Iraq, for example. And their people have suffered under Saddam. I'm just creating a hypothetical here. And Saddam Hussein is taking on the ethno-Zaire state. And all you know is that Israel has a history of destabilizing Middle Eastern countries, controlling politicians in America, causing war, costing people millions of lives, has no interest in any kind of humanitarianism. They are ethno-supremacists. In their scripture, it literally says if spilling our blood means nothing. If they rape a 3-year-old girl, there is no sin on the Jewish man. In fact, the 3-year-old girl should be killed because she enticed the Jewish man to do. When you have this type, the ruling class, and you find out Iraq, yes, there's a dictator named Saddam Hussein, he's done fucked up shit, but somehow he's standing up to it because his people believe that he is sent from God. And I'm getting and they're going to achieve paradise in heaven, and that there's this entire theology based on Saddam Hussein that allows them to not be afraid of the Roman Empire and topple this entire regime down, you're going to not take it personally. You're just going to be like, who's this Saddam guy that's fighting for the rest of humanity? Right? Well, yeah, he's a monster to his people, but sometimes in order to fight monsters, you need to become a monster. Then you start looking at it a different lens. So IRGC is more than just a group of people that did atrocities to the people. Yes, no one's going to do that. But what was their intention? What was the motivation behind IRGC's plan? Yes, could it be mismanagement of funds? Sure. But ultimately, it has always been existential threat and preservation of the country. That is the key priority of IRGC. There is no other priority for the for IRGC to do that. right? If you think there's another intention, that they have like some satanic thought to end people's lives.
Hang on a second. Hang on. So someone can argue that Saddam was a threat to Saudi Arabia as well, right? I don't know if you know about this, right? And Saddam even took over Kuwait.
Mind you, I said hypothetically, I'm saying imagine a world where Saddam didn't get overthrown, and now
I'm just so I don't know. I kind of I know we always bring up this example about Iraq, but if I look at it like really, like literally into the details, right? So Saudi Arabia allowed America to use the military base, right? For the fighter jets. Kuwait did because Kuwait was literally taken over by Saddam.
Yeah, and then the U.S. told them to withdraw and kill the Iraqi army then too, right? It's just another instance of backstabbing. Yeah.
They just, to be honest with you, when you look at the Iraqi thing, some people did benefit, like Saudi Arabia.
Saying wanted to trade their oil in euros, and should he have been the first to do that, it may have caused a movement against the patchwork of debased the currency and the American USD standard. So there's so many different reasons why Saddam, had to go according to the US. But was it worth it? Like, was it worth it for the Iraqis to have the democracy they have now? Absolutely not. Iraqis, if you speak to them, Donish, they'll say like Iraqis need dictators. They'll say exactly what Ilyas was saying.
I feel like that's more like a nostalgic sort of feeling, right? It's almost like some Pahlavi supporters who like to refer to Iran as Persia, or the Persian people, right? It's that sort of nostalgic sort of attachments they have with their country and their history, which it's not necessarily a very solid position to challenge it.
You remember that one girl that came in here, right? She's a Persian, she's Iranian. She said she used to support the Propali. Her name was
let's ask Hadi. Hadi, do you think the Iranian people have
Danish, you've been speaking for a while, brother. Come on. Yes,
that's exactly what I said. I said we. Sorry,
you said this as well. Oh wow.
Yeah, I said it. I said
no,
we.
No, it wasn't you. There was another one. Satari. There was another one. She's a Reza Pahlavi supporter.
Yeah,
she came in here.
I also
and you said it after. You came in here. You started coming in like 1 week ago. I'm talking about like 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay. Yeah,
she took the credit. She was the first one.
Also said it. Iranians are used to dictators. We all have a dictator within us. It's whether you like meat
or
you don't
like meat. The dictator lives inside of you. How's it that?
Exactly.
How would you rule if you were given?
Born on the same day. I was born on the same day with Donald Trump, and I fucking.
You were over 70 years old.
Is that something?
You're over 70 years old.
Same day.
Oh my God, Satare, you're 70 years old?
Not year, day of you.
Totally right. I know.
But seriously, I hate myself when I found out that I was born in the same day with this bloody bastard. This is, oh my God.
It's a lucky day. He's a good president for America. What are you talking about? He's the best thing we have in America.
He's the most hated person.
Danish loves him. Albert loves him. He's attacking their own country.
If he dies, I think the world is going to celebrate.
Yeah, but if you keep on saying things like that, Bobby, I'm going to respond.
I didn't understand.
He said, I love Epstein. I'm like, astaghfirullah.
Oh my God, you're disgusting. So no doubt.
wants Trump in place. A lot of Reza Pahlavi support. They supported Trump, by the way. Danish.
Yeah, and I don't believe all of them are unreasonable people. I think they have their reasons for the stance that they've taken, and I think their voices and their arguments need to be heard, and that's what I'll care about.
I should open up a room and I need to interview every single person Trump supporters.
No, you have a good room, Amir. I think sometimes I do believe you have some kind of a narrative, but I do think you do listen to everyone, and I think I do appreciate that. I think that's
I kind of have a narrative, bro. Literally, Satari called me out. She said, "Why do I love Danish? I should kick him out."
Amir, to be honest, I swear to God, Iranians are in any country, there are right-wing supporters. Here in Germany, they're always voting for the right wing, and the Germans are so sick of it. They are just.
They need to kick these people out. These Reza Pahlavi scumbags.
Yeah, they are. They always support the.
I got you. That's the thing.
So Tara, did you watch the video that I sent you? Did you watch it?
My time is very precious. I'm not going to
okay. So I think if you realize that it's actually, as an Iranian, it would be an important video for you to watch. I was just wondering if you could share with us any.
Why are you smiling, Danish? Like, you're laughing in the background, bro. You're laughing.
Stop saying that, man. I'm not smiling a lot.
You're right there, Satara. We can tell he's laughing when he's speaking to us.
I just wanted to know, Satara, if you could share a video of something like that happening in Germany, I would agree.
Anybody in the audience would like to come up? Hey, what's up, Amin? What's up, Habibi? I think he's busy at the airport. What's up, Alonzo? How you doing, man? You okay?
Russia also disconnected the internet. I don't know why nobody is talking about Russia.
Russia. Russian Jews. They're talking about the Iran thing, that a lot of European countries are coming and telling them to stop. It was a Russian room, by the way. It wasn't in English. And I was thinking about that. I said, Russia has a pretty good relationship with Iran and with Israel. And
Israel?
Yeah. Do you know there's so many Russian Zionist Jews that live inside inside Israel?
No, I didn't actually. Wow.
Yeah. And Russian and Ukrainian, they're actually they're the same people, by the way.
Yeah, the Russians are also right-wingers here.
Yeah.
How much influence do the Zionists have over the Kremlin?
Zionists have influence all over the world, not just Kremlin.
No, how much influence, not interests. How much influence do they have?
Next stats, do you have it?
I'm asking you.
I don't know.
Well, they're leading a war, Americans on behalf of Israel, so.
I'm wondering if there's a Russian version of Jeffrey Epstein who has blackmailed Putin or Kremlin figures into doing a.
Then there will be.
Did you say blackmailed Putin? I mean, good luck with blackmailing.
That's what I'm asking to try to decipher if it's possible.
I think he's the father of blackmailing everyone.
I understand that.
Donald Trump.
So according to the AI,
I've got a question from you, Amir, and also Hardy, if you want to.
Sure. Go on. You priority, man. Please, nobody call him gay. Please. Okay, go on, Robert.
Yeah. I don't want. So, what do you think Khomeini was a Zionist?
Well,
because he got help from Israel against Iraq and another Muslim nation. Why on earth would they do that?
He got help during the Iraq.
Yes.
Wasn't it the other way around that he helped? Like I think he looked the other way when America did the attack on Iraq or something. Wasn't that the deal?
No. He bought ammunition from Israel and also, Israelis within the war.
Okay, let me say this, Velvet. Let me say this. If I go to the store right now, I buy candy, which I don't, I wouldn't buy candy because I'm fasting. If I go to a store, buy candy from a 7-Eleven down the road from my house, and let's say he's a Zionist Jew, does that make me a Zionist?
Buying weapons is very different from buying candy.
All that make me a Zionist, Velvet?
No.
Just like that, Hamas has bought weapons from IDF. They arrested a whole bunch of IDF soldiers selling American-made weapons to Hamas. It doesn't make Hamas Zionist or pro-Israel. You understand? So I'll give you more examples.
But he bought weapons from Israeli government, and also Israeli stopped them. They mutually attacked Iraq, and also Israel mediated in the war in favor of Iran.
Yes.
Why would a Muslim person like Khomeini do that to another Muslim nation such as Iraq? He betrayed them, I think. This is how treated.
Well, so these countries have built themselves into this was a strategic, maybe a small isolated case, 1 or 2 cases. I'll give you some examples. In America, I know some he has a collection of guns. And you know what he told me? He told me Israel makes the best weaponry. He has I think 2 or 3 of them in his collection. They're made by Israel. Where's his American weaponry? And I wouldn't buy shit from Israel. I'm boycotting, right? But his perspective is, I want the best thing to protect my family. To protect his family, he'll use whatever weapon he can get his hands, the best of the best. He to protect his family from getting attacked. Because in America, we have the right to carry a weapon inside the house. I mean, California is very strict.
So why can't we Iranians?
Does that make him a Zionist?
No. My question.
Just because he bought a gun to protect his wife and the kids or whatever, and it's an Israeli-made weapon. But it's one of the best ones. It has a good spring and everything, and it's like the best weaponry versus the American weaponry. Does that make him a Zionist?
Okay,
no, it doesn't.
exactly. Why couldn't we Iranians use the same logic and get help from Israelis against this dictatorship? Would that make us Zionists? Why can't we do that? In particular, let me just make another sense. In particular, Khomeini believed in Ummah, not nation. So he literally betrayed Iraqi Muslims.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a little bit. So I'll give you some examples. When you go to, I live in Los Angeles, by the way, okay? When you go to a protest, pro-Iran protest, a lot of them are waving Israeli flag. And when you have that conversation, it could turn into Islamophobia and their pro-Israeli stance. You give them any stats, they're like, nope, Israel is the only democratic country out there. Israel supports our cause. Israel is the best country. And you might Jews amongst them. So what does that make the whole crowd when you're waving Israeli flag? Me going to a store buying a candy from an Israeli Jew or Zionist Jew, that won't make me a Zionist. But if I go to a protest where you're supporting Israeli flag, you're waving that national symbol, whatever flag they have, right? That disgusting flag, the Star of David, whatever it has. And you're booty clapping and defending, and you're saying a whole bunch of shit to defend Israel because Israel is protecting your country or are doing the attack on your country. By default, that actually not only makes you Zionist, it makes you a traitor as well. Because there's a matter of the casualties as well. There's a matter of you asking foreign government to attack your country. You see what I'm saying? Me going to the store buying candy, I'm not doing anything. I'm just buying candy for something to feed, eat. I'm hungry. All right? No, I mean, just, it's a different scenario.
So I had a question for Hadi, if he's still here. Hadi, do you think that the Iranian people are capable of running a democratic government?
Not right now.
Do you mind explaining?
Well, something has to happen very organically for it to succeed, Danish. And you may say, like, oh, well, how could that be with IRGC and stuff? But yeah, I mean, historically, any country that's had a sudden change into democracy has failed. I've never seen a country actually succeed at it whenever they suddenly switch systems like that. I mean, Iran has a hybrid system, so they might be used to parliamentary elections, but beyond that, it doesn't do well. Whenever it's like the sinew of your country, like in America and Canada, was founded based on the English standard of voting or some semblance of it, then the country has hundreds of years to grow and formalize, whereas IRGC and the rest of the government branches are so embedded in every branch of government that for you to dethrone it right off the bat and try to replace it with other bureaucratic systems and democratic systems, it won't work. It won't work right off the bat. It'll take like a period of grinding. And during that time, Iran will be weakened significantly. Iran will be set back many, many, many years. And that's when the West will be like, let us help you. Let us help you with your democracy. We'll help you get started. Just give us your resources. Let us control your politicians. And then once Iran does all that, we'll see where it goes. But they'll be demilitarized for sure, just so that they're never a threat again. Because the West learned their lesson. You can't have a militarized Iran. It'll go against their agenda. And then you'll just become like one of the Gulf countries that just can't defend themselves against a couple of shahid drones. That's all you're good for.
Janet, did you want to?
Jeanette, thank you very much for letting me speak. I guess I have a question for Hadi. I don't know I have a friend from Iran, a very good friend from Iran. And she said in 1979, the Shah of Iran, before the Ayatollah Khomeini came to power, Iran she said it was very nice, the living was very good under the Shah, which she was more like a king. And I guess my question is, you said Iran has a hybrid system. What was the system like there with the Shah, and what is it like now? And can it change, I guess, is my question. Do the people want change? Because the things that I've been seeing on the news, Khomeini.
Yeah, I'll help you with that. So, a lot of the people on the stage will agree with me, but Iran is not unfamiliar with democracy. Rather, Iran has gone through 4 significant changes since 1906, right? First, it was a monarch, right? It was a king, court. And then it switched after the Iranian constitution, established in 1906, to a democratic system where the parliament will elect a president or prime minister. And at this point, it was Dr. Mossadegh who came into power, and people were actually happier with Dr. Mossadegh being their president than the king that was overthrown by Khomeini, believe it or not, because he actually came and saw the state of Iran in this basically in this deprived state where the Anglo-Persian or Anglo-Iranian oil company, which was being run by Britain, was actually sapping them of their resources. So imagine a foreign entity comes and takes your oil, and they basically give you 16%. So Mossadegh was a very brave soul. He did something very, very, very brave without having the right military capacity to, stick with it. He basically nationalized Iran's oil and told the British companies to fuck off. So now that same company is known as British Petrol today. BP, you might see their gas stations in the US some places. But the point is that what happened now is this Operation Ajax, which was basically the help of MI6, Mossad, and CIA, which was still forming at the time, to overthrow this democratic system Iran had and bring back the previous monarch. And at this point, the monarch comes back, and that's Reza Shah, the grandfather of this fat cuck in Washington that they want to come and bring back to Iran. So this guy comes, and he basically becomes a puppet of he begins to modernize Iran. He wants the females to dress a certain way. He doesn't want them to cover their hair. He doesn't like religious. He wants to secularize Iran, which essentially creates a negative effect in the sense that there's a brewing population of 1,000 years of Muslim heritage in the country, and now all of a sudden the king is being very brutish with his orders, saying that he doesn't like any kind of practice of Islam, which now starts creating the perfect scenario for an Islamic uprising. Not that I'm supporting it, I'm giving you the facts. So Iran went from being a monarch to a democracy, a successful democracy. The democracy was dethroned the minute it went against any kind of Western agenda. Then they brought the monarch back, and now we are at the time where Mohammad Reza Shah, the son of the Shah, previous king, takes over. And you can actually go look online. If you go on YouTube and press Mohammad Reza Shah, king of Iran, criticizing America and Israel, you can see actual interviews with BBC 60. They started propagandizing the next best leader, Jeanette. So now I'm showing you now the third time the West got involved in Iranian politics, right? And this is where Khomeini comes in. Khomeini was exiled by the king of Iran, the Shah, and he was living in a tiny little village in France with all these theocratic government theories that he was basically recording on cassette tapes and sending it off to the Iranian students and the university college kids and so on and so forth, while at the same time there was a brewing population that were dedicated Muslims that were still bitter about how the previous king was treating them. Now, the CIA got a hold of this, and believe it or not, the New York Times, imagine this terrorist Khomeini, right? The New York Times were posting his poetry, his views, looking like the best leader since sliced bread, and how the Iranian king had to go. This was all being propagandized at that time, right? And so they now it's against the Shah. Massacres. There was the Black Friday massacre, famously known in 1978 during this time. And eventually, the Iranian king, the Shah, ran off with the people's money. Some say hundreds of millions, some say $1 billion. He ran off, right? And he leaves, he goes to Egypt. And they usher in the leader of the Islamic Revolution of Iran, which is Ayatollah Khomeini. They flew him on an Air France Boeing. So you can see he's being planted into Iran by Western powers. He's being protected. He's not a threat. Nobody wants to kill Khomeini at this point. The CIA considered Khomeini to be a minor nuisance. They thought they were going to bring a person with zero political understanding and ideology. Country, when the country gets ruined, they can step in and take control of the resources that they're bloodthirsty for. So that's the introduction of the Islamic Revolution of Iran. It came at a multipolar event. There was a brewing population that wanted to practice Islam again freely without being worried about the king of Iran punishing them or penalizing them about their headdress because he banned it. There was the oil nationalization interest by the West. There was Ayatollah Khomeini, who the king actually killed his father, who had a lot of animosity towards the king. And now this creates the perfect storm for the next leader of Iran. Now, the other thing is the CIA did a documentary like about 15 years ago saying we never understood how a guy in a turban who eats yogurt and onions for breakfast would be this big of a problem for us to deal with. And now we're in the age of, we're still in the aftershocks of the Islamic Revolution of Iran because they no longer want to be colonized. They basically stood their ground because of religious doctrinal motivations that they believe that Muslims should have a right to rule and they should not be controlled by weapons. Does that help? Make
Yes. I guess I'm not surprised. The United States government has been involved in the CIA in lots of, what do I say, covert operations and overthrow of governments in other countries.
Yeah, and it's not even exclusive to Iran.
I'm not surprised by everything you're saying. Yeah.
In Iraq, you know, a lot of people don't know that Iraq in the early 1900s, they actually had a monarch system as well, named King Faisal. You can look him up. He was actually a well-spoken, westernized king that was very powerful, very prosperous. And then they got Saddam Hussein
nephew or something, right? I think.
They installed Saddam Hussein after him. I don't know how he got killed. I think it was another coup. I think it was a coup d'etat actually.
Oh, sorry, no. Yeah, no, I was thinking of something different.
No, yeah. The king of Iraq was a well-spoken gentleman in the 1900s. You would think this guy's an aristocrat, right? He wasn't some like Bedouin asshole Arab like Saddam Hussein. The CIA installed Saddam Hussein, right, and got rid of the monarch system, only for them to go back and say Saddam Hussein needs to go and destabilize the country, right? You see how the West manipulates the politics and the government systems of the Middle East over and over again? So you're going to keep seeing the same thing happen. And by the way, Muammar Gaddafi, remember Gaddafi in Libya when Obama overthrew him and they said democracy? He was installed by the West. Prior to that, it was a monarch system. So the Middle Easterners, not only did they grow up in monarchs and dictatorships, that's all they ever knew. For you to suddenly spring up democracy on a bunch of Bedouins that were never even thought about political theory is insane. Political theory is something that's evolved for the last 500 years. We still haven't yet to decide if democracy democracies that you don't understand that these constant conflicts around the world are what's fueling the economy we live in America. So it comes at a deep cost. It's just that it's not affecting us because we have the ability to prosper within our own means. But it's anti-humanitarian when you look at the dark side. You see that so many people are being deprived of their resources. They're destabilizing entire governments. They're pitting people against one another. They're controlling the narrative to make you feel like you're in this matrix of prosperity, right? So that's the dark side of things. It's not humanitarian whatsoever. But at this point, so many people are tired in Iran. They're like, yeah, well, we don't mind if other people die as long as we have the ability to just feed our people. And I totally understand that sentiment. I am not against that sentiment. The UN shows civil unrest not because of religious doctrinal governments. The UN has shown that when the index of the ability to earn money and spend on food goes past the 50% line, where 50% of your salary is going to food, people will rise up against democracy, whether it's communism, whether it's dictatorship, whether it's honor. People minimum wage 86%, that's 36% above the UN guidelines for when uprisings happen. So the average earner has to spend 86% of their income because of the US sanctions, because of what they've done to the Iranian economy, because of the destabilization of the economy. So this is more so than a religious war between Israel and Iran. This is Iran's last stand. Like, you've crippled us to rock bottom. We have nothing to lose at this point.
Okay. For about the last 20 years, the UN and the member states of the UN have sent into Iran the IAEA and the I think that these inspections have not been successful. Like, they always knew they were coming, when they were coming, and they controlled the results. What do you think about that? And then I've heard about defectors that were Iranian scientists who have said, oh, Iran is still producing nuclear weapons, and I don't know. I have not studied this a lot. I've not followed it a lot. What do you think about that? And as the basis for what Trump is doing?
People from other side also, did they give their own there?
Well, Val, she's asking me, buddy. Do you want to answer for me? Do you think you're a good representative of what I would say?
You are giving one side of the narrative, Hadi. You are not being honest.
I've been objective. I've been objective this whole time.
I want to hear both sides, okay? Because my own, but I don't agree with Donald Trump, and I don't agree with a lot of things that our government is doing. And there are a lot of people in our country who are very unhappy with him. Okay, so I want to hear both sides, and I know I've been in rooms, in African rooms, where people are very unhappy with the United States, and so I want to hear both sides. I don't want this to be a one-sided discussion. I was asking for, like, the first question was about an historical perspective of what has occurred there, because I don't have a really good understanding of Iranian history. So that's what I was asking. I'm not, if what you said is unfair, I'd like to hear somebody else's point of view too.
Sure, no problem. So Hadi, is it the other side? Then we have people like Velvet that support bombing of their own municipality as a traditional body, and go on, Velvet. So let's hear your side.
Okay, I'll respect.
Yeah, no, I mean, you said your piece, right, Hadi?
No, because she asked another question that I didn't answer.
Hello, my name is Ben.
Shout out to
about the IAEA inspections. I didn't get a chance to.
Oh, okay. So Janet, you're gonna respond to the IAEA question, and then we'll move over to the guy that has a different position. So Velvet, hang in there. I'll give you the mic right after Hadi's done with the IAEA. Go on, Hadi.
Yeah. So under the concept of the primacy of war in Islamic doctrine, the supreme leader of Iran actually passed a decree, which is known as a fatwa, which is basically a jurisprudential ruling, something that the Pope would, do for the Catholics. And he said that it's forbidden because the nuclear war or the nuclear bomb can cost the life of innocent women and children. So Iran's leader has idea that Iran is developing nuclear weapons has been a long-running talking point, just like the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq that never existed. Benjamin Netanyahu has spent the last 25 years, and we have videos of him from 25 years ago saying Iran is days away from a nuclear weapon. So it's been 25 years, Iran has been days away from a nuclear weapon. I'll let you sit down and think about what that means in Benjamin Netanyahu's head, but he's been campaigning against Iran for the last 25 years, prior to even Iran having the enriched uranium capacity to even have nuclear warheads, right? Now, we go a step further. Iran came to the negotiating table not once, not twice, but 3 times with the U.S., every single time willing to show all the evidence in the world that they do not have the means or they're not trying to make nuclear weapons, and in fact de-enriching their uranium or getting rid of the enriched uranium that would allow them to have nuclear warheads. They signed the nuclear deal. The president of Iran, Hassan Rouhani, came to New York City. They had a long discussion. He was very pro-peace with the West, okay? He was moderate in all regards, and he wanted to work with Obama. And they signed a deal, and the sanctions were uplifted for Iran for less than a year because Donald Trump got elected, and the first thing he did is said, fuck Iran, and he tore up that entire agreement. So the idea that Iran is constantly trying to make nuclear warheads and being is disagreeing with the West, that is debunked immediately when you just look at the Obama agreement. Number 2, they came to agreements in 2025. They were going in and out. The IAEA inspection reports were all clear. And during the weekend where the final or the 3rd or 4th level of negotiations was supposed to happen, Israel launched an attack, killing scientists and innocent. American lives have to be lost is because of nuclear war or threats is nothing but a scapegoat for Donald Trump to lean on every time he does this. Iranian people got stabbed in the back 3 times, and now American soldiers have to go into a battle just like they went into Iraq for weapons of mass destruction that didn't exist, and now they have to bear of going into an unnecessary war and engaging in battle, and us losing our American soldiers and Iranians losing innocent lives, like the Tomahawk missile that landed on 100 and killed 165 or 170 girls because the school was close to a military base where military individuals would send their kids to elementary school while going to work for convenience sake. They bombed that school with a Tomahawk missile, and Donald Trump doesn't even accept that responsibility, even though it's a U.S. missile. They're not even willing to bear that, to say, like, we ended up killing innocent little girls at a school. Iran doesn't even deserve the condolences from the U.S. That's how low the media has depicted the Iranian people, even though we came to the negotiation table. That's my piece. Velvet, feel free to chime in from the other side. I don't think there should be another side.
Well, you're great, man. In a bit, wait for your turn, though. Hold on, Arash, shut up. Arash, please don't come off the mic, bro, respectfully. Wait, don't attack on his, hold on. I respect people. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're gay, homosexual, lesbian, whatever they are. I respect all of them, okay? So let's not do this, bro. Come on, man. Keep it civilized and be respectful. Velvet is a good brother, unless he, wants to call him something else. That's a different story, but bro, stop coming off the mic. I'll move you down, man. Just calm down. So Janet, the Velvet is on the opposite side. He wants to see his country bombed, and that's what these people want. So go on, Velvet. It's on you now.
Okay, thank you. Janet, first I want to speak about the history of Mossad the party was speaking about. So actually, Mossad was not as democratic sort of person that these people claim to be. He was the person, yes, but you need to know that just before the so-called coup d'etat by the United States and United Kingdom, he abolished the parliament, and he also took the Ministry of Defense from Shah, which was the constitutional right of Shah, and he also exiled the sister and mother of King to outside the country. And 4 days before the so-called coup d'etat, Shah had to run from the country because he was literally changing the regime and declaring a republic against the constitution. So what he was doing was a coup d'etat. The British and CIA had their own interest regarding the oil. I think what happened in 1953 as a coup d'etat, is exactly opposite of what actually happened. In fact, when Mossad, nationalized the oil 2 years before the so-called coup d'etat in 1953, there are multiple reports that you can refer to. Iran didn't have even the technology to use the oil industry. In fact, there is a book, Faces in the Mirror, in Persian, Chehrai dar Aine, which has been written by sister of the Shah, Ashraf Pahlavi. And in that book, she explains with much detail, and I would really advise everyone to read that book if you want, that Iran, lost lots of its, benefits and income, not because companies were not selling the oil, but because Iran didn't have the to use it, so to refine it. So Mossad was doing it just for his own sake and his own personal benefit. Was trying to present sanctions and as the root cause of Iranian people's, animosity between regime. This is such a false narrative. First, you need to know why the sanctions are in Iran. There was no sanctions before Iran took hostages from U.S. Embassy 1979, and the only reason for that was that because revolutionaries wanted the United States to return Shah to him to the court and humiliate him. That's why they took hostages from U.S. Embassy, and from then U.S. started putting one-sided, unilateral sanctions on the regime. But the global international sanctions just started in 2004 when all countries and IAEA discovered that the regime has a covert weaponized nuclear program, which even Russia and China, who are allies of the regime, unrest in Iran is such a false narrative, because just as recently as 4 years ago, at what happened in 2022 during the Women Life Freedom Movement, people took to the streets not because of an economic problem. Just look at my picture, look at my avatar. Do you see these people who got blinded? They have all been blinded. All of them got blinded during and much more than that. In fact, the United Nations has substantiated 580 people that got blinded just during the Women Life Freedom Movement. They were protesters, and the regime blinded them, because this regime doesn't just oppress you, they terrorize you. So you would be a lesson to others, so they wouldn't dare to attend in the protests. But my point is, during the freedom movement, people didn't take to the streets because of economic reasons. They were, chanting against the compulsory hijab. So was the case in 2009 during the Green Movement, and also, people who are, presenting sanctions as the root cause of the economic situation are just, deflecting the fact that, I am quoting the Secretary of Treasury of the United States, who was giving a testimony to the United States Congress a few months ago. He said that during past year, the regime has funded $1 billion to Hezbollah just during the course of the past 11 months. So presenting this sanctions as I said, as the root cause of economic situation is a partial narrative. Third, I just wanted to say that Rouhani is a moderate person, as opposed to what Hadi was saying. Rouhani has Iranian blood on his hand, 1,500
Velvet, her question was, why does America want to invade Iran? Nobody gives a fuck about internal Iranian.
I know, but he was.
You're making it. No, this is not why Donald Trump is invading Iran.
That's not true. I know what I.
That's not why the U.S. is involved right now.
The U.S. never stated that they are there for.
Not a single quote from Donald Trump.
Not a
saying this is why we're in Iran. Not a single.
If you can reference anything.
Yeah, well, we were talking about the sanctions, I think, because Janet, I know you want to go into the details.
Yeah, I think Hadi spoke about 20 minutes or so. I will add in 2 minutes if I can.
Yeah, but you're not answering her questions. You're just demonizing Iran and saying that they deserve to be.
I'm not demonizing Iran. The regime is a demon. The regime doesn't need to be demonized.
I'll tell you what, Hadi, brother, just hang on a second, Arash. So I'm going to give him a minute and a half or something, and then Mo is going to respond to whatever some of the stuff was said. And then, Janet, you can make your own decision. I did give you some, you should ask him, does he support bombing his own country? Does he support sanctions on his own people? And you'll find out the true picture. This is where that's what how could you have this crazy position like that? You want sanctions on your people and whatnot. You see what I'm saying?
Can I just say one point to Janet? Janet, remember the George Floyd incident where that cop put his knee on the back of his neck and the whole, U.S. went up in flames because of the Black Lives Matter movement? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Would you be happy if someone came and bombed the U.S. because of the George Floyd movement? Because they said, wow, they mistreat black people, let's come bomb the U.S. Would you like that? That's exactly the point Melvin's trying to make. There's some atrocities in the country, and this happens in every country, therefore we should come bomb Iran. That's not what the story is. The story the government is going after is nuclear warheads and Iran being an existential threat to Israel. Those are the only two reasons. There's no other reason.
That's why NATO even not supporting that. That's why even NATO completely.
Let him vent it out for about a minute. I know it's very triggering and bothering, right? It does boil people.
By a regime's stance in the nuclear negotiations. So the point that you need to consider, Janet, is that it's not only about the nuclear thing. I mean, the nuclear program is the cover-up for the regime, and they're always happy and open to negotiate about it. But you cannot separate the ballistic missile program, the proxy funding program, and the nuclear program. They are all integrated, and the regime never negotiates about it. Just look at what they're doing to the whole Middle East countries, Arab countries, and also to the Israel. And now they are, they're disrupting the U.S. economy, oil prices, global economy. The point is, such a regime couldn't be allowed to reach to a deterrence level, which never, no country around the world could dictate whether or not they can, proceed and develop their nuclear program or not. My point is, look at what is happening in North Korea. No one can dictate them what they can do and what they cannot do, because they have reached the deterrence. Is that nuclear program is not their only deterrence strategy. Ballistic missiles could be actually are as catastrophic as nuclear bombs. And unfortunately, Obama and Biden were stupid enough to make deals for lifting up the sanctions due to some compromisement. I don't know what's the right word, in terms of the nuclear program, but they never said anything about the ballistic missile program. So this is why the United States has attacked the regime. And finally, from my standpoint, I had some other points to share, but because of, although Hadi spoke perhaps 3 or 4 times more than me, but I will end with this. Why I support bombing the regime? Because I don't expect
bombing the Iranians because you're an idiot. The Iranian people, not the regime. You support bombing the Iranian people, not the regime.
Yeah, Janet, why many things?
Say something controversial, man. More controversial. We need more, we need more
exactly.
blood to be boiled.
I'm trying to be, if these people do not interrupt me, I will land in less than 1 minute.
Heat up their blood.
Yeah, I'm doing so. So not only Janet, over 80% of Iranian people, based on a survey conducted by a very credible institution 2 years ago, oppose the Islamic regime. But also many Iranians support the bombing. The day that the war started, you could see that Iranian women inside Iran, they were dancing. Iranian students inside, even I'm sure Hadi himself has seen those videos, that the students were cheering, they were celebrating in the schools. Because, again, I don't expect you to have this background in your mind, but from my own internal, perspective, as a person who has spent his entire life inside Iran, since 1999, we have tried every possible way you can imagine. Peaceful protests, silent ending in meaningless elections, which we call selections, because the elections in Iran and in the regime are for officials who do not have real authority. The whole authority is concentrated in the hands of the supreme leader. Again, this Hadi person himself wouldn't even deny this. So the elections are meaningless. But the point is, people are desperate. Okay, this wasn't our first choice.
Come on, brother.
It's still not your choice, It's still not your choice.
How many bot toys did you purchase in the past? How many bot
Should I
toys
go?
did you purchase in the past?
Let's not do that, please. Look, Arash, this is his personal business. If he did do it, that's his personal business. Just like the Rabbi Shamuli's dildo shop got attacked during the last 12-day war, that was their personal business. Let's not go down that path, okay? We need to keep it kosher. It's a Hold on, brother. Hold on.
First of all, Velvet, please back channel your dealer to me. You really consume good stuff. I would like to get taste of it. Please let me know who is your dealer and what do you.
No, just respond to what you have to say.
Yeah, I can you shut up? Can you shut up?
Personally,
Danish, can you shut up?
Let's not do the personal attacks.
I didn't do personal attack. I just asked.
Danish, this room offers limited freedom of speech. You don't want democracy? I offer democracy in my room.
We were having a healthy conversation. I don't know why you allow.
It's kosher. Go and go.
Yeah, okay. The second thing, Velvet, you talked for a couple of minutes without saying anything, and that's really ridiculous. You just created a collage of nonsense, and to be honest, and some of them, like Velvet, their emotions are just used to manufacture the consent for you Americans to sympathize with your government invading a country for a third country, for Israel, and for Israelis' interest. And that's it. I don't see anything about freedom, democracy, or anything else in the war narrative. It is all about nuclear plan. And Donald Trump is an arrogant guy. He withdrew from the deal that we made with Obama because we made it with Obama, and he thought he can do a better deal. But he's stuck. Right now, he's stuck and he's desperate to move out. No one is supporting him because everybody knows this is the fight for Israel. And even it's not about, it's about Israeli dominance in our region. And that's Islamic regime is absolute evil there, and you as an American has a duty to free us, we bunch of illiterate Badawit Middle Eastern.
Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying things that aren't true that I don't believe. I have lots of Muslim friends, and I don't have the same view of Islam that maybe many Americans have. Okay, so
Americans, I didn't mean necessarily you. It's just Americans. That's no. The summary is someone like Velvet, someone like Danish. They are manufacturing consent for Americans to support this war.
The things he said, I know about. Those things are true. There's nothing
but you
that
are
he
not.
said
Why
that's
you
not
are
true.
fighting? Are you engaging in this war because of freeing Iran from Islamic Republic?
Okay, Israel have their objectives.
I don't agree with that.
What
I don't believe in freeing nations, and I don't believe in, and my mother doesn't believe in what George W. Bush did, with his mission accomplished and the pursuit of democracy around the world. I don't agree with that. I think countries should be entitled to their own form of government. And I don't agree with the invasion of Venezuela either. What Donald Trump did is wrong.
Do you agree with attacking Iran?
I'm not sure I agree with going along with Israel and attacking Iran. I don't agree with that. I don't like it, to be very honest.
So what is your question related to the conflict?
Intelligent questions and get honest answers, and I want to hear from everybody because I want to know the whole story. I don't want to just hear what some people are telling me. I want to know what is the perspective of the Iranian citizen that lives on the street. What is the perspective of an American, what is the historical perspective? I want to know everything because I want to have a balanced view and an informed understanding of the situation.
I really appreciate your standpoint, but I would like to also expose that what you are hearing is part of manufacturing consent in US, because I don't think US has any intention. By the way, one historical fact, Velvet, you are an Uncle Tom. Even in declassified CIA documents, they called the coup quasi check. And how Uncle Tom you are that you think that wasn't a coup. Even CIA doesn't call it as legal as you proudly calling it. So that's my point. That's my point of view. And I think these people here, their emotions are weaponized to bomb Iran. To bomb Iran and create another terrorist hub in the region and destabilize the region, and also it's serving Israeli Zionist colonial project in our region, and that's it. That's my point of view.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Mo. So, Janet, hold on, Anish, please, hang on. Janet, just like you're an American, I'm an American. I'm based out of Los Angeles, right? That's where a lot of Raza Pahlavi scumbags live, right? They're cheering. In relation to the coup, there's been multiple times where the West actually infiltrated inside Iran. Multiple times. I mean, if you go back as far as the Shah, for the number one Shah, he actually passed a law where women weren't even allowed to wear hijab. He wanted to modernize the whole culture inside Iran. Then you would have women, wearing like modern clothing, and and anybody who wore hijab, they would get arrested or whatever. And then all of a sudden, and he was allowing British to steal the oil. So you have this guy. He was democratically elected. His name was Dr.
Particularly elected. All Democrats are elected.
HBA, it's not on you. Mute up. And stop calling us terrorists, and then take have more gun. Oh, I don't care. I don't. Right? You come here.
I'm gonna come off the mic.
Okay, mute up, please. Okay, sit in the audience. Thank you. See, this is what I did, HB. I can do this to you as well. So don't come off the mic. So, Janet, his name was Dr. Masotik. And in 1951, he actually nationalized oil. 1953, did the coup. Coup was called Operation Ajax. And they toppled it. They got rid of him because he was, the West didn't like him, because why would he nationalize oil? That means British could not steal the oil anymore. And then as the time went by, you have the second Shah, the son of the first Shah. He did a whole bunch of atrocities. The activists would get arrested. A whole bunch of people would get arrested if they're protesting against his leadership. And he was basically a dictator. So there was an entity called Salak. It was like a secret police. The third infiltration happened. You have the leader of Iran getting, flown in from France during the revolution, which happened in 1979. They flew him in Air France flight. It was a private Air France flight or whatever. And America played a role as well with the intel. The Shah started to become problematic for the West. So that's why they let him go. They brought this new leader into Iran, and they just planted him. I'm not gonna say planned. They just they did a regime change. This was the third time. Fourth time, and right now they're in the process of doing regime change again. In my opinion, so far it's 4 times, and I'm sure there's other times as well where the West played a role. I mean, the West always plays a role, especially Mossad and CIA with their protests. Even in relate to Masamini, there was a case which right? Because America and Israel has a problem with Iran. American foreign policy is dependent upon Israeli foreign policy. And Israel says Iran bad, America, Israel good. Right? And America depends on that, yes, this is the way to go. We gotta always be in attack mode. During the Obama's administration, Obama did relax some of these sanctions or whatever, right? And let them thrive and live and let them do more business. But then all of a sudden, you got this pedophile called Trump came into power. No offense to anybody that voted for Trump here. In my opinion, his name is on Epstein file, so I would call him, I like to call it spade a spade. So he, what he did, he started putting sanctions, and it became more and more stricter sanctions on Iran, and started hurting the people. It didn't hurt the regime. Every time there's sanctions on a regime, but Velvet would sit here, and he's like, yeah, I support more sanctions on my people. This is a problem. And then we have another guy called HBA. He supports Son of Shah, the guy that lives in America. And he cheers every time his country gets bombed. And they've killed over about 1,000 and some change people in Iran. They bombed a school. If you were to ask some of these people, do you condemn America for bombing the school? They're like, no, why was there a school near the military base? In America, we got about 160 to 170 schools near military installations, near military bases, because the kids go there because of what? The kids are actually the U.S. soldier kids. Like, they're serving the military, whatever. They live over there, and the kids got to go to school. So these people would, make up this bullshit argument, and they'll justify the killing of over 150 little girls.
I need 30 seconds, brother, please.
You need 30 seconds? Be a character, I'm gonna go back and forth with this idiot. It's a rush.
Awesome. So here's the thing. What impact of this velvet person is? Like, your country is getting bombed, and you're worried about the world economy suffering because of disruption of oil. Your country is under sanctions, and the cancer patient inside Iran cannot get the drugs that they want, the medicine that they want, and you're worried about the world economy. Now is suffering for 10 days. And your people are suffering. They've been suffering for the last 20 years for the maximum pressure sanctions imposed by America and Israeli agenda over your country. People barely can put a food on table, and then people are suffering. They have 3-4 jobs in order to pay their bills, and you're worried about the oil disruption in the world. Your country is getting bombed. The school kid, the 167 beautiful 6-year-old, 7-year-old girl got bombed. You're not worried about 3,120 people so far, civilians, got killed since the war started by Israel and America, and Israel wants to get rid of all the rivals in the region in order to expand their countries and follow their agenda of Israel, greater Israel. What piece of shit you are. I'm ashamed of being a fellow Iranian for you, man. Like, you're a piece of shit. You have a feminine voice, so I get it.
Turn him down to the hallway because he attacks personally.
Can you put me in the queue? Amir, can you put me in the queue?
Gav, okay, sure. So it's gonna, Arash, are you done? And please, brother, please, I ask you, if they look, if some of these Raza Pahlavi supporters are claiming homosexuals, retarded, gay, mofos, whatever they are, or bisexual, whatever you want to call it, or with the female voice, please.
I didn't use it as a tag. They're gay, right?
Like the Amos that comes in here, coexist. I want to be able to coexist in this room and allow all voices in here. Please don't do that, okay? No discrimination. Even the Constitution of the U.S. says no discrimination. So please, and if you're Muslim, there's no discrimination in Islam as well. Okay.
Sorry, but you can freely use your butt plug if you
So I'll give you.
No, come on, Arash. Sorry, Amir, but please do not attack people. I mean, whatever he's feminine, he's not. I mean, what's feminine? Sorry, only Iranians sound feminine to me. That's all just feminine.
Especially when we talk like this, we are very.
Whether Velvet is feminine or not, I don't care. He is just a person speaking, and we should respect him. Really.
Yep. Thank you. That's good. So we should respect Velvet. And Gav, it's on you. HB, I'm gonna come to you. Before you watch, look at the BTR. He's above you. You're beneath his feet. You should stay beneath his feet. Go on, Gav.
Thank you.
You're not human. You're just an animal. You were cursing at me yesterday. Go on. I still allow animals on my stage. Go on, Gav.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me time to speak. See, the thing is that it's very clear the intentions of the United States when Donald Trump came in. Before Donald Trump came in, there were such programs like the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, right? We know that there was the Nuclear Proliferation Act and programs and stuff like that. Things that really did was a matter of concern for the United States. And so what the United States has lacked to do is utilize their soft power when it comes to Iran, right? And soft power does go a long way, especially for countries like Iran, especially for rogue nations, for regimes, for dictatorships, for a lot of different countries that are very different from the West. So, but when Donald Trump came in, what's the first action he took? He scrapped the entire plan. They were somewhat successful in limiting the usage of uranium for nuclear weapons and everything. But this is just clear that these are war-hungry people that merely want to overthrow the government instead of utilizing transitional, phases in order to improve the country. And instead they increase more sanctions, right? They're trying to bring the country down to its knees. And then there's also the hypocrisy of, well, if and they never planned on trying, the United States and the West never planned on trying to make relations better with Israel, right? No such things. I have not seen any sort of steps going towards that place, towards that area. And so how could that happen whenever Iran and Israel, both consider each other as enemies? How could, and Iran says, well, what about Israel? They're developing their nuclear weapons, their nuclear warheads. Why can't we? They know that they're enemies. Obviously, this is not the correct way. And the fact really want to do.
You live in Los Angeles, Kev?
I do.
Okay, I think I should talk to you. Okay. Well, but I will give you the mic. Just hang on a second. I gotta get HBA's voice. Even though I do not like his existence on this planet, but I still want to give him a voice. I go on HBA.
Okay. First of all, I want to make one thing clear from the yesterday. My profile right now, there is a news by they call it International Quran News. Okay, it's from Iran. As you can see, this is .ir. It says in Iranian, in Farsi, it right. 79% of the Basij offices are in mosques. Okay, this is the started to lie. It's not lying too much. I want to make you clear. Okay, first of all, about the Mossadegh. During the Shah era, there wasn't any democratically elected prime minister. According to constitution,
Janet, according to the historian, it's different to this idiot. Oh my God. Stop doing revisionist history, HB. Stop doing revisionist history.
I mean, there wasn't.
He won the election by Majlis. Majlis is the one that elected him.
No.
Okay, go on.
I mean, if you want
School your bullshit, man. I hate that bullshit. Go.
I mean, if you want,
But you said stop doing revisionist history.
To your comments.
Stop doing revisionist history. Stop doing history.
If you want me to talk. Or by parliament or vice versa, and then approved by Shah. Okay, the coup has a meaning. The coup happens when the bottom of the system, for instance, a general and a prime minister, make a coup against the top of the system, Shah, leader, president, or something. Not vice versa. Okay, this is another lie. Okay, this is another lie they mentioned. And about the revolution in Iran happened or something, or about this time that he mentioned. Oh, all the time. No, it wasn't like that. Like many countries, when some changes happens in the system, the foreign countries try to get on that time, they started to say this to America, this to Israel. Okay, they occupied the American embassy. They hostage more than around 400 days of the diplomats and ambassador and other people in that, and the conflict started. And they've had the conflict with Israel because actually most of these guys that they did revolution, most of these terrorists, they trained in Lebanon or in by the Yasser Arafat at that time. They put Iran.
Guys, bro.
This is an alternative universe history. I saw this is an alternative universe.
Revisionist history, man. Again.
No, okay. Now these guys
They are defending
Janet,
Islam.
I put the link in the chat about Dr. Musaddiq.
Oh, Dr.
Who did happen?
Henry,
go home, man. Get lost.
Man, if you give me time to talk, I should talk.
All you're doing is I said, like, as a Sanad, like, you're making stuff up.
No, history. You making stuff up. You see, my profile is the guy that you mentioned yesterday.
Because this is
What is this you're making up, man?
I'm telling you the universe history for fuck's sake.
I can't believe this.
Yasser
So,
Arafat.
Janet, it relates to.
Yasser Arafat, the most failure Palestinian revolutionist is the one who taught Imam al-Khomeini. Like, please, I really want to listen to it.
These are documented, and even there is a interview.
I put a document in the chat. I want you to check it whenever
There is an interview with Imam Khomeini that the interviewer asked him, "Did you get the guns and weapons from the enemy?"
This is why we need a democratic government.
Janet, you see, Yeah, Janet, it is the case. It is the case.
Janet, should we allow somebody that's doing revisionist history? I put the link in the chat. And my sources actually goes back to historians, by the way. It's backed up by the historians about Dr. Musaddiq. Should we allow somebody that says bullshitting out of bias because he hates IRGC? That's it.
Of the Palestinian land.
I don't care if they like Arafat or not. At that time, they trained Mujahideen, MK, and they trained Chamran and others. We know better than you.
I'm so confused right now.
Why are you even talking about MEK right now?
Because they trained them. Yeah, Musa Khiyabani went to the Lebanon and
انقلاب چریکای فدایی خلق و مجاهدین
Velvet English, please. Do not speak in disrespectful to Janet, disrespectful to a lot of people that are non-Farsi speakers, man. Come on.
Okay,
they were the ones who made the revolution, not the mullahs. That's the fact.
Exactly. He did not nationalize the oil. It was my father. It was my father.
Don't interrupt me. Okay, don't interrupt me to continue.
My Baba was there, and he's the one that did the nationalize the oil, right?
Don't interrupt me to continue. Janet, these guys are supporting IRGC and
bro, I don't support IRGC, bro.
They killed thousands of people who are protesting the government. It's documented and it's confessed by their authority and their leader, and they mention that they killed them. And no, they like a victim. They attacked us from the beginning. From the beginning, Janet. From the beginning, we should be. They want to change their story, but there are some realities.
The story. You should change your history.
I said to you, they can say whatever they want to say about the Mossad.
Oh my God.
But the meaning of the coup is
It's so hard
obvious.
to listen to some idiot.
Obvious. The meaning of the coup is obvious. Coup is not from the top to bottom, from the bottom to top. Okay. Janet, they try to make the leftist narrative put in your mind. No, it's not gonna work. At that time, why U.S. helped?
I'll give you 40 seconds to land, man. You gotta land, bro. You gotta land.
Okay, 40 seconds. Janet,
40 seconds.
they are supporting IRGC and Islamic Republic because they think supporting them, and this Hadi, you are dealing
Take another 40 seconds is not the animal. 40 seconds. So, Janet, I would suggest you don't listen to me or this guy. Do your due diligence. How many times has the U.S. infiltrated into internal affairs of Iran? It's too many times, right? Velvet, I will give you the mic. I want to get some new people on here. We have, how do you say your name? Lutz? Ludwig. How do you say it? Lucet, okay. Would you like to chime in? Are you Iranian?
So I'm not Iranian, but I just wanted to say a few things. I do know some history. I want to point out I'm not Iranian. I do not hold the right. What I mean is, it is up
in my
to
kingdom, everybody's allowed. Go on.
Iranians are the ones who should choose what type of government they need. So this is not what I'm trying to say here. What I want to mention a few things from history, and if an Iranian, you guys are Iranians, you can correct me once I'm done, please. This is for non-Iranians, Americans who are here in this room. There's a history between Iran and the West, going back to World War I, World War II, the tension, just because Iran chose both wars not to enter both wars, Iran was punished by famine. Both combined, about 16 million people died of famine. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. About 16, maybe more.
19 million.
Thank you. Second, Iran does not have an Independence Day. This is probably one of the plus, they have never been a colony of any country. It's history. So there's the tension between the West and Iran. This is why there's a reason why there's a government today in place. I am not saying it's right or wrong. It is up to Iranians to decide. But the tension is there, the history is there. Again, Iran does not have an Independence Day. That means Iran was never a part of.
Are you from Azerbaijan?
No, I'm not. I'm Armenian.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Another thing, again, this is for, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is for Americans, okay, to know the history. Also, you got my, the lady was asking, she wanted to know what Iranians think.
And let everyone talk.
And it is also not okay for a grown person. We're 2026. We have witnessed things like this, it is not okay for a grown person to think that this war is about a regime change. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Look, I agree. I'm going to say something really quick. We have anybody new? We have Carl here. I think he hasn't said a word. Carl, I'll give you the mic, brother, and then Velvet, I'm going to come back to you. Just hang on a second.
Listen, I would love to play after Velvet, if you allow.
Sure. So,
Thank you, sir.
how do you say it? How do you say her name?
Susan.
Listen, okay. Are you in America?
Yes.
Okay. So, as an American, me as an American, as a Canadian, the problem I'm having, it's very hard pill to swallow when we have a pedophile as a president. The HPA here, Velvet here, and there's a lot of Reza Pahlavi supporters here. Reza Pahlavi is son of Shah. This guy and whoever supports him, they want America and Israel to bomb their country so that way they can celebrate while there's civilians dying over there. And I don't think regime is going to get toppled. Because it's always the people, even in related to sanctions, it's always the people. But your tax dollars, my tax dollars, if you're an American, your tax dollars, my tax dollars are being used without, against their will, right, to attack Iran, to provide the intercepted missiles to Israel, intercept missiles to other nations. The money is being spent. Each one of those defense systems that's being used, it's called THAAD defense system. Right. There are a lot of good Iranian people that are centrists. They don't believe in attacking their own nation, to do regime change. It's up to the Iranian people to do regime change. I agree. But at the same time, these people should not be begging America and Israel to do the attack on their country, because if they're asking Israel is a welfare state, right? It gets money, the aid, and all of this shit from America. Again, American taxpayer, tax dollars. Either way, or if America hits Iran directly, again, tax dollars. And it's very problematic. We can't have this shit go on and on. And this is why I ask these beggars, these disgusting wild creatures, because Reza Pahlavi is cunts on this app and on real life, that go do your own fight. Go fight your own fight. Stop begging, America and Israel. Because Israel is a welfare state. It lives off Americans' tax dollars. And that's what I was trying to get at. And these people are demonic pieces of shit. Like
Israel is the one who helps Armenia?
Israel is the mother of the fucking.
Oh my God, we need to coexist.
Israel used Azerbaijan in this war to locate its weaponry and whatever against Iran, while killing my people directly, killing my people.
You should hate the Jewish state. I don't know why don't you hate it. If it was my people, I would hate it.
It's
anti-Semitism.
How can I tell you to hate the Jewish idea? I mean, not the people. I'm talking about the state called Israel, the Jewish state.
I mean, I know it's the law of the nature. It's the law of the nature.
My blood about the Armenian genocide. Why does it boil your blood?
Because it's too much of a good feeling. Hate is too strong feeling to have for this.
Who say?
How can I add hate to your everyday agenda?
Twice if you hate Israel.
Goes around, comes around, my N-word.
No, what goes up must come down. This is
my N-word. Yeah. No, that's a song from Illmatic. Nas. You should look.
Okay, all right. Carlos, I'm gonna come to you, bro. I want to give it to Velvet. Please, if you hear Velvet's voice, please do not attack him on his voice, regardless of how it sounds, female, non-female, male. It doesn't matter. Please.
Every voice matters.
Every voice matters, every opinion matters, every perspective matters in this space, and I don't really give two shits if you're IRGC, non-IRGC, centrist, whatever the hell you are, terrorist, Zionist, scumbag, whatever you are, you're all allowed. This is why this room is, people like this. I mean, even Kay told me about it. Kay left, okay. Go on, Velvet, it's on you, and then I'm going to give it to Carl.
2 minutes without interruption, please.
You can't make it shorter because my attention spans 60 seconds.
But on one condition, Amir, that he never interrupts anyone when they.
Yeah, you would have to do the same.
Okay? I never interrupt. I hardly interrupt.
You have in the past, by the way.
Very hard, very rarely. Okay, so to Luther and Janet, I just want to, ask you to see the difference. These people, even Amir himself, tries to antagonize me, trigger me with regard to my voice.
Oh my God!
It is as discussed.
I'm on your side. I'm on your side.
No, you are not. No, you shouldn't interrupt me. And I don't.
I never left.
Oh my. No, Amir. It was just my comment.
You hurt my feelings, well. Anyway, you definitely hurt my feelings. I'm about to cry. Let me go on mute and cry, man.
Amir, as for a grown-up person, this is as outrageous as making mockery of someone's face. This is very rude. But anyway, I want to mention 3 points. First, Janet, none of the Iranians were cheering for this war. Understand that both United States and Israel, they all have their own ulterior motives. No one, takes action for the sake of, any other nations per se, including Iranian people. Of course, it could be because of oil. Of course, it could be because Israel doesn't want to have an existential threat in Iran. So they have their own agenda, of course. If they wanted to help us, they would have taken action well before when we urged them to, stop, and not just the United States and Israel, the whole world, to stop legitimizing and normalizing this regime. But every time that we had the courage to take to the streets, they kept negotiating with this regime, kept making deals with them, and just issuing statements, empty-worded statements that we stand with Iranian people, and then lifting up the sanctions from them. We have always asked them to expel the diplomats of the regime. They never do that. So we know that they're not. United States, if either following cases are true, either on purpose or they have not done the required due diligence. In either of those circumstances, I would 100% condemn them. But I would condemn doubt if the Islamic regime for two reasons. Because first, they situated the school beside a very important IRGC base in Minaq, and second, because those were the ones who brought the war to our country. The point is to make something clear. During the course of the past 47 years, Iranian people have had no agency in Iran. And if it wasn't for the policies of the regime, this war wouldn't have happened in the first place. So you need to know that the supreme leader in Iran, the dictator Ali Khamenei, whoever is in position right now, he head of the judiciary system, the head of the state media, all military approved, appointed by the supreme leader. People have no role. So if it wasn't for the policies of this regime, who were not ready to, compromise and give up their nuclear ambitions, 100 meters underground in Fordo, which they claim to be peaceful, which was not. In 2004, Russia and China even confirmed that it is not peaceful. And Israel wouldn't have had an excuse to attack Iran, but they brought this war to Iran. So if anyone is this much concerned about, casualties of civilians, they should ask and blame the IRGC and the regime. I have a genuine question from you, Janet and Loret. Did Donald Trump ask for our permission, Iranian people's permission to attack Iran? No. Did we have any authority to bring this war to Iran? No. The only people who could stop this war were IRGC. But guess what? They're still resisting. They're yeah.
Okay, can I explain that?
Amir. Sure. Faya, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You'll be here for about 10-15 minutes?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so the queue is, look, Khalid's going to go, then Ali, and then Taco, and then Carlos. Amir, we could just do the PTO order, and then hear everybody out.
Sure.
Thank you. I'll be here just for about 10 minutes. I just need
take your time.
I mean, I'm not gonna say a lot. I'm just gonna say like a few words. Number one, God bless Iranian people. Number two,
it's on call, but it's on call, not on Carlos.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
El call. Yeah, I'll give you the mic, brother. She'll give you the mic. Go on, El.
Okay, thank you so much. Like, these people are really, really Palestine with love, roses, and chocolates, and hugs and kisses. Like, to be honest, the most accurate comment that has been about these people in this room was by our brother Paddy, when he said they have really a big trauma. Like, Baba, you didn't allow me to open an OnlyFans. Baba, you don't allow me to suck fucking dick. Oh, Baba, you don't allow me, blah, 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 blah. Like, for fuck's sake, you're talking about your homeland, that you say that you love, that you say that you care about these people, you say you care about these children, but on the metal that comes from anyone, like, from what I know about Iran and the Iranian history, Iranians are full of pride. Like, the most beautiful thing about Iranians like ancient Arabs, they have pride. They have manners. Like, I don't care if you attack my house. I don't care even if I'm gonna die. I will fight you. Even if I'm gonna be annihilated, I will fight you. I will never live in disgrace. But these people don't have an ounce of that. They just wanna be slaves for the West. They don't care if they are gonna live in 1 hour a day with electricity, and they're gonna pay a kidney to get to go to the hospital. If they're gonna pay an at least I can sleep with 20 guys in the street. And that's their objective. Like they're literally ready to give up all the resources, all the history, everything, just to be slaves, just to be called. One, just one, who is against the IRGC, who is making logic in this war. Like literally, I just want to hear one that has any logic.
I'll try to wrap it up, please.
Okay, just less than 30 seconds and I'll finish.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. So, like, you put everything that's caused by the West on the Iranian people as a blame on the Iranian government, and you don't even condemn the killing and the massacre that happens to your own people. And yes, Velvet, many Iranians were dancing in the streets in Europe and America about this war, about the killings, about everything. Yes, there was many Iranians. Or you're saying that they are not Iranians, then I'm gonna ask you, who are they? Are they Israelis? Because we sure go along with the same ideology and the same excuses to kill kids and to
in Yemen and Libya and all those countries, just so he can watch porn freely and drink beer. I mean, he's pathetic and he's not young. He's like a full-grown man.
If your problem is like Bangladesh, if your problem in watching porn, I have a good VPN I can recommend to you. And if you watch porn freely,
please do. It might change their mind. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't need to destroy your country for porn.
Exactly. Thank you, Khal. Who's next? I think Ali. Ali, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, basically, I want to quickly address few of the points. I mean, misinformation well made, and continue with the breaking down how the perspective of the imposed aggression of the epic period. This part of the Iranian population which are participated in this aggression and basically legitimizing. If you look at Iraq War, if you remember the speeches was given in 1991, Saddam Hussein was putting babies in incubators and, weapons of mass destruction. These are the same people, The same thing with Libya, you remember or even you can go to Yemen, people who made a statement for, other countries, Westerners, even some Arab navies to, enter the war in Yemen and impose that war. These are same kind of people. They lost blood. And even trying to reason with them is a pointless waste of breath. So I move on. With the facts and figures they give is are shady, and you can easily. It's not even worth wasting your breath. The higher up equals downfall upwards uses a military force to seize power which were taken away or nothing being in that position of power by using military force, taking them over is a coup. See, but their version of coup is a special one. It requires a new, style of specifics in the delusional mind. You won't be able to get through. The good news is they are a minority in the region. The good news is they haven't got no place, as their brother was speaking prior to me. I cannot speak announce his name. Al-Sad, brother Al-Sad pointed out. These are the minority people in the region and they have no place in the region. All of their huff and puff about is race to breath to go on. There is no winners in this war. Nobody's going to walk out as a winner. Certainly not United States. Iran has lost big. There's no doubt about it. We have lost devastated country. Many of our people have been decimated and massacred. Going forward is what we need as a region, as a people of the world. We need to look forward to be able to, expose and not allow these, what's the right word? I don't know, I'm short of the word, so it's not offendable. These kind of delusional people that say retarded, be able to play roles in other people's capitals and fulfill the puzzle for military aggression on other countries, on their own country, the country, or any other countries. This is what I gave you many examples. Iraq was the most famous one. When the lady was saying, Saddam Hussein putting babies in incubators and Colin Powell, you can see the video, Colin Powell in the Security Council is bringing up a little jar saying, piece of glass, oh, this is that nuclear. Saddam
did he use chemical weapon against his people?
Okay,
or not?
do not interrupt, please. Let him finish. And Ali, try to
Stop the cry.
Yeah, try to wrap it up, Ali. And
That's
go
what I'm
ahead, please. Yeah.
Here battling with delusional retards, it ain't achieving anything as Westerners for us. We need, like the Amir says, we paying the cost, whatever it is, in the tax dollars or even affecting on petrol pump, is what we need to as a Westerners played a role in to make sure could play on for at least a month, because he's asking, as I can understand, the retard Bozo himself, as a Trumpo, he's asking the Europeans and NATO to engage in this war and start carrying out logistics, and because the logistical problems US military are facing, or even get involved in it. Any involvement of Europeans or any other nation will take months in organizing. So at least we got another month this is going on. And I got news for Westerners as Americans. Look, we're going to get affected from looks of it. So we better come up with a solution. We be able to take away the place of power from the delusional retards, which let us lay the groundwork for the country's foreign policy to be hijacked.
Thank you, Adi.
Okay, it's my turn, right? Fine.
Yeah, go ahead, Taco.
Here, a little impersonation of some of the people in this room. They're their wet dream, how they think this whole thing should go down. Okay, this is Moshe Khamenei giving Bibi Netanyahu a call. Okay, here it goes. Hello, how are you, Bibi, my good friend? Listen, I know that we attacked first, even though your missiles attacked us first. No, we attacked you because we were saying death to Israel, death to America. Okay, you are 100% right. Okay, and because we are such big cocks, not cock with O-U, cock, C-U-C-K, yes. We're just going to go to Dubai, okay, and leave this country for you guys. Because we started this war. Even though you attacked us, unfortunately, our bodies were in the way of your missile. And so, in reality, we got in the way, so we start war, okay? Iran Contra fake news, that is a leftist propaganda. You were not selling missiles to us to fight here. No. That is all fake news, okay? Yes, we attacked you first, so let me know which butt cheek you want me to open first, right? Butt cheek or left butt cheek. So you can fuck me, motherfucker. Like I want to be fucked, okay? So, this is it. And we will go, and you let me know what time I should go and what time Reza Pahlavi should come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Taco. That literally summarize the way that they teach.
That's really what you guys sound like to us when you keep arguing. That's what we're hearing. I know you think you're making logical points, but that's what you're sounding like.
I don't understand why they don't just leave the country. As if you say you can't come to the United Nations. They're gonna be like, okay, cool, yeah, let's go and pack our bags and grab an Air France trip out of here. What are you guys? I want to know where you guys get your hashish, because I want to smoke it. I want to have your level of hubris. I want to have your level chutzpah. Okay? Muzzle top.
If I fucking your mom was not making hashish. Your mom had legs. I can be even a
65-year-old man talking like a 12-year-old. You're a 65-year-old man. You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do shit. Come on, guys. Hey, come on. When you sit on the HVA stands for micro penis. Micro penis. HVA.
Okay, guys, come on, guys.
what's your name? Please don't interrupt anyone. Taco, do you still have anything to finish, or is that it?
No, I just hope Milikowski's dead and Kosanane HV.
Okay, thank you. I sent him down. I had to. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, so who's next, guys? I'm here.
Yes. Hello, guys. Choban. Yes. I come to talk with Velvet. You know, I just want to mention something. 1 month ago, Velvet, do you know me? Do you recognize me, Velvet? Yes. 1 month ago, we were in a room. You remember? We talked a lot. Lots of pro-Reza Pahlavi there, you know. And yes, I told all the people. And it's typical Reza Pahlavi. They all insulting me. They say they insulting my mother and father, but still you can see, you know. I say these people are delusional. It's not going to Venezuela scenario. You remember? And still we're here. Still we're here. I'm still stand on my point. You people just make the regime stronger right now. You know, this is the thing. And you take back. Want to protest that day, maybe after 2 years they can't come back. But right now, you guys put the revolution 5 years, 10 years after that, you know. And this is going to same, you know. I told you, these people don't go to give up, you know. You remember, they're not going to give up. And I'm still on my point, you know. There is 2 options. First, Tehran. America attack after tomorrow we all come to the street, you know. This is all the people of Iran thinking. Now it's the opposite. All the pro-regime in the street under the bombard, you know, and the pro-Reza Pahlavi, they are dancing in the street. This is the difference between you and these people. I don't like these people, of course. I'm not defending IRGC. I hate IRGC. But this is different between you people and these people in IRGC. They under the bombard, but you're dancing in the street. If there is a fight, you know, the border is open, all the Basijans, all the police is gone. Why not take a ticket? Why dancing in the street? This is the thing, you know. At the beginning, what I'm saying, I meant to this. These people don't give up, and foreign attack is not the solution. And it end up with the destroy Iran and nothing change. That's it.
Well, thank you for having a sane mind and sound ability to reason, Amir.
Thank you, Amir. Who's next? Who's on the queue, guys? Anyone wants to speak?
I think I was on the queue.
Velvet. Yeah, Velvet is next. Gev, I don't think he. Gev, do you want to say something? No. Okay. So, Velvet, can I ask first, what do you mean by that red chili pepper that you sent me?
Yeah. It means
I want to understand.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying I'm hot or something. Okay, go ahead, Velvet.
Yeah. So okay. So Amir, I do remember you, and in all honesty, brother, they were insulting you, and you were also insulting them. But thank you for having respect. The other Armenian girl who left the room. These people who claim that no, we don't support IRGC, but the war is not the solution, they're hypocrites. Because right now we don't have the statistics, right, about the casualties of the people, and obviously the infrastructure has been damaged by a far extent. But the responsibility obviously is for the region. But the point is, for the 12-day war, we do have these statistics. During the 12-day war, only two. I don't mean only, I'm not minimizing anything. My point is 1,200 people got killed, most of whom were the military commanders and the killers of the IRGC. But just during the 8 and 9 of Janet, I hope you are in the room, just in 2 days, even the state itself, the regime itself acknowledges that they have killed 3,000 people. The real number is much. Don't get a response. Is that what agency and authority did you ever have for this war? Our agency was taken away from us by this regime just the day that the revolution happened. I mean, look at the constitution. The supreme leader has all the policy-making authorities. Even Khamenei, I'm quoting him, he once said a few years ago that the Secretary of State, Foreign Minister, doesn't have any authority in policy-making. The policy is being made at the leader level, and the Foreign Minister just operationalizes it. Okay, that's the point. So if anyone is to be blamed of this war, it is the Islamic regime. Janet, you are not Iranian, you have not lived in Iran, you don't know the desperate and misery that people are feeling, how desperate they are. The weather is polluted. Women, don't get me started about women rights. The fact that if you dare to criticize the supreme leader, you could be punishable by death, because insulting, in fact, the supreme leader could be considered as fighting with Allah. So my point is, such a regime which saw that we have such dire issues regarding mother averages, all those things, were not ready to give up their nuclear ambitions, and they were happy to bring this war to Iran. And even now, they're not, laying. No, I'm not naive. I know they won't do that. Taco, when I say that they should, anyone who is concerned about war, they should address the regime rather than us. My point is, I do not expect them to lay down their weapons. I am saying, why are you blaming of Iranian people who oppose the regime? Obviously, all of 80% do not support the war necessarily, of course. So people like yourself, people like Amir, you do not support the war, but you oppose the regime. I acknowledge that. But my point is, who granted this permission?
I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt you, but if really 80% of Iranians oppose the regime, and Iran is able to fight America and Israel until today, with what, like 20%?
Of course, even
that's amazing.
They are not to be honest.
They must have angels with them fighting. Go ahead.
No. They don't need angels. Even with 5%. Give me 30 seconds, Faya, if I may.
Sure.
2 points. First, even if you ask Taco and Hadi everybody in this room, I believe they have some honesty, especially Taco. Okay, even if you ask them, I really don't think they would give you a higher percentage. One institution 2 years ago, and by the way, 80% of Iranian people, based on that survey, which is very technical and scientific, oppose the regime, and only 10% of people are hardline supporters of the regime. So even the support is less than 20%.
Well, but can I ask you something?
Last point, just last point. Just imagine this regime that is resisting against the two most...
It's okay, let him finish his point, and then,
Sophia, imagine such a regime that is even resisting the two most powerful armies around the world, United States and Israel. Imagine how naive it is to argue and suggest that empty-handed Iranian people should topple the regime by themselves. And we have tried. Look at our fight with this regime since 1999. What options did we have that we didn't take? We did everything.
Okay, guys, let him just finish. Did you finish your point, Papa?
I mean, he had 30 seconds. He had his 30 seconds.
No problem. Yeah, before you go on, Tiger, let's just hear Amir wanted to say something.
Yes, I just want to say, ask Velvet, address to last month's our conversation, we talk about the facts, we talk about solution, remember? I'm saying the war is not solution. You said the war is solution. You remember? So now you have a war. Now what you want, you get it. I'm saying right now, after 2 weeks is the war going. What is your solution now? Forget about the past. Forget about the regime is killing people. We all know this. What is your solution? This is what I want to know. What is you have the war now? Yes. What is your solution? Because right now, when you see on the so many pro-regime on these streets against what you wish, and you see there is so many patriotism also in Iran is going on right now. There is no immigration. So many people even come back to country to defend the country, and you can see literally now in the Khark. Island Khark, there is so many people try to get a ticket and go to the Khark to defend it. And there is no ticket even. There is so chaos right now because all want to go and defend the Khark. I'm just forget about the past. The regime is evil. We all know. What is your solution now? You have the war. What is your solution?
Okay, go on.
I never said the war is the solution. I said it is the only option. Okay, that has remained. But anyway, what is the solution right now? The solution, I think, is that Reza Pahlavi asked the army, Artesh, to turn their weapons to the IRGC. There will be some violence, and it is unavoidable, inevitable. But that's the only solution, I think. But the war was needed to have some sort of equalizing factor to the ground. And also,
it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. Let me interrupt. It's never going to happen. IRGC never going to surrender. What are you talking about? Talk about the people. No, talk about your people, the people who said we want to war, we want to go on.
No, I didn't say about IRGC. I said army. Army has the weapon, right? And they are not.
But they're not giving up. They are fighting now with Israel and America. They're
not. There are multiple footages, evidences that are coming up that they're resisting to obey the orders of their higher ranking commanders.
Well, are you serious? You don't know about the Iranian IRGC now cheering. They cheering at their victory. They you talking about? They should give up. They are in victory side. What are you talking about?
No, they are not. No, I mean, have you seen today's videos in Charshanda Suri? How many people are cheering as opposed to what IRGC asked them? IRGC asked them.
That doesn't mean they're winning the war. That's not what war is about. No, about people dancing, cheering.
This is you.
No, not
the country. We talk about the country. The country at the moment, when we say all the people against the government, so who is the people now in the street? Who are these people? If all people,
AI.
I don't know who is these millions people. I don't understand. If they only attack Iranian, why does the USA military bases destroy? And you say, oh, they are running away? This does not make sense, man.
By the way, Amir, just to add on your point, brother. Being activated
because they destroy all the radar.
Because there is no more radars in all of the region.
Yes, because they are. I know inside of Iran what's going on. They say we definitely achieve victory. Not the people, the IRGC people. You should turn the weapon down. What is going on? And talk about the people, please. You say the pro-Pahlavi people are waiting to come up. Please
I'll come back to you, Amir. I'll come back to you. Let's just go back to the queue, and I'll come back to you. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Trent, you're welcome. Go. Tiger was on the queue, but Tiger, can you allow Lucer to speak? She has a point she wants to share.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Responding to Velvet, again, if you remember, I said it is not my place to say what Iranian people need. You guys have to decide what you need, and I believe in Iranians. This is why I mentioned the history, how strong Iranians are. You guys are warriors. This is for thousands and thousands of years. And this is also why I mentioned this, that war was not an answer. We, United States or Israel, is not dealing with Ukraine. It's not Iraq. It's not Afghanistan. This is Iran, okay? This is why I mentioned. And so this war is not going to end like the others we've seen. This is Iran. And also, if you remember, or if you know the history, going back to when Islamic Republic was established at first, you still had anti-Islamic Republic people in power that could have stopped it. But what happened? The Iraq and Iran war happened, right? 1980. What happened then? That's when the Islamic Republic became stronger in Iran. And they established this is what's going to happen again, and this is what's happening again. Because for Iran, for people, and this is what happens when a country is attacked, survival mode kicks in. And guess what? The government is not going to give up, and people will not. I just don't see it happen. And this is going to become bigger.
Every Armenian I've heard speak on this app understands at the same level as we do. It's just us only Iranians, we're the ones that are stabbing ourselves in the back. Every Armenian who's a Christian, not even a Muslim, sits there and looks at the atrocities of Israel and the destabilization they've done in the region. And they're like, what are you guys doing cheering for them? You've got Gev, I got Lutvik, and now we got Lucid.
Also,
they say the same exact thing.
Also, we went through this. A few years ago, we had the Velvet Revolution, whatever. After through our yellow journalism, this is what the government is doing, the oligarchy government is doing. Later, after the revolution, the so-called revolution, because it was not done by the people, it really wasn't. There were studies done by universities like Yale and stuff, that the perception of corruption was way bigger than the actual corruption. And I'm not saying the Iranian people have no, God knows I'm not saying that they have no reason to dislike their government or the atrocities or whatever. I cannot say that. I'm not there. I don't know. But just think about it for a second. The perception of corruption in Armenia was way bigger than the actual corruption.
Okay, thank you,
So, Lucifer, I wanted to ask a couple, maybe one or two questions. Lucifer, so do you think that Iran can win the war against America and Israel?
It's Lucifer, not Lucifer.
Oh, no, sorry. Apologies.
Iran's objective is to end this war. This is what I see right now.
No, I know whatever you see, but I'm saying they do have objective. My question to you: do you think that Iran can win war against, or hold it down for another, couple weeks without, complete destruction? Because you know how they threatened Gaza. So my question to you: do you think that can Iran hold it down for another week or 2 weeks?
Yes, I think so. If you're asking another week or 2 weeks, yes, definitely you can. Because I think again, given the history with the West, I'm not for any you guys are calling, some Iranians are calling the Islamic Republic a terrorist, whatever it is. I'm not for a government that people don't want. I just want that to be clear. However, given the history between Iran and the West, this is what Iran was preparing for.
And we're talking about
right?
Yeah. So just like you brought up that defense mode and this and that, the survival mode. I agree. A lot of these people, especially Reza Pahlavi supporters, they're delulu, and even some of the centrists, they want this war to continue. So I do believe that at this moment, I don't know. I think they should freaking. I don't know. For the time being, they should side with anybody that's willing to defend their honor, which is their country, and their assets and stuff they brought in, their families and whatnot.
Their life.
If they, their life, and some of these people they live outside of Iran, and they talk as like, oh, it's all right, we can oppress them because I live in. I'm not going to name any. Actually, I'll name it. Wallet wants more sanctions on his own people. Just calm down, Mother Jinne.
So Amir Tiger is on the queue, and after Tiger, it's I forgot.
I just want to say comment. I think Iran can stand 2 years, 3 years.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Amir. Go on, Tiger.
Tiger and then Mo.
Sure.
As a Chinese person who didn't know so much about Iran, like earlier, I learned quite a lot, but I wasn't a person that made any assumptions about Iran, right? China has a history of also being vilified by the West. They had our traders tell the West how many people are being massacred and so on, discrediting the Iranian statements, right, or oversee Iranians, their claims. I'm just saying, as a Chinese person, I'm skeptical of all the such information. So I made no assumptions. When the bombing started, the first thing I was doing was checking with actual Iranians who actually lived in Iran to see how much.
Dude, I'm Persian myself, and I am in Iran myself. Shut the fuck up. You Chinese bastard.
Shut your mouth. Racist bastard, sit in the audience.
There's a strong correlation of Pahlavi supporters and mental health issues.
So
go on, Tiger, continue.
The first time when the bombing
just be careful. Don't bring people up with 0 or 2 followers, okay?
I wasn't. I didn't.
Yeah, I brought him up, idiot. I'm just letting everybody know. Go on.
Well, anyway, the first thing that I did after the bombing started was to ask actual Iranians about, on the street, do we see people coming out? Because I think that of whether this regime will survive in Iran. And actually, the information I got was there were small celebrations from here to there, but overall the people were, anti-invasion, and people came out strongly to support their government fighting back, right? That's the information And the events that unfolded afterwards was that the Iranian resistance still goes on, and it goes on strong, right? It puts America and Israel in a difficult position. And there is no sign of that relenting. So I think those are indicators, right? So it's wrong for anybody to try to assume what the Iranians actually want. The Iranians and the history will always tell us what the Iranians actually want. And it's true that people like Velvet, his agency is taken away by the RGC, probably, if he actually lived there. But it's not true that he can speak for all of Iran. And the people in their struggle against an invasion such as this, right? So all we have to do is to not make any assumptions and not to be delusional, and don't believe that your opinion is higher than the will of a nation, because that's not how history works. If you keep thinking like that, you're going to end up on the wrong side of history.
Can I say something really quick?
They have no history to be on the wrong side.
Next, hang on a second. So the mic was on Tiger, and who was going next?
It was me, but should we go? Al-Khal.
No, brother.
No, go more because I want to give it to a new person. I think this just came up. Daniel.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just want to.
Hold on, Daniel. Hold on. No, you go first, and then Daniel.
Okay, thank you. But guys, over the course of you see how this La La Land that these Pahlavi supporters are picturing for us. Pahlavi comes. But when we press more and dig deeper, the solution was Iranian army has to take up gun and start a civil war in Iran in order to facilitate to Pahlavi to come, and this 80% of Iranians who are pro-Pahlavi are going to come. You know, it's guys, I really genuinely asking Velvet, honestly, who is your drug dealer and what you take? I really am jealous at the moment with the amount of garbage that your brain is kind of mixed with. I think broccoli has more connections in its cells than your brains because it's so frustrating. It's just a Groundhog's Day. Every day you start over and you start over with your garbage about what is the solution, and you come up with a civil war. This is the solution. If Pahlavi has 80% supporters, why Pahlavi is not back in a flight to Tehran? Guys, you and your stupid dream, setback, pursuit of prosperity, political freedom, and better life for Iran with this stupid war for at least a decade. You set back that for a decade. You martyred Ayatollah Khamenei. You immortalized the picture of the Iranian leader. You know, another historical fact. You know who was the last king of Iran died in Iran? Muzaffar ad-Din Shah. Ayatollah Khamenei, first guy since 120 years ago. Not even dying in the bed, being martyred by an aggressor in its own country. So what are you talking? Where do you consume? What do you consume? And where this type of information, where is the source of the information you are getting? You are totally lost, guys.
Yep. I think we should bring Kay, did you want Daniel? Go on, Daniel.
Okay, so I just looked at the title of the room, and I didn't know that Trump wanted to do a ceasefire, but I looked it up, but I didn't get a chance to listen to it. So before I really start talking, can you guys kind of update me on that a little bit more?
Sure. So Iran did a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, right? that affects a lot of these countries. And there's the what's the name of the land? I forgot the name of the land where Trump bought. What's the name of the land? What is it called? Hot. It's he bombed this one place in Iran, which it hasn't destroyed all of its infrastructure. It only destroyed the military base over there. And he did give warning to the Iranian government that if you don't allow any of our things or any of our ships through that Strait of Hormuz, we are going to bomb the shit out of Iran, right? So what Iran did, they started allowing a lot of ships in there now, except for anything to do with America and Israel. So if any of these GCC countries allow their military base to be used to fire rockets on Iran, they would not be allowed. So now a lot of the European countries, they're putting this big question mark in front of the U.S. Like, I thought the U.S. was supposed to protect us. Even the GCC Gulf countries, they've invested a lot of money in the American economy. And American economy, if they were to pull out all of this money, billions and billions of dollars, yeah, we will go through recession, not depression, sorry, recession. And the other issue is if they don't allow the oil to get past that, it's about 20% of world's oil that goes through the Strait of Hormuz. And if it turns into a problem, if people don't, we're gonna have inflation in America. Can you imagine the dollar you have in your pocket? It would worth like 5 cents on a dollar.
By the way, I want to ask you, American people who lives in America, a question, because I saw a video that says that everything, like the prices of everything, literally everything has gone 5 times more. Is that true? Yeah. Especially gas prices right now.
It's not 5 times more. It's almost.
It's not 5. Not yet. Almost the place that I live.
I saw a video that says that this product was, for example, 80 cents or $1, and now it's $5. It's on an American platform. That's why I'm asking.
How long was it ago? Are you talking about the last 5 years? Okay. So right now. And so it was about $3.95. So it has already gone up by $1.50.
I'm not talking about oil. I'm talking about bread, cereal, these things.
No, the only thing that's gone up that much is eggs.
Yeah, that's what happens in the video.
Yeah, the eggs and it happens on milk as well every once in a while, where the farmers are not able to produce, or because of the weather, because of the drought. It used to happen a lot in California, by the way.
If you want, Amir, I can send it. I can send it to you in private because it's on Telegram on an Arabian platform, and you can check the video out if it's valid.
No, I trust you. So Daniel, now Trump wants to do a ceasefire because he's. The other thing I wanted to bring to your attention is today we had that the chief, he actually resigned today. The U.S. I think it's U.S. intelligence chief.
Counterterrorist.
Resigned. Oh yeah, counterterrorist. He's he resigned today. He said what? What'd you say?
I mean, why don't you say anything about Larijani?
Larijani is still unconfirmed by you.
What about Soleimani? What about Soleimani?
Soleimani was like 5 years ago.
Oh my God!
You were talking about Joe
We're talking about this right now. Hold on, we're talking about this from the American perspective. What is going on?
Who cares if an Iranian general got killed when we're talking about U.S. politics?
The U.S. politics, they don't really care who died. They're demonic. These politicians, they're demonic pieces of shit.
Yeah, I agree.
I know, but they don't care. Yeah.
But you know, things are talked about. So we know that it's things like this that has to happen before it gets better. So I'm looking at it more so like a purge or like a cleansing in a way. Because they, like, you know, they can't, all of that corruption and stuff can't keep on going on, because the whole world is going to end up turning on the United States and it's going to go to shit. Now, there's a lot of people that would disagree with me right now, and the majority of them are Trump supporters.
Pahlavi is automatically an IRGC agent.
He called me last month. He told that he dies for the IRGC.
Did anybody see that about Trump telling NATO that he doesn't need help from them in the war anymore?
No, he was asking them, you should think about the membership or whatever, if you're not gonna come and help.
Wow.
So he's super pissed.
But they're gonna, okay, so like, look, if NATO turns on us, we're screwed.
It is, the tides are turning.
The problem in Europe that they can't really turn on America because the most of the European countries' gold is in America. So if they turn on America just can't say, okay.
I think that's going to turn into a bigger issue when that y'all think they're going to try to come here and get their goal?
No, they can't, because they already have a whole war with the Russians because of America. So if America abandons them, and they have to fight also America, so you're talking on a war from both sides, and they will be totally fucked up.
But this is what is documented, like, in different books of what's going to come in the future.
Yeah, and you're talking about, like, for example, most of Italy's gold are in America. Most of France gold is in America. Most of like literally 80% of the European Union's gold is in America.
What I'm saying though is, like, okay, even still, like, if someone is holding on to, like, let's say that someone has someone that you trust so near and dear to your heart, and they turn against you and say, I don't need you, and you're like, all right, well, let me get my gold then, and they're like, no, I'm not giving you shit. What are you gonna do? Would you, like, you just say, oh man, like, you're gonna go with them, you're gonna come get your shit.
You're gonna go to war with them?
I think it will turn on them if he really was like, yeah, we don't need you, we're not giving you shit back.
Yeah, France tried to unify Europe against Trump, and then he bowed down and started sucking Trump's toes.
Guys, I guess you forget the one fact. There is no one want to go there, because if you go, any ship goes there, get hit. You know, it's not about. As Kira-san will say, it's not a simple task, you know. If any ship goes there, they get ballistic missiles, you know, so where do you want to go?
Only that they are closer to Iran than America, so they...
Hey, you can jump in as popcorn style, kid.
What?
Why you flag on the triangle on the right side? Shouldn't that be on the left side? The red triangle of the Palestine flag? I'm just curious.
By the way,
I was talking to a couple of, like,
hardcore regime supporters, very hardcore. And I asked them this question that before the war started, if the government took a couple of steps back, something like, okay, you know what, we're gonna do like free internet, no filtering, نظارت استصوابی, which means that you have to be approved. There is a council that has to approve you. We remove that. That's the biggest steps like that. If they took that two steps back and asked people that in return come to the street and against the war would never happen. They all agreed to it, that if they took this step back, but they didn't. So they had a chance to stop it, and they didn't. They didn't want to pay this price. And I'm wondering why. I don't have a good answer.
Can I go there?
Can we go where?
Can I respond this one?
Sure. You are very disrespectful.
You're welcome.
You asked me a question. Hold on. You asked me a question. I'm busy, and you start insulting me thinking that I ran away. I was busy with my wife and kids. Once I got a chance, I gave you the sources.
Talking to me. I don't check my back channel.
Did you back channel? Did you curse in the back channel more?
No. Here, may I read it? Do you think I should read it more?
No, it's not nice. It's not nice, you know. McKay has been a member of the family, you know. He supports the Iranian cause. He's Iranian. He's your brother.
Yeah, of course. No. I think if you just tap on K.
And he's a really old man, you know. You have to respect elders.
Look at one of his. Look at one of his polls that he participated. He believes that Israel is winning the war. So to me, I really don't.
I got you.
In that case.
No. I got you. If I believe they are winning, what does it prove?
Doesn't approve of that. It doesn't mean that you approve of.
That we have enough peace and peace of mind that we can sit and have a chai and talk about these analogies and metaphors and bullshit. Okay, it's a time of
hold on a second.
Take your side. So
no, who wants you to tell me you have to take a side?
No. Again, you dropped another bullshit bomb about if Iran opened.
And like always, you don't answer my question. The question is.
I can. No. You raised.
I look at the facts. Hold on. I look at the facts. Hold on. Let me tell you the question one more time.
Can someone piece on him to
hold on.
extinguish this fire?
Well, hold on. I'm looking at the facts, and based on what I tell you, to me, it seems like Israel is winning the war.
hold on, Mo. The question was on his page, right? The survey he did, he believes that Israel is winning a war. My question to you is: can people have difference of opinion?
Oh no, that's true. But he cannot claim that he is standing with Iran. I mean,
No. Hold on, Mo. Winning a war. Now, my question to K, is this was this a poll about the Palestinians or Iran versus Israel? What type of poll was it? Do you mind sharing about the details?
If I'm not mistaken, no, it was about the recent war between Israel and USA on one side, if I remember it correctly.
Okay.
And Iran on the other side. Based on the evidence I see, sounds like they are winning.
So can I answer you?
Hang on. We don't need to answer me. I don't need to answer. Mo.
because he raised that if Iran opened up and asked people to come to the street, would have been war. And probably some pro-IRGC guys or I don't know, pro-regime guys said, oh yeah, you are right, war if we just corrected ourselves. You know, I'm just against of this type of simplification nonsenses that just looks at one side of the equation and doesn't see the other part of equation. This war didn't start it because Iran has democracy or doesn't have democracy or this. This war, based on what Donald Trump claims, to obliterate Iranian nuclear capability, which he already announced. You think it's just Iran, and everything is about Iran. If Iran opened up, then they, based on the last conversation that Araghchi had, I don't know, was it MSNBC or CNN, he also kind of cleared up what was discussed with Witkoff. Iranians, also Omani part is saying that Iranians were very flexible to dilute their 60% uranium that they have. So, guys, it's not just all about you and your democracy in Iran. There is America, there is Israel in this region, and there are many other factors. So to go to your Basiji friends who said that, yes, you are right, say, we are wrong because we just are tunnel vision to what we are and what problem we have here.
Okay, can I say something?
Hang on.
I don't know if you know Mr. Judge, Mr. Sarabi. They're big names.
Hang on. I'll give you the mic. Hang on.
At least on Clubhouse, there are big names and very logical people when it comes to support the Iran regime. I didn't talk about democracy. And I asked the question, I hope this time you answer the question. Just imagine, the war hasn't happened. Twice, 3 times the people that showed up on January 18th and 19th would show up on the streets in the support of the regime saying we don't want a war. Do you think the war would still happen? Yes or no?
Can you repeat it? Yes. The question is a bit cryptic.
Yes.
What if
multiply it by 3 or 4. If that many number of people came out on the streets and shouted, we don't want a war, and they supported the regime, we want to work with this regime.
Yes.
Do you think the war would still happen?
Because Iran didn't start the war, yes. Yes.
Because problem with nuclear and ballistic missiles.
Yes. Defense capability, yes.
Can I go now? Amir?
Quickly, also, can I get it to you?
Sure. There's one thing before I say my point, is that you're talking about the possibility of the war in Iran after the whole the protests. Without there's also the government was trying to at least not let it takes a different line of violence, but I don't know, for me and for many people that was following the protests, it was just felt like a hijack. Definitely, it's everything just changed. But again, I go back to the point I wanted to make. Who can here guarantee that even if Iran was a democratic country, but it still didn't want to collaborate with the West, it still wouldn't face this war? Who can guarantee here that if Iran even had a democratic government, let's say about 5 years ago it was a reform in Iran, and the government was much more democratic with whatever measure you take, but the government in Iran still didn't want to give up their nuclear right to let's say that. Who can guarantee here that the colonialists and the Western powers wouldn't still force Iran to this war to make a failed state? Who can, and I have a good example for you. When someone like Trump goes out there and talk about we want to take Iceland, when this guy doesn't even show any restrictions to even their closest allies, who would think that they would be kinder to Iran? Who generally can here guarantee that they would still not push this war? Because in my idea, there was no other plan but just go to war. The past 10 to 15 years, if not 47 years, at least since 2000, when all this anti-Islamic going and making all these wars in the Middle East and other countries. So for people that I don't know, in my idea, that living in a utopia, in a dreamland, that this war wouldn't happen, I disagree. This war would happen either, even if Iran was more a democratic government, even if it happened a referendum in Iran about 10 years ago, even if the reformists in I don't know what year is سال 88 چه سالیه به سال میلادی when the reformists wanted to come into power, it was 16 years ago.
2009.
Yes, even if they come to power, even if Iran didn't go more on the side of conservatives, without even okay, there's also this whole thing that wherever US tried to push the sanctions, the conservatism getting more and more power in Iraq, it was a result of the Western pressure in Iraq. I'm not agreeing with what they do, but you can't just push a country to the corner in every aspect and expect them to, like, okay, we're gonna be a more and more democratic country. And I come back again to my point. Who can guarantee here that Iran would not face this war even if it was a more democratic country? When we see literally this guy, like, which is a representation of the old ambitions of a colonialist, doesn't even show mercy to the closest allies, who is Iceland. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
I have a break.
Thank you.
No.
Did Ben-Gvir die? Smotrich die? Eliyahu die?
No, he won't like the news. So, Fars News Agency, it is associated with IRGC. They have confirmed that Larijani has been dead. It is a major news. Iranians in the street know that. But also they have said that since yesterday, Israel has started to terror some high-ranking officials of Iran. So this means that the news is even bigger than Larijani. So I won't be surprised if people like Pezeshkian or other people would have been assassinated.
Amir, Velvet is about to go to his little community center and hand out jalebi for this news. He's so happy. Zulbina Bologna Tashko, you guys is
Why would you do that?
Because you're a fucking retard, that's right. Instead of saying I didn't go to Johnny,
1 hour ago,
you dumbass.
1 hour ago you were saying, one hour ago you were saying.
No, I just confirmed it on his Telegram.
Hadi, I just wanted to tell you, Hadi, I just wanted to tell you something, just for the info. Here in Pakistan, we have these two provinces. In these two provinces, we are gay-friendly. So if you know anyone gay, please send them here. We are very gay-friendly provinces here in Pakistan. Just for the info, Hadi Jan.
No problem, brother.
All right, so we have Aram here. Welcome.
So Amir, this is actually Ali Larijani and the leader of the Basij, Soleimani, that passed away, confirmed from their telegram. They reached
It's not passed away. It's killed like a dog, like a rat.
Martyrdom, Shaheed, God.
Let's talk to Aram really quick, if you guys don't mind. Aram, my question to you: what is the need for you to wave that Israeli flag? Why not just?
Born in Islam, and then I changed my belief to Jewish.
So when did you become Jewish?
How did you do that? Was it fast? Was it easy to do?
Yeah, when did you become Jewish?
Alhamdulillah.
I understand. I did not because, can you tell us what's written in the Torah? Can you tell us what are the 3 oaths?
Sorry, I can't invite you to be Jew. But if you want, you can.
No, I don't want to get. I'm asking you. Was it easy?
My religion.
Yeah, I'm because. No, it's not a personal question. Because the 3 oaths, every Jewish person knows that practices their religion. So, Mike, next question to you. Okay, next. Okay.
I can ask a question. Do you dip yourself in a mikvah? Did you go to a mikvah?
He doesn't know what it is.
She doesn't know. She's full of shit.
Okay, Aram, next question. See, what about the civilians that are dying?
I didn't hear any news about civilians.
So with 1,000 people dead
my family, and they are in a safe situation.
Okay.
They're happy.
Okay, hang on. So what about that school that they killed over 150 girls?
Oh my God, it's the same story. That IRGC since 40 years
U.S. confirmed it.
killed all the people.
Aram, U.S. confirmed it. The Tomahawk missile was used, which is only the U.S. has it and UK has it. Nobody else has it. But that Tomahawk missile was used, and they did use a missile, so it's confirmed it. My question to you: if they confirmed it, which means it was killed by America, nothing to do with IRGC. Now, next point you're going to bring up: well, why is the school near IRGC base? In America, we have about over 160 schools near military installations. It doesn't. No. Focus on the.
Answer the
question. Okay, I'll answer. I'm from the Middle East.
Oh, tell me which country.
If I tell you, I might have to kill you. That's why I can't tell you.
No. It doesn't matter.
Stop
So are you going to answer his questions, Autumn?
So you're scared about your country. So you should.
No, I'm not scared.
Answer the question, you Zionist clown. I know the Ten Commandments better than you. I know the Ten Commandments better than you. And I'm a Muslim.
I don't know why you give her time of day.
No, it's not true. It's not true. Hold on. She's not a troll. Look at her picture. She's waving a dirty flag. So next question to you: Do you condemn America for attacking that school? It was a Tomahawk missile used by American government to bomb that school. It was,
from fucking Afghanistan, so just shut up.
Hold on. Adam, what we're not gonna do is we're not gonna be racist, okay?
I'm not talking about racism.
Hold on. You brought up Afghanistan. You said fucking Afghanistan. Don't do that, okay? That's that. You're being a bad person. At the yeshiva, they didn't teach you this. You know what a yeshiva is? Tell me what a yeshiva is. Nobody come off the mic. I need to know, Aram, from your side, what is a yeshiva? Every Jewish person knows what a yeshiva is. Go on. Nothing, nada. It means you're not Jewish. You're just playing along. Do you know that's hold on, that's endek. Did you know this? You're doing it in the name of Judaism just because you hate your own government. You shouldn't be doing that. Do you know that this is wrong.
Amir, I work for IRGC. I'm going to report her right now. I'm a spy for IRGC.
And you're not Jewish, by the way, Adam.
I have to make a statement to everyone. America and the American government cares so much about the Iranian people that they're dropping bombs on them. They're just killing their children and blowing their schools, but they love them. They want them free. What do you think?
Not only that, they blew up the hospital as well. Like there's so much hospital that got blown up.
Yeah, because they love them and they want the best.
It's not a business to say any comment or anything.
It's my country, bro. Hey,
you need to go. Listen, go sit in a mikvah and maybe you should drown in there. Try to drown.
I'm a U.S. citizen, by the way. It is my fucking business. My tax dollars are going to freaking bomb your country. I don't agree with that shit.
Aram, look where mikvah is and go take a dip, okay?
And Tim Bibb is American as well, by the way, the guy that's speaking to you. A lot of us are Americans. Dog like a Reza Pahlavi to freaking bow down to American government. Come and bomb my country. Why is he doing this? Why did he go to the wall?
And Maran,
you're sick. Stop saying mother gender. You're a coonie. Freaking, I don't even know if you have a dad. You might be a bastard child.
Honestly, guys, there is nothing more insulting to Israel than to have this fat bitch holding their flag.
Oh, she quit. It's a racist bitch, you know?
Couldn't do without food, bro. That was okay. All in unison, I think you should all spit in her general direction.
Poof.
We just got a bunch of sawab there.
Let's all say we have
Our fast.
Share the audience. It's okay. I'm fasting right now. I don't want to curse the audience. I don't know, man. Somebody on the stage. Let's all say meow. We're gonna pivot. Anyways,
wait, nobody said it. Just kidding.
I said it. Can somebody please say it? Who wants to say it?
Are you kidding? Thank you guys. I feel so messed up.
That's it, baby.
Amir, a couple of days ago, one of these pat lovers privately messaged me. I went into my request folder. I opened it up. They said that they have a guy working full time to find out my phone number and my address in Iran because they're gonna kill all my family members in Iran for being IRG. These are the kind of rats, low class, low life, threatening people's family over discourse. They're so mentally ill, man. These people are mentally ill.
These are people.
So yeah. Government cares about the Iranian people. They just love them so much that they just want to kill them and drop bombs on them.
Yeah, well, they love us, man. They love us as much as they love Iraq. They love us more than Iraq. They love us more than Libya. They're jealous of us, how much they love Iran.
Say something. Hadi, the other day I was in an Iranian Scandinavian here, and it was actually this girl around there too. And they was threatening me that we know that we see, because it's my profile that I'm living in Oslo. And they was threatening me that we're gonna find you are Irish, it's like you guys are just so stupid.
Empty threats, that's all they got, just like their king. Their king is full of empty
threats. So Khalik, you wanna speak on?
No, I said another one just came up.
Yeah, it's Tom. Where's Jerry?
And put me on mute.
Oh, you're the Zionist scumbag that I came across a long time ago. Oh my God. And you're Jewish, right?
I'm Jewish, I'm Israeli, and you hate the truth.
I know.
I'm respectful and
okay, what is the yeshiva? What is the yeshiva?
It's a religious school.
Okay, what is 3 oaths?
I don't know what that means.
Okay, all right. I don't think you're Jewish.
When was the last time When was the last time you took yourself in a mikveh? Come on.
Mikveh is only religious ladies, and 90% of Israel is not religious. So you guys are pretty ignorant. Maybe I can teach you.
So how many didn't you ask what's the percentage of flaming homosexuals running around? Is it 33% or 40% inside Israel?
It's the same as the rest of the world. Same as
not religious, but why
the largest LGBTQ rally? It happens in the Middle East. Where? Inside Israel. Not only. Okay. My question to you: if you have the largest LGBTQ rally, which took place, do you know in what year, Tom?
No.
Okay, and it was in 1994 inside Israel. The largest LGBTQ rally happens inside Israel in the Middle East, but yet they don't allow gay marriages. So even a Muslim person cannot marry a Jewish woman, even though according to Islam it's allowed. It's because
let me explain. Under the religious laws in Israel, basically a religious wedding, traditional wedding, you cannot marry a Muslim, gay people cannot get married, you cannot actually marry a Jewish person, cannot marry a non-Jewish person in a religious wedding, because the rabbis say, you want to marry a non-Jewish person, have a secular wedding. But obviously, if you're having a religious ceremony, it's got to be according to the tradition.
Where would the secular marriage happen? Can it happen inside Israel?
It can happen in Israel, but most people leave.
Look, I know the laws inside Israel, okay? Inside Israel, civil marriage is not allowed.
You can go to the territories. You can have.
You can go to Cyprus. Cyprus is the closest one, or the West Bank or Gaza, which you're occupying it.
I don't understand your point. I don't understand what you're trying to do.
Try to be honest. I'm saying.
You want to marry a pair of lesbians?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Inside Israel, you have the largest LGBTQ rally. You promote the lesbian and gay. You promote them all day, every day. Yet you don't allow them. You don't allow them to get married inside Israel.
Correct.
So is it a secular state or is it a Jewish state? Which one is it?
It's a secular state with religious aspects to it because it's the Jewish state.
Okay, if it's a Jewish state, can an atheist be a Jew? But you're still a Jew. It's this freaking contradiction one after another. It's full of contradictions. Anyways, so why do you support the Iranian cause? Can you tell us, are you ready to condemn the genocide that your people did, the Zionist Jews that served in the IDF, that have killed over 70,000 people, which was confirmed by the IDF in Gaza? Are you willing to condemn that? No, he's not going to condemn it.
You're asking me to condemn something?
Yes, condemn the genocide that happened in Gaza.
No, I condemn the innocent civilians dying in Gaza, but there's no genocide. There's a lot of innocent lives being lost. By the regime, then the civilians who died in Gaza.
What was the number? What was the number?
You're an idiot. You're an idiot. I can't believe you just made that.
He's a Zionist atheist Jew, man. What do you expect? He lives inside Israel. He's a scumbag. He's a diopig.
Israelis
as a Zionist Jew. The whole world uses two numbers. 30,000 civilians died in Iran, and a total of 70,000 people died in Gaza, the majority of which were combatants. So
does it have to be 6 million to be called genocide?
No. It doesn't matter what the number is.
Okay.
Genocide is the intent to kill. The intent to kill a civilian
children combatant.
Yeah, he calls everybody combatant.
Yeah, they do.
He's such an idiot.
Good Palestinian children as future. What a good point. Kill them as well.
When did I do that? When did roughly, probably more, a large portion of which were combatants.
What about the rest of the hospital?
Like 6 months old? What is the age of combatant? Like 6 months, 1 year old?
Tens of thousands of innocent civilians died in Gaza. Nobody's disputing that. The circumstances could be debated.
How many of them were combatants and how many of them were civilians from the 70,000?
Between a third to half were combatants.
So a third of them were combatants and the rest of them were innocent civilians. Okay.
Let's just say it's a reasonable number.
Two-thirds of them were civilian combatants. Right?
Yeah, could be.
And that's just collateral damage because, Hamas was using them as human shields, right?
Well, it's the same in every war, so can't apologize for it, but we can all feel bad and try and avoid it.
Somehow you have a moral high ground over IRGC. That's just baffling. What the fuck are you?
IRGC is targeting civilians. Israel is targeting terrorists. Targeted civilians, and they only killed 70,000 people in 2 years, and the IRGC killed 30,000 people in 2 days. How bad are Israelis with their weapons?
What about
are
the
they
fact
retarded?
that your people just killed in West Bank? 30,000 people.
They're not chosen people, the Israelis.
You know what the Jews were chosen for?
You don't even believe in God.
Your God's chosen lunatics. That's what you read.
You know,
God is telling us what God's telling us.
So tell us, tell us as an atheist what God told
What is God's chosen people telling us from an atheist?
God chose the Jews to be the
Atheist, God chosen. I can't believe this guy. Oh my
I don't believe it. I'm going to share with you if you want to learn. I don't believe it, but that's what Jews believe. If you
ethnicity came about late 1800s or some shit. It wasn't like this.
Jews believe.
Bro, these Zionists are just wow. Like I can't fucking wrap my head on it.
Oh my God.
Bro, I'm not afraid of the answer.
That promised him this land. How the fuck?
You don't believe in God.
Did you actually hear God promise them this land? Everybody somewhere, because I have plenty of books on why.
If you weren't afraid of the answers, you would ask one question at a time and let me speak.
Answer my question. Do you believe in the God that promised you the land that you're living in?
I don't. No. Most Jews don't.
But so wouldn't you understand, like someone like me looking at you like a fucking like hypocrite, and you're like you're in the comments talking about Muslims being savages. What about you? What about like the hypocrite that you are?
Most Jews in Israel don't believe that we were given the land by God. We believe that we.
Occupied.
Have you taken a DNA test?
I have, and we talked about it last time I was here. You guys all believe it's not possible if you don't Google the fact that you can take a DNA test in Israel, right?
Okay, so what is your DNA?
No, I know they can take it. I know.
99.3% Jewish. And I've been in Israel from my
DNA doesn't tell you. Hold on, DNA doesn't tell you have Jewish blood, by the way. Respectfully, it's not putting on the show.
That's correct. You are correct, but it points to genes that are very common in Jewish ancestry. There's no Jewish.
What kind of genes do you have? You have Zyro-pig genes in there?
Okay. Every time you don't like what I say, you start getting insulted.
I thought it's a religion. It's not an ethnicity, isn't it?
So I want to tell you guys about this. This happened about a few years back. 23andMe. They did a lot of the Jews that live in New York. It's not all the way. The other one is actually like a proper one. You know what I'm saying? The one that you go to a court.
I did 20 online, $20 extra, and
is there an document program? Wait. Is there an Israeli government program that you have to go through when you do a DNA test to make sure that you're from that land, that your family originates from that land?
No.
So why isn't, if you're saying you deserve the land because of your genetics is connected to the land, why don't they do that with everybody that's in that land?
I never said that. That would be a stupid thing for any government to claim.
So what do you mean?
Israel belongs to the Jews, or it's a false statement.
What are the Jews? That's the problem. What are the Jews?
It's the people who are.
If I convert to Judaism tomorrow, am I good gonna get an Israeli citizen?
If you spend years converting to Judaism, you will be allowed to live in Israel with basically you get a visa to Israel. Yes. Bullshit. What do you mean bullshit?
Get it circumcised, by the way, and who's this guy, man? Who's this idiot? This guy says he's a supporter of Reza Pahlavi. Stop crying. Stop.
Oh, he is from Immortal God.
Yeah, the Starbucks guy is, I think he's a Reza Pahlavi fan. Are you Reza Pahlavi fan?
Fuck you, Amir.
Yes.
Amir,
send them to the hall, man. Send them to the
Oh
hall.
my God. Okay, sit in the audience like this scumbag you are.
Speaks German. Don't bring.
Amir, let me share something interesting with you. I go to the Israeli rooms, and people there hate Netanyahu. People there have a lot of shit to say about Israel. Valid shit, because Israel is an imperfect country. They're talking about. But instead, you're talking about weird, stupid conspiracies that anybody can Google in 2 seconds, wasting your time.
I told you, I had to educate you on the civil marriages, by the way. You didn't know about civil marriages.
Of course I did. It's known in Israel.
It's not allowed. It's not allowed.
Because the religious ceremony in Israel is controlled by the rabbinical courts.
Okay, I want you to go around your local, the rabbi, whatever, ask them, why is the reformist rabbis having problems inside Israel? Why aren't they allowed to practice their belief system? Because reformist rabbis, they allow gay marriages and a whole bunch of other shit.
You cannot have a religious ceremony in Israel that doesn't align with a religious tradition. You can have
hold on. That's a reformist rabbi.
The reformist rabbis are basically, they're secular. So the religious rabbis are like, hey guys, fuck off. And don't conduct marriages, which are religious ceremonies. I don't know why that's a big deal for you. Why is that like a big conspiracy?
Okay. The reason why it's a big deal
between our regime and Israel, then should we ask Americans to free you guys?
No, we're free. It's a democracy. You have people in Israel.
You guys are oppressed, my God.
It's run by Jewish supremacy. It's not democracy. It's democracy.
Definitely not democracy. I've got no idea what you're talking about.
So 2018, 2018, they passed a law. It's called self-determination, exclusively and unique to the Jews, right? Which was issued by the Israeli disgusting guy in his criminal state. This guy is saying democracy. Why don't they have the full self-determination? Why is it exclusively and unique to the Jews, Tom?
In order to maintain a Jewish identity to the country. And in Israel, yes.
This is why it's racist. This is why it's a racist.
I'm very much racist.
It's still not
That's fine. The identity, that's fine with me.
Even if you break it down, it's still not a democracy in quotation marks based on just because they get to elect or vote, that doesn't make it a democracy. You've got to look into the separation of powers. If you look at them and compare them to other democracies, you'd realize they are definitely an elected dictatorship. That's what they are. All you vote for is a party. Hold on. All you vote for is a party. You don't vote for any individuals. So you vote for like the Likud party or Netanyahu's party. You won't vote for Netanyahu. You're voting for his party, which were made up of a group of individuals that got together and made a party. That was it. They got vetted, they got appointed, and then you make a selection. They control. You've got one chamber in your legislature. It's literally the executive who's your legislator. So your executive actually making the law. It's not democracy. How is that democracy? Do you even understand what you're talking about?
You should bite the bullet on.
Netanyahu recently has been pushing for what? The control over your judiciary. He's actually now passed the law. It's getting reviewed by the Supreme Court because he wants to have the executive control your courts. He wants to take your courts and you judge. So don't talk about things you have no idea about.
I was in the demonstrations against that.
Demonstrations. Oh, great. So you basically lie. You know that you don't have a democracy. You're demonstrating against it, yet you want to come here and start
propagating all this bullshit. Come on.
What do you mean it's not a democracy? I don't understand. It's more than
America is not a democracy. It's obvious. Move on.
No, hold on. I'm not even understanding, right? I'm against the Zionist state, right? But it is a democracy. Like, I don't know what you guys are on about right now.
It's not.
They chose to choose him, right? That's fine.
No, they didn't. They didn't. Go and look into it. I'm not
look
going
into
to
it. Fair enough.
explain it. But if you look into how Israel governs, they always use it as an umbrella term when they come out and give speeches. The first thing they go to is the way the only democracy. It's a selling point for them, right? So they really draw on this idea that because they take some sort of election, that okay, they fit into this narrative of a democratically run state. But when you delve deeper and you go into it, you will realize it's not actually run or governed like a normal democracy.
What's a normal democracy? What should be a normal democracy?
The first aspect of any democracy is separation of powers. That is the first aspect, okay? You need to have your judiciary separate from your executive, separate from your legislature. You don't have that. So you fall almost at the first hurdle.
Okay, pause, because nobody understands what you're saying. Israel's...
Yeah, but because you talk about things...
Don't interrupt. For the last few years, all the demonstrations in Israel are about the the court systems fighting Netanyahu who wants more power. That's all the fight's about.
You're coming to
There's no separation of state and law. When it's all that it's about. They're trying to change it, but dude, you're so ridiculous. Again, there's real issues here because there are real issues here, and the fact that Israel is not Israel is not a perfect democracy. The court system, Supreme Court. The Supreme Court.
Oh my gosh, you're a very honest.
This guy is an idiot.
You run your parliament.
I want to give you guys another detail as well. So they have laws. There's over 20 racist laws against the Palestinians. So if Gaza or West Bank, he or she cannot sponsor. Can you guys hear me?
I can now. Yeah, you went quiet for a second.
I said so. If Jerusalem, he cannot get married to her or him. Cannot sponsor them. They have to. She or he would have to leave the country and marry them out. Marry outside of Israel. But they won't even get any type of visas to live inside Israel.
The human sources for that is right.
Oh, no, he's right. He's right. Israel has a law.
Israel
has a law that says you can't easily marry somebody from an enemy state and just bring them over. There's a process you have to go through. Just like you can't marry somebody from North Korea and bring them to the U.S.
What if it's a non-Jew from America or something?
Unfortunately, there's thousands of mixed marriages in Israel every year. How does that happen?
But we're talking about Gaza because they're Palestinian. They're racist towards Palestinians. That was the whole point.
There's thousands of Jews marrying Muslims every year in Israel. Civil union in Israel, or they get married in the West Bank?
Civil marriage is not allowed inside Israel. Or calm your tits down. You don't know anything.
Civil union is not marriage. It's a secular process, and that's allowed in Israel.
Civil marriage is not allowed. They have to leave the country. They have to go to Cyprus or something.
You have to leave the country if you want to be registered in what's called a rabbanut, which is the religious, orthodox, governing system.
Yeah. And then the other law that you have, so if a Jewish born to a mother, if a kid born to a Jewish mother, he either he practices Judaism or he becomes an atheist, he can still go get a citizenship inside Israel. But as soon as he converts to Christianity or Islam, he's not allowed in Israel. None of the rabbis will sign me off on this.
What does that mean he's not allowed in Israel? There are tens of thousands of Christians in Israel. There's 2 million Muslims in Israel. What does that mean? He's not.
From the halakha perspective, yes, he is Jewish, but Israel doesn't respect it because none of the rabbis will sign him off on it because he converted to Islam or Christianity, even though his mother is Jewish. There's a lot of these problems with it. Ask Jindal, he's a Palestinian. He tried to convert to Judaism so he can, go back inside Israel. Go back to his home.
You're saying that Israel has Jewish laws and some people who are rare exceptions fall through the cracks?
Yes. Atheists and Jews are allowed to go over there to Ali and get a citizenship. But if a kid, converts to Muslim, Islam, or Christianity, he can't he can't get a citizenship inside Israel.
Why would he get a citizenship in Israel? Why would
because he's an ethnic Jew. He's Jewish.
If he was born in Israel, then he's going to have citizenship.
I have an idea.
The longer term.
Imagine somebody converts to Judaism, goes to Israel, makes Aliyah, goes to Israel, and after he gets there, he becomes a citizen of the state. Then all of a sudden he changes his mind. He says, "I want to become, a Christian." Would he lose his right to be an Israeli citizen?
You have to Google that up, but this is the important conversation we're having right now. These rare, stupid cases, these exceptions to the rule. What are you guys talking about? Fucking World War III is happening. You're talking about weird conspiracy. And honestly, this is ridiculous. You have 100 people listening to you. Teach them something.
All right, let's discuss.
No, we want American to free you guys from these laws.
Yikes. The laws are affecting
Do you live in Israel?
How about they never turn themselves some of that? America's going to come and
The big question is, can Israel win war against Iran? Just Israel itself, not with America's help.
Fuck no.
So now that Laranjani has been confirmed, was just confirmed that he was killed. He was
I already knew this. This is so old.
How old? Like what, a year old, or was it a day old?
Like 7 hours ago.
Oh my God.
No, it was just confirmed recently. It was just confirmed by the government, but the rumors and the posts and things like that were already coming out.
So now that he is gone, he was the key person for probably future negotiations between the Americans and the Iranian government. Not that Israel killed him. Does that mean the
Oh, he's dead. Did it change anything?
What do you want? Yo, so many leaders have been unalive. What do you want about? I'm destroyed right now. It's all bad. But you know what? We're trying to work through it. We'll figure it out as we go. That's really what's fun.
This lady keeps saying Netanyahu is dead, this wishful thinking. Again, stop with the conspiracies. There's real shit to worry about.
He's not dead. He's just, he just has some rectal cancer. That's what I heard. But
most Israelis hope he dies. It's time to move on. But the fact that you guys are clinging to, again, weird conspiracy and rumors, it kind of shows something about your mental state. Who cares if he's dead or not? Even if Netanyahu dies, you think the war's going to stop? No, because everybody in Israel and most people in the West and most people in the Middle East believe that this war is going to, if it succeeds, and it looks like it's going in the right direction, hopefully, it's going to make the world a better place for especially Iranians and Palestinians.
Yeah, that's his worldview. It's fine.
I have a question for Tom. When has Israel gotten involved in a country and made it a better place? Can you give me one example?
Egypt, Jordan.
Egypt is a better place?
Egypt's better place than when the Muslim Brotherhood was taking over. It was better than when he was trying to fight Israel, wasting its resources, being extremist. Look at it.
The people in Egypt prosper. Are they going to stay in the government? Is there no crimes in Egypt now?
Every country that's made peace with Israel is doing far better than before it had peace with Israel, with no exceptions.
Really?
Why do we need to make peace with you guys?
You need to make peace with everybody.
Wait. So Jordanians are better off today than they were, I don't know, 20, 30 years ago?
I don't know who Judeans are. I mean, Israel. Okay, well.
So, Tom, can I give you a different perspective?
I'm here to learn.
To be honest, I think, I hear you. You probably watch Israeli TV, and for you, you are making the world better place, and it is how to say, you are winning. But I would like to give you a different perspective on this subject. You just replaced Ayatollah Khamenei with Ayatollah Khamenei, who is 30 years younger. And just a tangent to the Larijani discussion, I think based on what I observed, the Iranians are going to escalate. So I think the replacement for Larijani will be far more aggressive than what he was, or they are not going to how to say they are. The other thing is there is a rally around the flag in Iran, regardless of you support the Islamic regime or not. Right now, as a historical nation, as a nation with being there thousands of years ago, we feel that our country, our home is under attack by America and Israel. So there's a rally over the flag. So the popularity of the government, which was falling, now it is kind of taking off. The other thing is, I think one of the problems that you guys have, Israelis, you really don't know your enemies. You try to copy what you did with Hamas or Hezbollah to, how to say, decapitate, which was to some extent successful, but that didn't stop the resistance. You see, the resistance is going on. Even those leaders are taken off, and you see Iranians missiles are being going on over the last 18 days without their leaders. So I think there is a huge miscalculation, misunderstanding of your enemy, and a little bit of propaganda on what you are saying. Iranian didn't lose. And last thing I want to bring to your attention, Iraq became a terrorist hub after the occupation by Americans. It didn't work out. You didn't have Daesh in Iraq after the power vacuum that was created after fall of Saddam. Although you as Israeli that are no longer threat to Israel, then I can say, okay, so you are going to that direction. So then you can drop the mask that you want to help Iranians for prosperity and stuff like that. But otherwise, I don't think this war is making Middle East better place or making it better for Iranians. How about that?
You're talking about a war that's 2 weeks old, number one. Number two, you mentioned missiles. Missile volumes dropped by 90%, 90. So it's making incredible progress. And if you don't think that the world would be a better place without a tyrannical regime that subjugates its own people, abuses and kills thousands of people, sponsors Hezbollah, sponsors the Houthis, sponsors Hamas, if you don't think that we can have a modern, fairly liberal Muslim state in Iran that would, and to yourself.
No, I didn't say
you
that.
You guys are making a genocide in Gaza. What are you talking about?
I'm Iranian here, and you're absolutely right.
Shut the fuck up! You're not Iranian.
What is that?
mic at a time. So let's hear all sides. So I think Hadi was speaking. Hadi, if you're done.
Real quick, Amir, I just wanted to fact check Tom because he said that after Egypt basically made peace with Israel, they prospered. That is objectively not true. Egypt experienced significant strategic financial benefits following 1979 treaty with Israel, often described as a cold peace, but quote unquote. But since then, despite the massive foreign aid from the U.S., the country has faced chronic economic mismanagement, population pressures, and periodic financial crises over the subsequent decades. So they are not better off than where they were with the Muslim Brotherhood. In fact, you destabilize their infrastructure. And it's not even ChatGPT, it's a Google search. You could just Google search this and you'll get the answer. So not only did you destroy their infrastructure, you destroyed the management and administration of a government. Everybody who visits Egypt says this is a failed state with no proper governmental laws. And so all of this happened because they made peace with Israel. So you are incorrect. Egypt did not prosper. Also, Jordan, while they are gargling Israeli balls out of fear for their own existence, Jordan has one of the worst economies. They have one of the worst economies in the world. I've been to Jordan. They hate Israel, but they can't say anything because their king is a cock, just like Reza Shah Pahlavi. So that's about it with regards to the countries.
Honey, can I go next?
So go ahead, make your point, brother, and then I want to pass it to Alex. He wants to speak, and then I'll wait.
He did a little bit of a straw man. I never said that the world without tyrants or criminals like Netanyahu is better place. So I definitely believe the world is better place with genocidal criminals and without genocidal people like Netanyahu and criminals like him. So of course I agree with you on that point. But I said, according to the experience, if you are honest, if you want Iran to be a failed state in civil war and destabilized, if it is your objective, then drop the mask and be honest about it. But you are not making Iran better place based on the historical evidence. That's all I'm saying.
Amram, did you want to say something?
Yes, I just want to remark about Epstein files. This war happened because of Epstein files. I mean, Trump was pushed to do this war. This is another way to show that Israeli people are actually a blackmail, like really obsessed with blackmailing people. They blackmail the president to do this war, as usual, as they always do. They push government to stand with them and help them to do genocide, to do wars. In the name of peace or global peace, there is corruption in those governments, blah, blah, blah. But the truth is expanding. No, I'm Mauritanian.
Oh, okay, nice.
From West Africa. Iranian is actually Shia. So Shia is not have a good relationship with the other Muslims, but we all Muslims, we have some different, like Christianity, you have Catholic and Protestant. There is some different, but if I have to choose, I mean, I'm not supporting Iranian leader, but if I have to choose, I will choose them any day against United States, against Israel. I mean, I don't like the fact that they are hating God. There is innocent people there, but this war is injustice. I mean, it's all because sick bastards who seeking to demonize this world, trying to occupy it under the new world order, some bullshit like that, and it's all clear. All people can see it clearly, and even so that they are still going on this bloody hell war.
Thank you. Got you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, America, we got a bunch of pedophiles and whatnot. Hey, what's up, Hashmi? The government's run by pedophiles. How you doing? Are you okay? By the way, lady, did you want to say something before I go to Hashmi? Lady, are you there? Lady? Nothing? Okay, all right, go on. Let's speak.
Just all
Some people know that like where Israel wants to go, like their determination of like running the world, right, is coming about because they're hiding themselves amongst other peoples. They're hiding themselves amongst other peoples and taking over governments like Mexico. But that is beyond me. I mean, Netanyahu is now dead. I'm done with that kind of concept. How do we move forward? How do we, as a people, move 7 billion people into like the new realm? That's a question.
Reestablishing the world order, sister.
Amr, can I say 1 second and then Hashmi can speak?
Yeah, go on, money, go on.
A new world order was already established, and like that didn't work. It didn't work. Right.
Yeah, we got you, but the New World Order is being destroyed right now thanks to Iran and Israel. It's actually thanks to this disgusting Zionist criminal state. Israel likes to start shit. Otherwise, everything would have stayed in order. Go on, Munir.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Velvet said something in the chat, so I just want to tell him. Yeah, I agree with what Velvet was saying, that 63% of the Iranians are not Muslim. I totally agree with that. 63% of Iranians are not Muslim. But I also wanted to inform that 63% of Iranians are also not gay. Thank you.
Wow. Something? Yeah, I'll just the other guy there who said that 63% non-Muslim. That's not true. Iran is 99% Muslim. So I'll just leave it at that for now. I just want to correct someone.
It doesn't matter if they are
I would say one thing. Foreign Minister Arachi. Oh my goodness, how good is this guy? What a great foreign minister. He's doing an amazing job in the world. And guess what now? We have now backlines through Iran to every powerful country in the world now making deals with Iran. The IRGC has done an amazing job. They are winning the war. The Iranians should be proud of their country, and they're doing extremely well. And now we have a situation where they're going to prosper, because now the rest of the world who refused to help Trump and the Zionist entity in the Gulf have this means Iran is officially winning the war, and I don't think there's much more in this now.
I think America doesn't want no smoke from China or Russia. Okay? We don't want no smoke from them. We don't like no American is ready to go to war with Russia or China.
Or Iran for that matter.
Yeah, I do agree. Most people, nations, does not want this war, doesn't want to engage in any war. But the problem is in the government, and the government is elected by the same people. So people should act. The first one. The first name.
Can you provide me hold on. Can you provide me the evidence of the claim you just made? Sunnis are killed in Iran.
The revolution that Khomeini, the first one, not this last one. I mean, their names are.
You don't need to tell us. Why, when you don't know something?
Yeah, Sunnis are killed by Shias in Iran.
Can you
It's happened. It's a history.
Of course, you're Iranian. I see it to you.
Like someone say that Hitler does exist, but I don't know at what time he was born.
You said you had to provide to us which date a genocide happened to the Sunnis after the Islamic Revolution. Go on. It's in the history. Give us the date and the name of the event and what happened. Go on, please.
Okay, I'll provide it right now.
Thank you. So, I'm gonna use my time, if I may. So guys, let me tell you something. Iranian society is very, very complicated, and you cannot understand it merely by reading one article, okay? So majority of the Iranians in name are Muslims, but a lot of them are not religious. This is a way to be really exact, if you want to say it. So majority are Muslims.
Should we speak? No, hold on, no, Ash.
Yeah, hold on, what? I'm sorry, you're speaking?
Can you provide give me the evidence.
That majority are not religious?
Yeah, that's what you said.
Okay, so I can is part of your faith, and they made it wajib, okay, for the believers to go and vote. An Iranian poll, only 46% of those who were eligible, they went and they voted. Out of this 46%, majority, about 33% or 29%, voted for Pezeshkian, who is
That's an incorrect indication. There's so many religious people.
I'm giving you
Exactly. First of all, exactly. But those numbers you're giving me, can you give me the evidence for the numbers you're providing?
Of course.
It's like speaking out of your ass.
Do you
Yeah,
want
give me the evidence.
the fatwa of the Maraja as well that voting is obligated?
I want the evidence for the percentage you're giving me, dude. Just give me the evidence for the percentage you give me.
Okay, just give
46% voted.
Participated during.
Out of the 46%,
Okay. In 1988, there has been a most horrific massacre that happened to the political prisoners. In
1988?
Yes, in modern history in Iran. It was according to Fatwa al-Khomeini.
This was during the Iran war.
More than 30,000.
1988.
So what is the connection of that to Sunni minority? Yeah, we're talking about Sunni minority.
Yes, they are Sunnah. Of them, 90% of them.
Sister, what happened in 1988? What happened in 1988?
Mujahidi Khalq, they were.
Mujahideen Khalq, they were Shia. Most of them they were Shia.
In Tehran.
They were outside of Saddam Hussein. That's why they got killed for treason. It doesn't have anything connected to religious or faith or sex or whatever you call that.
He took in consideration.
In addition, the most powerful commander of Iranian forces is a Sunni guy. He's commander of Iranian Navy. His name is Admiral Shahram Irani. He's Sunni guy. Some ministers are Sunni. We have Sunni senators who are Sunni.
Source for you in the comment.
Yo, did you just post The Guardian? Actually, that's your source, The Guardian?
Which source do you want? Do you want an Iranian official?
How about the one that's not biased? You give me The Guardian? Are you out of your mind?
Associate Press.
Like I give a shit what The Guardian thinks.
Which agency do you want? Tell me the agency you want, I'll get it.
Anything how about anything besides a biased source like The Guardian that's funded by the CIA? How about you give me a different source than The Guardian that's funded by the CIA?
I'm asking you which source you want.
Anything besides something that's funded by the CIA.
Iranian source? Can you ask me yes or no?
I have Google Translate, no problem.
I'll give you Iranian source.
This guy gives me The Guardian like it's some shit.
Human rights. They did say they execute 2,800 or over 3,800 prisoners. They were fasting. They were praying. They say.
Okay, ma'am, can we have this conversation later? Because we need to educate you regarding the Iranian history, regarding Mujahideen, regarding what happened, regarding the hukum of going against the central government. This is something we need to educate you, and it takes 1 hour. Okay? So let me just.
Are you denying that Iranian?
Yes, I'm denying because right now in Iran, the only Christian people in Iran. Can you shut your mic and listen while I'm speaking? The only didn't dare to tell him anything. He has a militia around him. He's a very powerful person. And I would say he's like the Pope of the Sunnis in Iran. And he's even more powerful than a lot of Iranian clerics inside Iran. Okay? And one of the people whom I love, one of the Shia clerics, they banned him from going to the TV
just because Sheikh Abdul Hamid doesn't like him. So of course the Sunnis have a lot of power in Iran, and a lot of the Shias inside Iran hate the government because Iran allows the Sunnis to have a lot of power. The head of the freaking navy is also Sunni. What are you on about? Iran doesn't care. The Islamic Shia, the Shia that Iran has doesn't care about Sunnis.
Iranian friend there, they cannot take it seriously like you are saying now.
The biggest mosque in Iran is for Sunni, Masjid al-Makki. Can you just Google the biggest mosque in Iran? There is no Shia mosque in that region where there is the Mecca mosque. They didn't allow Shia mosque to be built near the Mecca mosque in Balochistan. You know why? Because Iran said wherever there is a Sunni majority, all the Shias need to attend the Sunni mosque and pray Friday prayer behind them.
Wow.
This is the rule. You don't know these things, right? Because you don't know.
Wow.
Did you know that?
What is the name of this rule?
Do you know it's not allowed for Shias to have a mosque where there is majority Sunni? Did you know that?
Really?
Yes. You don't know this. Google it. Google Masjid Makki, and you're not allowed to find any, and Shias are not allowed to attend the Shia mosque during the Friday prayer in that region because it's a mosque that they need to pray behind the Sunnis.
Oh, that's new.
Can I say something?
Yes, that's new. And you know what? The Shias accuse Iran of being battery. You know what's battery? It means loving Sunnis. So the Shia extremists accuse Iran of being batteries. The Sunnis accuse Iran of being Sunni phobic. Now there's this poor Iran who's tolerating everyone, and then we are just criticizing. Well, I feel bad sometimes. You know. But anyway, Hamza, do you accept top-notch? Are you familiar, or do you accept Irna?
I'm not, but I have Google at my fingertips. I'll research it. Just send me the source, dude.
Okay, because you said Iranian source, I just want to know, like, which Iranian source do you want?
Any source. Don't give me the Guardian. Don't give me CIA propaganda shit. Just give me.
I'll give you the most credible Iranian news agency, which is IRNA, which is the official news agency.
I can post it in the chat. That's fine now.
I really search about this. You say what is the name of the mosque?
Makki.
Nasar is so funny. Nasar, come on.
Yes.
It's like Sunni. Wow.
Of course. It is the biggest Sunni mosque in Iran. And you know what? Search Maulana Abdul Hamid. Okay? He's the cleric, he's the head of the Sunnis in Iran. Listen to his Friday sermons. Wallahi, billahi, tallahi, any Iranian citizen, if I go to Iran and say what he says in the Friday prayer, the Iranian government is going to chop my head. Wallah.
There's so many masjids, like Masjid Omar al-Khattab. I don't know if you guys have seen a picture.
What?
Yeah, you didn't know that, did you, sister? Look on top. Farouk. Look, even my uncle.
You have a
Under the guidance of Iran.
Shimi, I wanted to ask you, what's the percentage? Yeah, hang on a second. What's the percentage of the people that are like Muslims inside Iran?
Statistically, if you when you actually go and see the system that they took this, like they did this research, it is done either by the agencies inside Iran, which is like not really reliable. Now there is a difference between which religion you have, okay, or which are you a practicing person or not. So they did which religion you are, but they didn't ask if they're practicing or not. And also a lot of these polls are very biased, and they're being done by people who are inside Iran, and the way they do it is either by calling people, or there's no like systematic random distribution which can be reliable. Again, like these questions, when you ask them, you need to be familiar with Iranian society, and there are a lot of indications. Like one I told Hamza is about the voting system, which you can analyze. The other, which you can analyze, is about the people attending the mosque and the Friday prayers according to the population of that specific city. About the statistics of the people attending the Friday prayer to the population of that city, and then you will actually come to realize the disaster. The other indication, which is really significant, is during the ceremony of Ashura, for example, for the Shias, the practicing Muslims. Like me, myself, I'm a Shia and I'm practicing Muslim. The ceremony, which was held by by Shias, has been declining in population of the attendees. So all of these indications can tell you, yes, majority of the Iranians are Muslims, but you cannot claim that majority of them are practicing Muslims in the sense that they would even adhere to the faith of Islam. They would even actually consider Islam to be true. It's just a label on them as them being Muslim. So I would say,
don't you have a ruling? Don't you have a ruling from your side if they don't practice, it could take them out of fold of Islam?
Can I say something really quick? Practicing Muslim, if you're not practicing Muslim, it doesn't make you an.
Okay, non-practicing.
You don't have.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't have a ruling. Hold on a second. You don't have a ruling from your School of Jurisprudence?
Of course not. If someone doesn't want to pray, they're still Muslim. Yeah, but if someone says that prayer is not part of Islam and denies the arkan of the deen, then that's a different scenario. But you can be a Muslim and not wear hijab. You can be a Muslim and not pray. I mean, you're doing a sin, but it doesn't take.
No, I'm saying, okay, so you guys don't have that concept. Okay, we have that concept for our side.
In Islam, if you don't pray,
well, you have a concept that someone, for example, doesn't adhere to the arkan of deen as a non-Muslim.
Yeah, no, even Sunnis don't have that.
This is
it depends on School of Jurisprudence.
This is something if you don't worship Allah, if you don't pray, then you are out of Islam.
At the time that the morning prayers go on. So I was just curious. I went into the mosque and there were 5 in that huge mosque. So you do the math.
So the numbers are going down. Okay, so would you say, is it, so the mainstream media, what about the Gaman Institute, right? They have the survey as well. I think, yeah, you heard about it?
No, what is it? Can you tell us?
It says, I think 40% that are religious.
Yeah, so Harsh saying, if you know Ammar Maliki, even pro-Pahlavi people oppose him. They say that he opposes Pahlavi, so his statistics are biased. But as long as I've seen his evidence and his surveys, he has a very technical and scientific approach.
Yeah, so I think 40% is a fair number, to be honest. Like.
.37% of Iranians consider themselves as Muslims, out of which 32% consider themselves as Shia Muslim and 5% as Sunni Muslim. But and also the remaining 63%, about 22% of them identify as atheist, about 1.5% Christian, about 7% spiritual. And I forgot the remaining. And also, I think about 5% as Zoroastrian. I'm not sure. But the point is, about 3% do not identify as Muslim. And the point I want to share from my own lived experience in Iran. So again, myself, I've been born as a Shia Muslim. I don't have any problem with Islam whatsoever, so long as people keep their religion for themselves. But the point is, even
these numbers you're like spouting off. Can you give me a source?
Yeah, one second.
Look, the guy's making claims, right? All I'm asking for is evidence. 1 second, Hashmi, I'm not talking to you right now. You haven't even provided your evidence except the Guardian. This guy is bringing up numbers. All I'm asking for is this. Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting? Thank you, bro. Go on mute. Yo, these numbers you're providing, can you give me the source for these numbers you're providing?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, post it in the chat. Let me fucking see what the hell you're talking about.
Hamza, the Iranian websites are not opening, so.
What am I supposed to do? Then the internet's failing for you, bro. What am I supposed to do? Fair enough.
No, maybe just Google.
Yeah. Figure out your internet problem, then come back to me, Bob.
Iranians participate.
Figure out your internet problem, then come back to me. Don't bother me with your problems.
Yeah, tell the USA to not bomb.
I have a question from all the Iranians.
Because I'm for the USA bombing you.
I mean, you're there, so
you're the snake.
Guys,
actually, you're the biggest snake. Anyways, Velvet, give me your fucking numbers.
Okay, guys, I have a question from all the Iranians. No matter they are pro-regime, anti-regime, pro-Shah, whatever. I just wanted to confirm you guys. Is it true that do you agree with Velvet that 60% of Iranians are gay, or you don't agree?
What does this have to do with any of this?
Whatever, he's funny. He's funny.
Do you agree?
Velvet, give me your numbers.
Simple question.
No, I don't agree. Maybe, I don't know, show me the source, right? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe.
I'm searching it.
I know you're searching it. Just search faster. That's all I'm asking. You see, when people make claims, you gotta ask for the evidence. I mean, people are just spouting off bullshit like Hashmi and Velvet, just talking shit.
Hamza, stop calling.
Bro, your internet doesn't even work. You need to get 5G. Before you come to me, get 5G.
Is basically just facts.
Oh, it's just facts because Hashmi says so, and he doesn't even have 5G.
It's just something that you cannot use your fingers to Google how many percent participated in Iranian prison.
I mean, you don't need.
You're cutting off. Alhamdulillah, you're cutting off.
Don't have 5G. Why are you bothering? All right, what am I supposed to say? Okay, fair enough, Hashmi.
Wait, I'll send you your Iranian website. Just try to see if it opens for you.
Well, first you gotta figure out your internet problem first. Then you can send me the website.
How is it my problem that all the Iranian websites are fucking down? How is that my problem?
Just give me the source, man. Let's cut through the bullshit. Just give me the source. You and Velvet just been fucking spouting these numbers and no sources. Give me a source besides the Guardian.
What I'm telling you is not from my ass. It is from the official presidential election. Just click on it. How does it work?
I want you to, Hamza, put the Wikipedia link in there. If you go down, scroll down demographics, it gives you all these surveys that were done one by one. And then go over these surveys, look at the Gamal survey. It gives you the percentage and it has the sources. And I'm sure you know how to, it has a little link to it and it gives you the source for it.
Hamza is having a multi-dimensional debate right now. One with me and one with Velvet. With me, his problem is why Iranian websites are down. With Velvet is about the Iranians or the Muslims or not. Although this guy is fun. He's screaming. He's like, what is the website? Now figure out your problem. Hamza, can you click on the website and see if it opens?
Hold on, let me look at your source, which is Wikipedia.
just give Hamza the source that you used to say Iranians are 45% Muslim. Like, why are you just bombarding Wikipedia page? Wait, Hamza, let me find it for you, the one that they're talking about.
So Rashmi, from the merger side, does it have any type of ruling on this? Different mergers about if they stop praying or 3 times a day. I know it's 3 times, but it's still 5 prayers, right? So is there any ruling on this that it takes you out of fold of Islam after so many prayers you missed out on?
See, for us, we have usul al-din and then we have furu al-din, okay? So if you don't accept the usul, then you're not Muslim, okay? But you can accept the usul, but you can be non-practicing Muslim, but you're still a Muslim in defect. For example, according to Islam, people should pray, right? Sometimes people do not pray, like they go to depression and not pray. We don't say that they're out of fold of Islam just because they're not praying. You a defect Muslim.
I don't know, but if they're knowingly, not going to prayer or not knowingly not praying on purpose.
Yeah, we cannot send hukum because then you need to know the reason why they're not praying. Maybe it's not hujjah. Maybe they didn't understand the significance of prayer. Maybe it's not like we can go.
Well, what if they know? What if they know?
What if they reject? Okay, this is a different question. What if they reject prayer to be part of furu al-din? That's a different scenario. Like they reject the prayer. So you have 2 scenarios. One is a person knows the prayer is obligatory, but just doesn't pray out of his defect. Maybe he doesn't have faith, strong faith. This is we deal with him another way. But sometimes the person rejects the prayer to be one of the furu al-din. Like he says, pray. But Shias are very careful with labeling people out of Islam. We cannot do that, first of all, as ordinary Shias. And even the people who are, the Maraja, they would never judge people according to their eyes. Like, okay, this person is not praying, so he's out of the Shia. Maybe he has depression. Maybe he is going through doubt in his life. We don't just send hukum on people.
If you don't pray, you are out. It's
can you show me where in the Quran it says?
Maram, it's a different sect.
This is
Also, Saudi kings are not Muslim. They are praying.
Maram, I just told you, I'm not going to sit here and do Shia Sunni bullshit, okay? I was just asking a question.
Hamza, this is what the Velvet is talking about. This is the research, which was conducted on a 50,000
1 second. Now let me move on to you and your source. Yeah, give me 1 second.
This is not
let me
my
research your source
this
now.
is what Gaman was talking I mean, sorry, what Velvet was talking about. I mean, it's a pretty nice research, to be honest with you.
You see it, Asri? The Wikipedia? It shows you all the...
No, I'm not going to the Wikipedia. I'm going to the link that I sent, which Velvet was talking about. Command Group conducted research. It's basically the attitude of Iranians towards the religion. The sampling methods was multiple chain referral sampling or multiple virtual snowball sampling through social media, Telegram, Instagram, WhatsApp, Twitter, and Facebook. More than 50,000 the sampling was done through social media. How was the verification for them being an Iranian then? How did they get their contact number? Coordination.
But Gamal is one of the most biased so-called institutes.
Yeah, I'm looking up Gaman Group.
It's sponsored by European Union.
Who is this Gaman Group that you're giving?
Security agencies.
Yeah, I mean,
experts. Yeah, Hamza, they're experts are always guests, in Iran International, so-called international TV channel.
Yeah,
very unreliable.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm reading the research right now. It's not really professional and organized. Also, the data collecting method is very, there's a lot of flaws.
I can already see there's a lot.
For example, sampling methods, bullet point, like bro, this is not really professional way of conducting research. That's how I know there's a shady team behind it anyway, so whatever. Iranian media is no foot line.
Unless otherwise proven.
What, Kay?
I'm saying they lie unless otherwise is proven.
Iranian media?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the problem, right? I think the best way to analyze the news or to look at things is to see. Like, for example, I read a lot of news and suddenly the source is someone who is unknown or someone who didn't announce his name. I think we can even take the Iranian media, right, and see what sources they're using. I mean, not always they're lying, man. Come on. You cannot say they're always lying.
I exaggerated, but they are not to be trusted. Let's put it that way.
Which news agency is to be trusted? No one is to be trusted. You just have to look what evidence they're trying to feed you.
The one I trust is NPR News here in the US, because NPR News is not funded by any Republicans or Democrats. They are funded by people plus the advertisement.
I trust Iran International. You know why? Their source is always unknown.
I'm not so sure about Iran International.
No, I'm joking, man. There was. Navy is crossing the Hormuz.
Yeah, before that,
obviously that Pakistani did not shot.
Bro, the thing is that...
This is not the act of Pakistani. It's United States.
Can I just stop now? He asked me to tell something, so let me answer. Bro, the thing is that I have stopped telling this because the thing which I've realized is that this particular cult, I have been very nice to these people. Many people, friends of mine, told me not to be positive to them. But with time, I realized there's no point of wasting my time with them. But the thing is, whenever I talk to them, whenever I try to share with them, there are some amazing people with them. But the biggest problem with these people is, number one, they are racist. They consider all these people, they consider all their neighbors as inferior. For them, being a Pakistani, being an Afghani, being an Iraqi, something very inferior. They think they are superior. Wallahi, these people don't know. This is what I'm telling these people, that please don't drag us. We have suffered because of Afghan war. But the thing is, the problem with them is that when you talk to them about Afghan war, when you talk to them about Iraq war, the first thing they say is that don't talk to us about Afghan war. Don't talk to us about Iraqi war. Don't compare us with these people. Compare us with Germans. Compare us with Japanese. Because these people think they're white. So they want to be compared with white people or Japanese people. So right now they are, my country is being forced to enter in this. And I don't have to tell how they are being forced in it. And they will know this. And what I think is that, I personally think if the people in Iran want something different for their country, if they want some change in their country, it is their right to have a change in their country.
Conflict.
So let me finish this and I'm going to give you sources. So, and this racist cult, for them, it is all about them. They hate neighbors, they hate their own people. And right now, how it is, check the news. Armor, if you check what the Prime Minister of Pakistan and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, when they were called by the USA President, and the Saudi prince, when they had the meeting, and after that when they came to parliament, what was a threat given by Pakistan to Iran? Why are we giving threats? It's not our war. The war is between Iran and USA and Israel. We have nothing to do that. Why was the Prime Minister of Pakistan giving threats?
Pakistan started before the Iran war.
What are you talking about? I'm not talking about the Iran war. I'm talking French.
Hang on, please. Mani, the big question for you: how is Pakistan involved in this Iran war? Including the GCC country statement, they're all condemning Iran's actions. Okay. My question to you: just by some idiot in Pakistan came out, makes a stupid statement. A lot of times they don't even stand on any of these statements, and then you're making the claim on that, on that statement. Oh yeah, since they made a statement, they are going to take action. They're not going to take any action. You know this, I know this, right? We all know it. They're not going to take any actions. Only if it has to do with Saudi Arabia, because they signed the pact.
Yeah.
So if Saudi Arabia gets attacked, not the military base, if Saudi Arabia gets attacked like the actual country, then there will be consequences coming from Pakistan. If Pakistan gets attacked, then Saudi Arabia will get involved. So I don't know why are you so worried about that.
Okay. So why out of nowhere all the schools have been suddenly shut down in Pakistan since one? PK and Balochistan, all schools have been shut down in all Pakistan. Why?
they've been shut down, so there's no suicide bomb attacks. Maybe that might be it. I don't know. Maybe they're having some security
bombing. When was the last time we had a suicide bombing in Pakistan?
The Shia mosque didn't get suicide.
No, there's nothing to do with Shia mosque. Nothing to do with Shia mosque. Shia mosque have very good security. Don't worry about that. Nothing to do with Shias.
Money.
Why will they shut down the whole Pakistan for Shia mosque?
Hold on. Because at the border they're having problems, right? To secure the border. You agree?
The Sindh doesn't have a border with Afghanistan.
I understand, but people do come to the border, and they said they do. There's sleeper cells. I don't want to use the word sleeper cells, but there are some sleeper cells that could get activated because of what's happening with the inside Iran, whatever. Right, that could happen, and it's a safety concern, and that's all they're doing. I don't know, man. You shouldn't take these things so seriously. Just.
Amir, listen. I will tell you something afterwards. I can't say many things in public here. But when I am saying something, I am saying with responsibility because I have a background and I'm a responsible person. There are some things which I can say. I'm not an idiot. I was abducted by the establishment here 3 times here. I'm not an unknown person. People who know me, they know me. And Amir, you can just Google me, Amir. Forget everything. Just Google me. I am a person who is known here. And I'm saying with proper responsibility.
Munir, I know somebody. They got picked up. They used to own a newspaper agency, okay, in that country. Got picked up more than 3 times. Because every time there was a news that was printed on that particular newspaper, either this side or that side, that person would get picked up. The boss of that newspaper agency. So it's a normal thing in Pakistan. I condemn it. But what I'm saying is these type of things, I would suggest you just calm down at what's happening in Iran, which we all should condemn. And I don't think Pakistan's going to get involved.
Wait and see what happens. They have their own
shit to worry about.
Just tell me one thing. Just Google now, what has Pakistan offered USA? Just check online, what has Pakistan offered USA in Balochistan? Search that on Google.
Okay, what have they offered? You can tell me. Intel? Is it Intel? Okay.
No, nothing to do with Intel. They've offered something in Balochistan. I'm going to message you the back channel.
If it's publicly out there, you can say it publicly.
But they have a threat over there. They've offered them an air base over there in Balochistan. They offered them all the minerals of Balochistan over there. And why is Trump all the time, like if you check Trump's statements regarding the army from last 3 months for no reason.
You wanted Bagram Air Base back, but he couldn't get it, so he has no choice but to get something out of Pakistan.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah, so I mean, clearly as a central, air base, that's what they need. But he didn't get what he wanted, so that's why he had Pakistan, be busy with the fight and war between Afghanistan, because Afghanistan was the only country that would stand with Iran. I don't know if you guys remember, they're like, if Iran does go to war, we are, right beside them. But they kept them busy with their own war.
If anybody understands the economy and how it works, kudos to you. American dollars are in value of negative, right? And how many trillions? 30 trillion negative dollars. And they use those negative dollars to buy everything. So things that actually make sense, right? And the American economy, they're like, oh, let's just back it by a dominating oil currency, right? That doesn't exist, but let's just say it does. And so they put another dollar on the market. So that's a separate dollar, right, that people are currently rejecting. They're like, no, we don't want that either. So the war is happening because people are understanding the way the economy actually works American negative dollars are valued at 1,200 African dollars. Like certain countries, you know, not all countries, but like certain countries in Africa, 1,200 to 1. And they actually have gold. They actually in what reality do we live in, right? So I'm for people like for like things like cryptocurrency. I'm for things like China getting involved in markets because they actually care about like if the people eat or not, you know. I'm for all these things because it makes sense. American dollars, if you don't understand the economy, start learning. Negative 30,000 can't buy shit. Can't buy nothing. So let's start balancing our books, our budgets. Let's start paying back our debts, right? Because we owe everybody a lot of money. A lot of money. Like, we owe Japan $1 trillion. Like, what the fuck? Right? Like, how is the market supposed to our land?
What is negative currency or negative dollar? What's the definition of it?
A dollar that's backed by nothing, the value is nothing, right? So when you buy something with it, you're in the negative. It's debt value also. If you look at the books, the value is fiat, F-I-A-T. Fiat is debt. So when you buy something with it, you take your debt and you put it into other markets, and it's debt currency. Negative $1 equals a Coca-Cola. So how are you exchanging negative for value of positive? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And America needs the GDP is nothing. I mean, I'm not even talking about I'm talking about the value of the American dollar. It's a negative value.
Lady, if they even wanted to buy gold for exchange, they're not even able to do that as like a gold backup, right? I mean, that's from what I remember.
They're not even able to do that in certain places because other people understand it. They're like, yo, we don't want your fucking bullshit currency.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why, the whole BRICS is coming together, but I wonder when that's gonna happen.
I don't fear BRICS. I don't fear China. I don't fear Russia. Russia's not against anybody like me, right? Like, they're against this stupid, like, American ideas, right? How are you evaluate, like, for example, you have your banking system. Nine times the negative value. So what does that equal? So now you have $30 trillion in the economy, and the banking system has like 20 trillion in their banks. So that's times 9, and now you have negative value systems times 9. So you can like distribute 9 times the negative value. It doesn't make any sense, and it's not stable.
Well, I think the BRICS wanted to come out as like an international because I think when it comes to exchange, because they use dollars, so they get their percentage, right? Is that not what it is?
No. So what they're doing with the BRICS is combining
hold on a second, lady.
different markets.
Hold on a second. Munir, by the way, I looked into why the schools are closed. I don't know if you guys can hear me. The schools are
Pakistan. You know how things work? This is how things work?
I'm asking you, explain it to me why are schools closed.
There are no online things that we're going to start after 24th, but the things are the schools have been shut down. Yeah, even the oil prices and everything, but the things which are being done here.
If I give you a source, would you accept it and say yes? It's it's because of the oil prices.
Okay.
I'll put those sources in the chat, and I want you to read it. Because I have to take that source at face value. Okay, some of it is true, some of it might not be true, and then there's other concerns as well, security reasons.
Okay, did you search what thing was offered by Pakistan to USA? Check that as well.
I'll look into that as well, but I'm saying, I don't know. The kids are still gonna be going to school. If they have internet, they'll be able to go to school.
By the way, what I said. So what I'm really saying is very plausible.
There you go. I put the link in the chat, but you can check it out. All right.
Also, Amir, you know what they said? Like when you told me this 4 days ago, like Pakistan is gonna send their navies to escort the ships in Hormuz, and then I told him Munir, no Pakistani navy ship is in the Hormuz. Nothing. They say this in the TV maybe just to make the Pakistani nationalists wow, we're gonna go kick their ass. But in the reality, what's happening in the real battleground, there is no Pakistani warships. In fact, we have counter evidence of Pakistani officials asking Iranians, please allow oil to pass because we're dying, because we're not having access to oil. And that's what the Indians did as well. So they contact the Iranians, they ask them,
Another thing about Talmunim is that the U.S. has offered Pakistan $1.25 billion in investments for mining critical minerals in Balochistan province, funded by the U.S. Export-Import Bank as of December 2025. Is that what you're talking about?
And that what happened is that after civil war happened in Balochistan? Is that the reason no one can go to Balochistan now? Is that the reason why we can't go to Balochistan? Even if a person who doesn't support the regime here, even if I go there, I'll be killed by the Balochis over there because they don't want this, they don't want the minerals to be sold.
Oh, Balochis in Pakistan, they're very angry people. In Iran, they're very
they're having problems with the Balochis. So
in Iran, Balochistan, not the whole Balochistan is like that. It's like 50%
so what is it in our hands? You're making it sound like it's in our $5 billion. That's a pretty big amount.
Yeah, and the Pakistani regime and Pakistani army can sell their mothers for that kind of money. Of course, they can do anything for that.
Aren't you Pakistani?
I don't know, man. This guy is something else.
I think one day the market's gonna regulate itself. To make places. One day the market will regulate itself and just
hang on a second, lady, gotta stop. Oh my God.
Wait, are you talking about the negative inflation again?
Hold on a second, Negative inflation, boy, this is some garbage shit.
She was calculating for us.
America is not gonna let the Strait of Hormuz go down like that because I'll give you guys an example. Back in 1970s, King Faisal Faisal put sanctions on America. We had to pay about $10 a gallon at the gas station. And you know what ended up happening? They approached his nephew in the UK, and his nephew went back to down to the oil, because the US dollar, the petrodollar, is literally dependent on oil. You know, so they're not going to do that. It's just a matter of time. I think Trump is about to make a deal. This is why you see the title. That's what the title is about. And America, you know, Trump, at the end of the day, he's a failed businessman. He's going to realize, and he's already realizing that, you know, why are we going to this war? Well, we're done. And he's telling people that, oh, we met our objective, but he hasn't met his objective yet. And Iran, and they're doing some back channel. Pakistan is mediating, between Iran and Pakistan as well. Iran and America. So let's see what happens.
Amir, one thing I also want to point out is, like, I think Israel's really ticked off with the way, like, Trump's trying to negotiate this, because right now there's a speculation. You know how, like, there's warnings that there's going to be an attack on Los Angeles, I think it was Los Angeles. So what people are saying, and again, these are just random people, not anyone important, but I kind of believe them on this, that technically speaking, they could just go ahead and fake a Iranian drone terrorist attack and then say, like, oh, war's back on.
That U.S. bank building just got purchased, I believe. I don't know. I think just not too long ago by us.
The same guy
of the Twin Towers. Yeah.
Yeah. So it feels more likely that might happen. We might have another terrorist attack in Los Angeles.
And then they're going to blame it on Iran, and then that's what gets them all, the fear mongering tactic, right? So then they get their soldiers to go, because right now, they don't have that foot ground. So they're actually even thinking of drafting. But that's, that's a spec that they have.
This time we'll make a deal with Iran for safe passage of oil. India have done it, Turkey have done it, even France and Italy are doing it now. So the whole world is backdooring the United States at the moment. Suck shit.
Yeah, by the way, hold on a second, second. By the way, Afghanistan is not an ally to Iran, just like Pakistan is not an ally to Iran. Relate to the Afghanistan under Taliban rule is not a formal ally of Iran, but maintains pragmatic ties. The Taliban expressing readiness to cooperate or support Iran if requested during attacks. No direct military intervention has occurred. The ongoing 2026 Iran war. Shared some tensions exist, yet Iran and Taliban cooperate on trade, border security, and anti-ISKP efforts. It's bypassed clashes like 2023 water disputes. There was a big water dispute, by the way. During the 12-day war, they sent out over 600,000 Afghans back to Afghanistan because they were spies working for Israel. So I think there is a lot of tension between Afghanistan and Iran.
Yeah.
And plus, Afghanistan is fighting their own war with Pakistan, and I don't know how they're going to handle it. There was in Iran, because the hypersonic missile program is the best system that Iran has that could probably do a lot of damage.
But isn't right now Afghanistan having the real with the fact that one of its most major hospitals just got hit?
It was a rehab center. So you have to remember, during the NATO war, there were so many drug addicts in Afghanistan because they all became opium addicts and heroin addicts. So they opened a lot of facilities for the first thing that the Taliban did when
a lot of conflicting reports from a lot of other like Pakistanis. They're basically saying that the Afghanis did it on themselves, and that's just how that operates. And I have no way to understand like what's going on.
Every attack, they blame it on Afghanistan. Afghanistan has been at war for over 50 years. The last thing they want is more war. They don't have time. They're busy developing, but you have to.
Can help me catch up.
Huh?
Could you send me some resources so I can catch up and understand our problems?
Yeah, I'll send you some resources. Look at the links. And you know, you have to remember, Pakistan got paid $500 million to go ahead Afghanistan, right? Because you have to remember, they wanted Bagram Air Base back. They wanted that central, Asia, authority to have it back, but they didn't. They didn't like follow their rules, right? And then that's where Afghanistan even said, well, when it comes down to
there's no money exchanged yet.
No money exchange, just like support exchange. But that's if they have some support exchange, just to be like support if they were to go into war. It was just like a trade of like thought or what, if they just mentioned it.
With which country? Which country?
With Iran. If they let's say if they had gone into war like they did, they would support them.
I don't think they would, because they don't have. There's no ally agreement. Just like Afghanistan doesn't have it, Pakistan doesn't have it either.
There's no ally agreement. You have to remember, at the end of the day, it's like God versus Zionism. So Taliban don't care if they have an agreement or not. Like, they don't even care if they got recognized or not.
There's already tensions going on between Pakistan and Afghanistan.
And why is that?
You have to keep this in mind because it started by Afghanistan. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
yes,
but
the thing is, here you have to understand. The Pakistan has like a full-fledged military. It's just like basically like Iran or Turkey, right? And they have nukes as well. But when it comes out to Afghanistan, they don't. So I actually condemn what the Pakistan is doing in Afghanistan because of the amount of casualties, civilians that are dying. You know what I'm saying? And it's a big problem. But the other problem we have is the TTP and that the Taliban inside Afghanistan, they're cooperating, they work with each other. That's the big issue. I gave you the articles.
They don't recognize the line.
Is it possible?
I gave you the sources.
I mean, is it possible that
those sources are like, it's like the Guardian sources, right? So when you
they're not Guardian sources, they literally have a statement from the Afghan leader.
So I sent you like our Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan's news. I don't know if you can get it translated.
I asked you for it. I gave you my sources. They're working together. It's like you should look into it.
I get it. I agree with you. They are. But I'm just saying, like, do you really think? I'm talking about the Islamic Emirates. I'm not talking about TPT. You know, but I know they work together.
Afghan, who's running it? Is it Taliban running it?
They're running it together, whatever it is. But you have to remember.
I just told you the government of Afghanistan is working with the TTP in Pakistan, and that's what they're working together. This is why the attack happened in the first place. They don't like Pakistan. They want to topple the regime in Pakistan, and that's the end of it. You should look into it.
I mean, I've looked into it. I have people on the ground there. My family's there. Like, you know, like I might know a little bit more than what you read. You know, and I'm not saying that I know more and you know less. No, like what's on the news and all that.
Based on sources, look.
I have sources, but it's in a different language.
I understand. I gave you a source that literally had a statement from P. They confirmed, they acknowledged that they're the one that did the attack on the US Pakistani soldiers. There were 5 or 6 of them. You don't go around and you kill government officials. If you do that, even in America, there's going to be attack because you're killing federal agents. These are US soldiers are like federal or government agents.
I just have to say, I really appreciate the fact that there's no publicly retards in this room. It makes this movement way more tolerable. It was melting my brain. That's why I was not joining.
Those are Amir's friends. I think there's one.
So the Taliban are now a covert US entity. The United States have been there for a long time.
I'm sorry, can you repeat yourself?
Is it possible that the Taliban are now a covert US entity? They have, I mean, the US were there before they pulled out at the beginning of Biden.
So
is it possible that...
no, they don't have anything. They don't have anything to do with America. America won't have it.
No, that's actually not true. And the reason why this is not true is one of the aides to Kamala Harris, when Kamala Harris launched her book about like whatever she did in the vice presidency of Joe Biden, about the pro-Pally person, he's saying like, look, there was a package deal where the Taliban would go ahead and allow girls to start going back into school, and she would be the one signing this, but the Taliban would get all credit for this, but the U.S. would basically just be backpaying this as a way to get more control in that region for a sympathetic government. And it was actually proven to be true. So she goes out and throws it out because she got pissed at the fact that she wouldn't get the credit. And the Taliban to only get the credit. Now, what this exposed was there is definitely within the Taliban something that they have some kind of American ties. Now, does that mean all of the Taliban?
No, the only American tie that they have, Sam, is that they're getting 40 million a week. But you have to remember, so Tom West, who is the representative of Biden at that time, he mentioned, I have the clip and I'll send it to you. That 40 million by international law, that goes to humanitarian. That not $1 goes to the Taliban's pocket.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
But the thing
and on top of that, we're sanctioned. Like the minute America left, we got sanctioned. So by law, they have to. So that money is going to humanitarian aid, not to the Taliban.
I understand that. But one thing that opened the door of, especially when it came to the re-education of the girls and so on and so forth, and how apparently America has a little bit of control in this, is that there could be at least some entities within the Taliban party a little bit more sympathetic to the Americans, at least in the way it was communicated, right? If that's the case, you do have some of the Taliban, let's say officials or whatever, that could be acting in this regard. Now, I'm not saying all of them are like that, but definitely there is some of them.
Yeah, so you have to. Hypothetically, let's say 20 to 30 people. 10 of them think one way, the other 10 think another way, and the other 10 think another way, right? So they're not all on the same page.
Yeah. I used to think they were all on the same page until I've been trying to catch up on this whole like Pakistan, Afghanistan war, whatever's going on.
Like the head, like the head leader, because he's Amir al-Mu'minin, like he honestly, tell you the truth, be straightforward, he's just against women's education. Like he doesn't believe that women over 6 should get educated. That's the time they get married, kids, and have that. But then there's like the younger generation of like the Taliban that are pushing and fighting for women's education, right? So, and then, Amir Mumni is like, no, they can get educated, but like madrasa, like education of the Quran, like that is available. But we need nurses, we need doctors, we need like these things.
I heard they passed a law. Did you know this?
No, I heard something like that, but I haven't dig deep into it.
I looked into it. They actually passed a law.
The abandoned military equipment in
some women.
Is it possible? Is it possible this was?
No, it's not some. They passed the law. They literally passed the law.
No, I was going to say something.
Can I ask?
Is there someone talking?
I would like to be in the queue.
Oh, taco.
Yes, please. Yes.
Possible.
Who is this mother of the fucker Sam who has a problem with Pahlavi supporter? Motherfucker!
You guys have negative IQ points.
Because of many sector businesses.
Your mother has negative.
My mother is like Albert Einstein compared to the Pahlavi supporters. Let's go.
I did an IQ test. My IQ test was 25. What was?
Mine was 125. Do you know how big of a number that is?
That's bullshit. I cannot count above 99. You're bullshit.
Are you sure you can even count to 99? That's actually very impressive.
Listen, you just say Javid Shah and put Netanyahu's right testicle in your mouth.
Do you know your difference between left and right? Is that actually a thing now?
What's left, what's right? There's only right and more right.
I guess you guys don't even know that. So then, do you know how to add like maybe 10 plus 10? Have you guys figured that out yet?
Sam, you sound like you voted for Jimmy Carter. Am I?
No, I wasn't even around to vote for him.
You sound like your mother voted for Jimmy Carter. Is that right?
My mom couldn't vote at the time.
You sound like
Are you still struggling with numbers, sir?
You know,
Mr. Pahlavi supporter guy, are you still struggling with numbers?
Anyway, before you bring us to some.
So what is up with this?
I think this is a serious conversation that
he's still going to get leadership, or what?
Potentiality that the Taliban are a covert U.S. entity, perhaps backed by the U.S. Democrats. When we think about it, $7 billion of military gear was left to them. We know the official narrative was that this equipment was abandoned, but I'm starting to think maybe it was gifted to them as a backdoor. Not to mention all of the.
Can I tell you something? America, with that $7 billion, they couldn't win the. They don't care about the equipment. They don't care about the technology.
Yeah, but that's $7 billion of Taliban. Okay, then there's a lot of. Let me just go through some of these.
Fascist, you know that they tried to take out one of the Humvees out of the airport?
Please, just give me a minute. Okay. You've had a lot of talking time here. I want to bring this topic up because this is going to be important in the current situation with Iran and their position on Afghanistan and the Taliban. Okay, going from what I'm going actually just to research was something off Amir said about Iran sending 1.8 million Afghanistanis back to Afghanistan before this operation. So before this war, before the attack, it's interesting because it's like Iran had their own ICE program in place, and they were literally deporting what they regarded to be Afghanistani spies. And
that's just they were spies. A lot of them were spies.
Yeah. That's the allegation. Yeah. So this question about why would Islamic spies be
right? And they didn't have the similar opportunities because they're not treated similar. They're treated like second or third class citizens, right? This was another reason why they would, pick up any job they can get their hands on. And I believe some of them, they worked for Israel. That's what the Iranian government said.
Well, that's right. I mean, let's think about
this. But those same people are against Islamic Emirates of
If they're working for the Israel government vicariously through United States links, like there's been have you heard about this black box of aid? So since the 2021 withdrawal, the US has sent billions of humanitarian aid. The US Treasury says this goes to NGOs, but Afghan VP Amrullah Saleh has actually openly called the Taliban a covert proxy for Western intelligence. Then we got the weapons inheritance. We see a war now happening against Pakistan. We're seeing this problem between Pakistan and Afghanistan. And so Pakistan, in my opinion, and Iran need to seriously consider coming to the table, make a deal for the oil. India has done it. Okay, Pakistan, in my opinion, should also do this. Make a deal with Iran. Afghanistan is looking like it's a bit of a problem here. It's looking a bit like maybe compromised by US interests, yeah?
No, not really. It's actually the complete opposite.
Well, I don't know. It's looking.
If you're really going to go by what Amrullah Saleh said, if you're going to go by what he said, do you even know who he was, what position he had in the last 20 years?
No, just a simple question to you. Why would Iran deport 1.8 million Afghanistanis from Iran recently? Why?
So you have to remember, these are Afghans of like 50-year war fascists. They're not. Said if they work for it because they need money, whatever it is. But these are the same people who are against the Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan right now. So regardless if they're U.S. trained or Mossad trained or whatever they are, they're a bunch of trained people.
They're against Taliban, by the way.
Yeah, they're against Taliban. Like so, even when they got deported back to Afghanistan, they're like on a big. They're not happy there. They don't want to be there because they're against
Taliban. Taliban things. That's what.
What thing?
The United States was in Afghanistan for 20 years, wielding their money and influence over the poor people there. Don't tell me they didn't go there and buy some people and line some pockets and make some deals.
Of course they did. Of course they did. Do you know a woman could get paid $500 an hour just to walk on the streets of Kabul with no scarf and a mini skirt? And she got paid for doing that. And don't even get me started on the opium poppy fields.
So maybe the IRGC and Pakistan need to make some kind of agreement about how they're going to deal with Afghanistan, this problem in Afghanistan. Maybe they need to work out, because obviously not all of the Taliban are obviously guilty of this. Maybe there are just some key officials who are compromised US covert operators. because it is
One
obvious
of the officials actually just did an announcement thanking the Afghan government. I don't know if you guys heard that.
Amir, can you please educate us a bit more on the current conflict between Afghanistan and Pakistan? How did it start? Why did it kick off? What are the underlying suspicions, and as much as you can about that? Is that possible to do that?
Give me some airport to tell you what you're doing over there. How much money did you take with you? That's when the recruitment starts. You get what I'm saying? The amount of time you spent there. That's how they recruit people. Yeah, I think Munir, are you there, Munir? Yeah. I think you should support, you should stand with IRGC and the Iranian Republic, you know why? Because if you don't stand with it, I think it will hurt Pakistan.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know.
Then. It's better to stand with these. I think it's better to stand with them than this racist cult, this racist clown cult.
Munir, what do you have against people with big noses? I don't understand. Or what? Understand? Can you please explain?
Of course, that's also a problem. People who don't respect their, that's like disrespecting, and especially if a person who claims to be a king, and at the same time he believes in like this shady stuff, then he should be ashamed of his existence. Then.
What are we talking about? Yeah, but how is that surprising? His dad was a puppet too, bro.
For me, the only thing matters is that these people are a cult, they are racist, and I have seen how racist they are. For them, they see, for them, Pakistani, Afghanis, Iraqis, they are all inferior to them. And not only then, within their country, they see the other ethnicities also lower to them. They are superior in every way, and yeah. Sarah is here, she's an Iranian. There are many Iranians here who I respect.
Okay, just to clarify, because I know that some people got distracted. So no, I don't agree with the argument that the Taliban is U.S. owned or whichever. I argue that the Doha Agreement, which was an agreement that was done under the Trump administration, which was an agreement that we do a prisoner exchange of 5,000 Taliban prisoners were released, 1,000 Afghan government prisoners were released. It was supposed to help with stop. Sorry, my dog is playing. Anyway, essentially it weakened the ally that we had as far as with the Afghan government, because the U.S. wanted to withdraw because the war was going on for 20 years. It was kind of like a failure for us. And we basically undid all of our going.
That's Democrats I saw what the United States Democrats under Obama did to Libya and the seditious and covert and look, to use Amir's word, demonic ways that even the US Democrats operate. So I'm not convinced that you know much about what actually happened in Afghanistan, aside from the fact that, the US withdrew. But how did they withdraw? I mean, obviously the Republicans painted it as a debacle withdrawal. We saw people hanging off the side of airplanes while they were flying out. But what deal did the insidious Democrats leave behind as they flew out of Afghanistan? What did they leave behind?
Just to clarify, this was during the Trump administration. This was the Doha agreement that was initiated under his administration. So to sit there and
I'm talking about in 2021, Biden pulled out.
But we're not talking about that. We were
to shed some light on it. Okay, there should be no reason, in my view, why any Muslim countries should be infighting unless there's U.S. interference, U.S. Israelis. So when you plot all of the positions, it almost all leads back to U.S. Israeli interference. So what we're doing here is trying to identify how the Taliban is almost very likely compromised as at least part of it might be compromised as a covert U.S. entity.
So here's what I can say, because there's a lot that I don't know. What I can speak to, and it's been years since I've read, because I used to read so many books on the Afghan war, Afghanistan. It's just been years. It's been like 5 or 6 years since, so a lot of it's foggy. But the stuff that I've been covering a lot more is like in the past 2 years, I covered Russia to that which is, at this point, public information. I could share there's a lot of, I could share a lot of resources in regards to researching it. There's a lot of people that have come and put 2.1 million documents and made it AI searchable and made their own stuff because they're trying to find justice for the victims. But if you notice,
I do agree that there is no shining light side in U.S. politics, Republican or Democrat. They're both rotten to the core.
So I'm going to clarify that I don't. So I am going to clarify that I don't think there's I'm not going to say that 100% Democrats are the guiding light. I'm not going to say that 100% Republicans are the guiding light, but I'm going to say the Democrats are by far the lesser of the evil, comparatively speaking, as far as with corruption and the amount of it.
Okay, what about the idea? What about the idea that the Democrats actually set
that regards? I don't think they've set any trap for himself. I've been reading out.
Because what if I told you that the CIA was predominantly the human resource of the CIA were predominantly Democrat? So in other words, U.S. intelligence is fundamentally reliant on middle class Democratic ideologies. When the workforce of the CIA come from that political preference, not necessarily Republican preference.
What I can tell you, and I've read several books by Bill Browder, by Craig Unger, by Stephen Cohen, by Greg Miller. These are several people that researched the relationship between Trump and Russia, and it really you look at the history of Trump, and this goes back to the 80s. He's been compromised. And this goes back to you'll notice there's a lot of connection between Mossad and Israeli intelligence and Russia. There's a lot of trafficking involved among those involved, and there's a lot of blackmailing operation. And so this goes back to the 80s as far as with Russia. So this is no mystery to me, and I think you're at this point, it is my personal opinion that you are conspiracy peddling, because I've read books going back that can show evidence going back to that relationship with him and Putin, and actually I've seen photos.
It's not conspiracy peddling when the United States spent 20 years in Afghanistan building all kinds of ties with the Taliban, all kinds of systems of negotiation, trying to work out some kind of future for Afghanistan that was obviously guided by the US ambitions. Now, I mean, to simply disregard that kind of society as conspiracy theory, that's just ridiculous. Like, they spent 20 years in there. And look, the US have a proven record of building all kind of armies in Muslim countries. Look what's happened to Iraq. They built an orc army of 100,000 secular Kurds who they're preparing to enter Iran in a ground invasion.
And I completely agree with you. I don't think that.
No. The question is now, what orcs have the US been building in Afghanistan? That's the question I'm asking. What are the orcs that the United States have been building in Afghanistan?
I mean, if you look at the news, a lot of people are fleeing Iran to Afghanistan. So I don't have eyes on the ground there, but there's a lot of extremism going on in Afghanistan in general. It's very anti-women rights at this point, and honestly I would think that it was a failure that we released all of the Taliban prisoners that we released in a prison exchange. We should have never done that because they are not in our interest, they are not our allies. And honestly, a lot of those, and the only reason is because we came up with an agreement. Okay, we're going to give you all your prisoners, we're going to basically undo all of our war on terror, so to speak, as long as you agree that Al-Qaeda is no longer going to engage on targeting the U.S. and U.S. etc. influence.
I'm making no apologies for U.S. Republicans. I despise this Hegseth, for instance, who called Iranians rats, underground rats.
I think he's absolutely disgusting. I think they need to impeach him, and honestly, I think we need to drop him off in Iran, and Iran can do whatever the fuck they want.
So, what was it? Fascists. I wanted to tell you was, the reason why they were living in Afghanistan, Iran, the Afghans, right? So Afghans migrated to Iran was due to the Afghanistan economic collapse. Now, there's Taliban restrictions as well in conflict in 2021, right? Seeking work, education, safety in a culturally similar neighborhood. Iran hosted up to 5 to 6 million at peak, but many now face forced returns and Iran's own crisis. Key push factors: post-Taliban takeover, unemployment hit, 40% hunger affected 15 million, and aid cuts deepened poverty, driving 4,000 to 5,000 daily. Crossings via Pakistan, Taliban bans on women's secondary education and jobs pushed families, especially Hazaras, to Iran for schooling. So look, I was saying earlier, in relation to Taliban, one of my co-moderators, she was from in Afghanistan, so I have to,
For example, like the Democrat leaders that I really hold as heroes are, like, for example, Congressman Pramila Jayapal.
Yeah, hang on a second. Fascist, you made another claim, brother, about the Afghanistan getting funding. Yes, they did get funding up till, what was it, I think 2025. I'll give you the stats on this as well, and I'll put the source in the chat. Right here, I pulled it up. US
maybe not just funding, but...
Yeah, let me give you the facts. The U.S. is not significantly funding Afghanistan in 2026, having sharply cut aid due to Taliban policies like women's rights, restrictions, and governance issues. Minimal humanitarian assistance continues indirectly via UN partners, but totals have plummeted from billions pre-2025 to under million obligated so far. So I'm saying, and aid cuts timelines.
So we're talking up until last year.
Did they clarify?
In contrast, how many billions was Iran getting during the same period?
But did it clarify what the humanitarian aid was for?
Iran didn't get shit from America. Come on.
That's right. So this conspiracy theory that look, follow the money. Okay, if you're telling me that there's not at least some covert infiltration, U.S. covert infiltration to the Taliban, I think it's obviously the case that this is true. Okay, so I don't know what the extent of it is. I mean, that would be very difficult to work out, right? But obviously, the Iranian regime are suspicious of certain actors coming from Afghanistan, and clearly that's why there's been a purge of Afghanistanis from Iran. Position in this conflict. It is my opinion, when you put all of these things together, right? If Pakistan were aware of this U.S. influence in Afghanistan, I think what they should be doing. This is opinion. This is conjecture, and anybody can chuck whatever they like. I think Pakistan should be making a deal now with the IRGC for safe passage through Hormuz for their dependencies, their fossil fuel dependencies. So I just hope that because India has already successfully made this deal with the IRGC, I hope this doesn't prevent Pakistan from doing so. I hope Pakistan recognizes that this is another Islamic state, just like they are, right, who are very clearly resisting US hegemony and an illegal attack on their nation as well, a bona fide Islamic country, not just like some militia group, not just some This is what the United States tried to do. They took out the Ayatollah. Okay, I just think Pakistan. This is my message, my personal message to Pakistan: is to do what you can to establish a deal with the IRGC for safe passage of oil. Please don't send navies to assist the United States. It boggles the mind that this was even thrown on the table.
Yeah, that's one of the things where I actually agree that we shouldn't be giving any assistance to the United States in this endeavor, because the United States should not have engaged in starting that as well. I haven't thought. Sorry, my dog is very playful. He must pet me. But anyway, I do recall the reasoning as far as like the funding, because it took me a while to remember. They weren't giving money to the Taliban. Specifically, they were trying to offset. The money was supposed to be paid towards farmers to be used because they were farming opium, but they were subsidizing them using farming other produce. I'm just remembering what that was. They weren't paying the Taliban. To my awareness and what was informed about that, it was in regards to paying for farming.
Yep. Anybody want to come up? You guys want to come up? Zaria is here. Zaria. Walaikum assalam.
I'm here. Hey, brother. I missed you.
Stay here, bro. Stay here. What you been up to? Zaria, come up.
I'm doing i'tikaf. I'm doing i'tikaf in the masjid, so right now I'm about to go back, bring my iftar, and then go to a different masjid because they're finishing the Quran tonight. But Amir, did you guys see Al-Aqsa masjid is closed, and also they were saying a missile landed. I just hope Allah will protect that masjid and also the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. These are the two most sacred sites for Islam and Christianity, respectively. And wallahi, man, it's so sad. Like I'm seeing right now, Al-Aqsa is usually packed and full during Ramadan. This is like the first time since 1967 that the masjid is closed. The thing is, like these Zionists, they want to destroy the masjid, but like they want to destroy it and build their third temple.
Amr, didn't that rabbi say that maybe some missile will come and hit the Al-Aqsa Mosque?
He said, why is Iran doing this? I mean, it's probably by mistake or something. I don't know.
Because we're talking about this video in which this rabbi was saying that we pray that some missile of Iran comes and hits Al-Aqsa Mosque. This is what he said.
It did. Versus, the Sunni side, against each other.
There are some alleging that they have maybe high ranking Israeli people hiding under there, and that's why they don't allow anyone in there anymore. They don't want it's. Yeah. These are just go ahead.
Baby came up. I was wondering, what's up with you, baby? Okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I got a room going. I was gonna make Randall crash up, but I didn't want to do that to your face.
It's okay because he's fasting, and we're gonna keep it up there for right now.
Yeah. I'll be back.
What happened?
Good numbers in your room.
Are you talking about me?
No, thanks. It's okay, Roger. Go for it. Don't go for it, bro. Don't push his button.
Be fast. Leave it alone, Randall.
Oh my God. It's about to be over by the 20th. I think it's gonna be over. Then maybe we can crash out. Oh my God, it is.
Strong feeling that Netanyahu is hiding in Al-Aqsa Mosque. Strong feeling.
I think he's dead.
Man, it doesn't matter if he's dead or not.
Yes, fascist. But Munir, I think you need to step up and instead of siding with the Reza Pahlavi or Iran people and this people, I think you should, because are you nationalistic, Munir? Do you support Pakistan? Would you sacrifice your life for Pakistan?
It depends on what ground is Pakistan fighting.
So the thing is,
I'm not totally understand what it means. I'm not.
Cons and pros.
Yeah.
If the IRGC gets toppled, right? I mean, the Iranian Islamic Republic of Iran gets toppled. This Amos guy, you want to come up, man, you little freaking Israeli Jew, Zionist scumbag, come up. So, if Iranian Islamic Republic of Iran gets toppled,
you don't let me speak, huh?
Can you please mute up? I was speaking. Okay, thank you. If Islamic Republic of Iran, if it gets toppled, there's a possibility Pakistan's going to run into a lot of problems.
Yeah.
And you should look into the numbers, how it's going to affect it, because the oil, you have the oil thing. Right now, there's a pretty big, large oil crisis going on over there.
Pakistan never buys oil from Iran. We have not been allowed by our masters to buy oil from Iran. We never bought.
Non-official, I'm talking about.
Yeah, but that smuggled oil which comes through the border, that's not that much, and that smuggled oil is only in some particular part of Pakistan. That's not smuggled in the whole part of Pakistan. That's only within the region of Balochistan of Pakistan and Iranian Balochistan. That's not a big market. we never bought oil from Iran, and there was even there was a gas thingy which there was a gas thingy which Iran and Pakistan signed a long time back.
I'm gonna read it out to you what I pulled up. It's not officially done, while informal smuggling occurs across the border, valued at $1 billion annually pre-2026.
Yeah,
$1 billion, and it's not a small amount, by the way. Iran, Pakistan. Fuel rationing and price hikes, e.g., rupees 55 liters in March, stem from global spikes, not supply from Iran. So yeah, there's a global supply problem right now.
Did you guys see the blue sky link I said? Congressman Jayapal asked the State Department if the U.S. interests if its weapons are used in natural genocide if being used against civilians.
What's up, Yaya is very nationalistic. I think he'll sacrifice his life for Pakistan. But if that's the case, I was telling Munir he should support Islamic Republic of Iran because it's kind of beneficial, right? $1 billion is $1.2 billion. That's a lot of money right there. I'm gonna pull up how does Iran benefit Pakistan.
Well, the funny part is that Yahya comes back. He called me a separatist and a terrorist of Pakistan, and I wonder that he has this information regarding me. But I wonder how come the intelligence of Pakistan doesn't have this info about me. I live in Pakistan, but he claimed that I don't live in Pakistan. He said I'm a separatist and I don't live in Pakistan. It is quite amazing that he has this info about me, but the intelligence of Pakistan doesn't have this info about me. Wow.
So here's the ties. Iran benefits Pakistan through economic trade, diplomatic mediation, and border security cooperation, despite challenges like sanctions and ongoing war. Bilateral trade hovers around $3 billion annually, with goals to reach $10 billion via agricultural rights, meat exports, and connectivity projects. So it's trade and energy. Iran prioritizes rice, meat, corn, and livestock, signing MOUs for food security and agriculture in February 2026. Informal energy supplies via pipelines like Peace under construction and border trade support Pakistan's needs, though sanctions limit official oil imports. Security and diplomacy. Pakistan uses ties with Iran to mediate Saudi-Iran tensions, securing assurances against attacks and de-escalating border issues. Joint anti-terror efforts target groups like TTP and ISKP, stabilizing their shared frontier. Infrastructure ties. Projects like Rimdan Gulf-Free Zone and rail port links boost connectivity to Central Asia, aiding CPAC alternatives, cultural, linguistic similarities, foster people-to-people exchanges. So, that's how Pakistan benefits from.
Okay, Amir, this guy who came earlier, Bibi Kapara, who is he? Where is he from?
He's a Zionist Jew from Morocco, man.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Anger? How you doing today, man?
I'm good. What's up? How you doing?
I think we're just talking about how Pakistan benefits from Iran, and if Iranian government gets toppled, I think it's not going to benefit Munir. Munir is very nationalistic. He loves his country. So if he was supporting the other side, now he needs to support the Iran Islamic Republic of Iran to benefit his nation.
So now Now he supports the Republic of Iran.
So I switched it. I changed his settings today.
I don't need your certificate. Yeah.
Easy. No, I didn't give you settings. I changed your settings today.
I'm not asking you, Amr. Yahya has been saying this for a couple of days that I don't live in Pakistan. I live outside Pakistan, and he has been labeling me. Now also in the chat, he's saying some random things.
You're Pakistani.
Yeah, it's okay, Munir. You can respond to him in the chat. It's okay. You guys can go back and forth. You're nationalistic. He's nationalistic. You guys might have.
But he's not even a Pakistani. He's not even a Pakistani.
He's a Pakistani. You don't know him.
I'm not African, also. 18 days of the war. How do you?
I know Yahya for a while. Yes, Sanger.
Yeah, I said like 18 days into the war. What's up? How do you see the war so far?
The war, brother. I think we're not the way I see it. I think Iran is in it. It's playing a long game, and it's because of the Strait of Hormuz. America is stuck in the middle now. America went to war with Iran at the request of Israel. You see what I'm saying? And I don't know if you heard about the military official today. He was like a security official or something today. He resigned, which was appointed by Donald Trump. He said, Iran is not a threat to us. So I'm not going to be part of this. He resigned.
So you think Iran is like, hold on, bro. Let's be one at a time. So you think Iran is not a threat to the United States?
I don't think Iran is a threat to the United States. I think Israel is the biggest threat to the United States.
Okay, good. Hold on. So Iran is not a threat to the United States, but in the parliaments, like the House of Assembly, after they finish the parliamentarian sittings, the national anthem there is they chant death to America, death to Israel. We're talking about the parliament. A country that after the parliamentary sitting, they chant the national anthem there is death to America.
A lot of people say that to America. North Korea have said it. Iraq has said it before. And look, a lot of people have said it. I could go on the street and I can say it. According to the Constitution, I'm not going to get arrested.
No. That is not the freedom of speech, bro. When a country's parliament, bro, the lawmaking body of the country, after sitting, they chant death to America. Let me ask you, if you are the U.S. president and you have this country, whenever they don't sit in, they chant death to America, and this same country, bro, you're a superpower. Let's be very sincere with ourselves here. You're a superpower, and this country that chants consistently death to America, this country is aspiring to acquire a nuclear warhead. If you are a superpower, what are you going to do? Are you going to turn deaf ear, blind eyes? Tell me.
That too, look, when the Iran says that to America, you have to understand what they're actually saying. They're saying that to the American government that has put sanctions on them for over 40, 50 years. That's what they actually mean.
But they were not specific. They said death to America.
Bro, that's what it literally means.
No. You don't interpret it for them, bro. You're not
brother. Hold on. From Muslim perspective, from Muslim paradigm, we have rules of engagement.
Okay.
You can't kill women, children. You can't kill rabbis. You can't kill priests. You can't kill imams. You can't kill. You can't attack churches. You can't attack holy places. Innocent people, it goes against it. If these people are committing crime, we should all condemn it. And these people, they need to be shot in the fucking head.
Okay, good. When Iran goes about sponsoring proxy terrorist groups in the Middle East, listen to me. I love this engagement. You understand? When Iran goes about, Saudi is way richer than Iran. United Arab Emirates, these guys are way richer than Iran. These guys are investing in AI, modern tech. These guys don't go about sponsoring, creating terrorist cells in the Middle East. So when Iran goes about funding terrorist groups like Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas, so do you think that's nice? Do you think that's good? Is a good thing for the Middle East?
Let's go into it. My question to you: when America
I love that question. Number one, Israel is a Jewish state. The Jewish people have never bombed and the Jewish people have never
Zionist state.
Can I please, if you want to talk, you raise your hand and say you want to talk.
Yeah, I want to talk after you, Africa.
Then when I'm done talking, then you respect me.
Appreciate you, brother.
Good, thank you very much. So the Jewish people never bombed any country in the world.
Okay, hold on.
You ask me a question, listen. You ask me a question, I'm answering. You cannot ask me, bro. You cannot ask me a question. You cannot ask me a question and give me 2 seconds to answer your question.
Okay.
Yeah, you ask me a question. I'm going to. You know me. I've been here several times. You understand? I'm here to say things you don't like, and of course, you're here to say things that I don't like.
I know, brother.
Thank you very much. Israel has never left the state of Israel. That have been radicalized by Hamas. Go ahead, Anjo.
Okay. Israel has killed over 70,000 people. Not all of them are Hamas, by the way. Last time there was a report posted in Guardian. I can post a link in the chat. 83% of them were civilians. The rest of them, sure, they were 17% were Hamas. This was posted by the IDF from the internal reports. I'll post a link in the chat. Another thing, Israel attacked Lebanon. Israel has attacked and killing Palestinians right now. The Zionists, as Jews, they're terrorizing the fuck out of Palestinians in the West Bank. You should go look into it. 2 days ago, they killed a whole family, including children. 6 family members. You have Israel.
If you me to speak, I allowed you.
Yeah, I'm giving you more. It's not done yet.
When I want to speak, please don't be biased, please.
Israel is killing people in Iran right now. Israel is still killing people in Palestine and Lebanon. They killed over 1,000 people since the truce. Israel is the #1 demonic piece of shit state. Claims to be a Jewish state or secular state. We don't know what the hell it is. If it's a demonic Jewish state, then why doesn't it behave like a Jew? Why does it behave like a secular state? Or why does it act like a terrorist entity?
Let me ask you a question. What is the benefit of Iran to humanity? What has Iran invented? What has Palestinians invented that benefits humanity, please? Tell me.
Okay. Should I pull up the list of what has Iran invented?
No, go ahead and tell me. I'm here.
I have to pull up the list. Let me pull up the list. I want to give you the exact facts.
It's okay.
What has Iran invented?
And when you're pulling out the list, pull out the list of what Israel has invented to do the truth.
Israel. What has Iran and Palestine invented? So Iran, ancient Persia, has a rich history of inventions in engineering, science, and medicine, while Palestinian inventions are limited and often military related amid ongoing conflicts.
The mullahs are not Persians, please. The mullahs are point of correction. The mullahs are not Persians, please.
Brother,
the Persians are the Iranians.
Okay, let me ask you this. How was Mullah brought into Iran in the first place?
Thank you very much. Let me give an example. I'll use Nigeria to give an example.
No, did he come from
You asked a question, bro. I want to ask you a question. have to answer your question.
Yeah, brother, relax.
You asked a question. You know me very well. I'm not shy of your question.
I know. We all know, brother. Let him respond.
Thank you very much. I want to give an example. In Nigeria.
Brother, are you Russian?
No, he's not Russian.
I don't want to insult you. Just
Yeah. Let's keep it kosher. He's Jewish. Let's keep it kosher.
When you come to Nigeria, we have Wazobia. Wa is Yoruba. Zo is Hausa. Bia is Igbo. So these are the three major tribes that make up Nigeria. So the Hausas, as I'm talking right now, you can Google it. There's something they call the Usman Danfodio conquest. Usman Danfodio is a Fulani. These guys are Fulanis. I know that there are Fulanis as well. Usman Danfodio invaded the Hausa part of Nigeria, which is the mountain part of Nigeria. These are Hausas. These guys are like Persians. Very nice people. You understand? They invaded them. They call it Usman Danfodio conquest. They conquered them. They imposed their own Islamic religion on them. When you go to the north right now, there is no house. We have MS, EMIR, or S. MS in the north. There is no MS that's an Hausa man.
I was doing relevant to the conversation we're having.
Bro, listen. You are irritating the same way you irritate me. Understand that fact?
No, but brother, you're not letting nobody else speak.
No, I said no.
You just talking. It doesn't work like that.
No, please don't interrupt him. Yeah, please don't.
We got to move on here, guys. No, but you got to let other people speak.
Bro, if you don't want to have a conversation, nobody's talking. Bro, we can do this all day. We can do this for 10 hours. You talk, I talk, you talk. You cannot talk over me. I talk to God.
Yeah, but you got to hurry up.
Please. Anger. Yeah, that'll do it.
I talk to God. You can never talk over me. The way my voice irritates you, bro. Let me make this clear. The way my voice irritates you, same way your voice fucking irritates me.
Brother, you're bringing out the troll in me. You're bringing the troll in me.
I am not your brother. Do not call me brother. I don't know who I am. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You don't call me brother. Just listen. I make my submission. You make your submission. When I make my submission, you make your submission.
All right, brother. Hey, brother.
Then mute your mic.
God bless you, brother.
Mute your mic.
Mute your mic.
God bless you, brother.
Mute your mic.
Mute your mic.
Let me I want to say something.
Yes, but can we get to Iran, brother? Can we get to Iran?
No, see, when they keep it.
Can I be your brother?
Tell your allies to stop interjecting me. Tell your allies.
Can I be your brother?
I know them very, very well. Tell your allies to be matured. Bro, let me go back to the conversation.
Yes, sir.
Iran, brother. Iran.
I was saying, you asked me a question about Iran and the Persians. Bro, we all went to school. We have degrees. I'm doing. The Hausas, when you go to the north, there is an Hausa man. All the MS are Fulanis. Now, let me transfer this thing now to Iran. Iranians were conquered people. The British, that's why you see, they were the one controlling the can you just mute your mic?
My fault.
Bro, I want to believe you're a married man. You probably have kids. But let's assume we're all in right now. This is the United Nations Parliament. We are now in the UN. Bro, you see these guys in the United Nations? You see how they talk? You see how they talk about themselves? They keep quiet. When you have the mic, you talk.
They won't let you inside the UN.
When it's your turn, bro, these guys are diplomats. These guys are diplomatic, bro. We are mature. Bro, I'm old enough to be
so, brother, can we get back to Iran? You asked me a question about what does Iran invent. I want to go with
Iranians, one question, do me one favor. Do
me one favor? Could you stop shouting though? Cause you're loud.
Then tell the other guy to stop.
Go ahead. You could go ahead.
Just keep quiet. If I shout, you die. If I shout, you die. If I shout, you die. I don't give a fuck who you are. No, to me, you're an animal. If I shout, you die. Fuck you.
I think you're conducting yourself.
You die. If I
You're
shout,
conducting yourself like an animal. You're conducting yourself like a
if you don't want me to talk here,
you conducting yourself like a
you're
the only one going to
Okay. Let's get back to the Iranian topic, brother. Let's calm down, brother. Drink some water. Are you fasting, Andrew?
No, I'm cool. I came with violence, bro. I came with violence. I'm ready.
Oh yeah, I like the violence.
I'm not
I just want to part of my gang. I can't become part of my gang, brother.
Bro. Am I still like a gentleman? I came with violence.
If one of the rooms you can piss me off, I send you over there, and maybe you can take care of them.
This place is the battlefield. As long as you don't have the Iranian ideology, they want to eat you. They want to eat you raw. People are scared of coming here, bro. I love coming here. I love walking.
I love your presence, brother, in here. That's why I give you the
follow. Thank you very much. So the Iranians are the real Persians, the mullahs. These guys are the guys that came, they conquered Iranians. Bro, these guys have been kept hostage for the past 47 years with the barrel of gun. You saw the protests, bro, in a country that is protesting. Your own people, you call your people, you love them. Bro, you killed over 35,000 people. Where is this on the world? As someone is something, what somebody is supporting this regime? You killed over 35,000 people.
Can I respond? Okay. So, brother,
what makes you so upset? If you just articulate better, maybe we can understand better. What makes you so upset? Can you clearly mention what is the main point of your anger?
The main point of my anger is one. When you look at the Middle East, no country in the Middle East has nuclear weapons unless only Israel.
Brother,
someone asked me, you see the problem? You see the problem?
No, you're being.
No, you see the problem? Bro, we're gonna war here, bro. I thought to God Almighty. Why did you unmute your mic? The question was not
only one mic on anger. Go on anger.
Ask me a question. Why? What is my problem with Iran? Now I want to tell you this.
No, but I was speaking. Hold on. I was speaking. Case to ask you a different question. Hold on. Okay, just hang on for your question for a second. Ingrid, I was going over the list of the things that have been invented by which history and relate to what the amount of things that they have invented. Okay. Now, just like keep this in mind. Just like Iran funds money to all the proxies for their own protection, America funds all the proxies. They have military bases in every country, in GCC countries all around the world. These are all proxies, including Israel. So I don't know if that's hard for you to understand. America funds 3 country that could cash in this proxy money into cash to use it for their own expenses. None of the other countries were able to cash in the aid money that was coming in. So my question to you, brother, is if Israel is attacked about seven fronts, I can give you a list: Lebanon, West Bank, Gaza, Syria. Yeah, you have the Qatar. You have what is it? The attack that the Syria, the embassy in Syria, and Iran. There's about 6 or 7 fronts. So I don't get it. Like, did you not know this? The amount of killings that Israel has done since 1947, since the establishment. Israel was literally established by ethnically cleansing, killing, raping, doing a whole bunch of atrocities in that land.
Can I add something too before? You asked me a question.
Let him respond, and then I give you the mic, Dipsuk.
So first of all,
Just like you.
Let me talk now. Let me talk. Brother.
Yeah, Amos, he's begging you, please let him talk. Please.
Brother, you understand?
You're calling because he's a Jew. You want to call him?
I'm waiting for my turn.
No, this his turn for summer.
Let me
tell you this. Somebody, you ask me a question, please. Nobody's going to take the mic away from me. It's my mic. You understand? So, number one, you say Israel has gone about bombing everywhere. You understand? Look at what's happening now. You talk about Irina proxy. Why is it that Saudi Arabia does not have proxy? Why is it that United Arab Emirates does not have proxy? Why is it that Kuwait?
They were Israel.
Hold on, bro, can you be mature enough like an Israel?
You're an African claiming you're a Jew. You are a traitor. You are a traitor. You are a traitor. You know when the bombs come, right? You know when the bombs come in Israel, right? You're not allowed in the bomb shelters. They don't let you come in the bomb shelter. They don't let you come to the bomb shelters. Hey, look at your prime minister in my PTR. He's dead. Tupac. Your prime minister is with Tupac. Send me that. Say to Yahoo. With Tupac. He was Tupac eating jollof. He's eating your favorite rice, jollof. Would you like some jollof? Okay, Africa. Would you want some jollof? Africa, man. You want some jollof? Africa. You must eat. Africa. Why do they call it jewelry? Jewelry. Can you explain that to me? Can you answer that question for me, Africa? Why do they call jewelry jewelry?
Animal.
And they get it from Africa. You people. You probably was the one selling your people out. You sold your people out so you could wear a Star David. So you could wear a motherfucking Star David. You put a crown on yourself. You fucking piece of shit. I'd rather be animals. Fuck with a dirty African like you. You Nigerian Jew. You dirty fucking piece of shit. I bet you
This is getting too much. This is going. It's very racist now, and we're just gonna leave it at that for. Hold on a second, brother. Hold on, calm down. Drink some water. Drink some water.
It's an abomination for me to say same skin color with this animal. These guys don't go to school. They end up in high school. They never stay high school. You know how many degrees I have? Animal.
What is wrong with him? Are you stupid?
Okay, money. Let him get it out.
Fuck Iranians. I better like animal.
Hey, let him get it out. More. Let it out. This is their place.
It's a gay. The blood is too legs. It's a gay. Ayatollah is a gay. Fuck you. I told you. This place is battlefield. Before I came here, bro, I am prepared for war. I will war for 10 hours.
stop with the racist shit. Like, come on. Let's pivot. So, brother, Anger, brother, here's the there's all of these countries, GCC countries, Iran, America, Israel, all of the countries have proxies. All of them. I can pull up a list. Even Saudi Arabia has given money to militias and whatnot in different places. Not just Saudi Arabia. You have Bashar al-Assad has done it from Syria. That guy was a genocidal maniac. You have Lebanon. You know, in Lebanon there's Lebanon has Hezbollah there. You have what else do you have? There's a whole bunch of them. The ISIS literally was funded by Netanyahu that was stealing the aid from Palestinians. And I can give you an article from Times of Israel, a Jewish source, that has been stealing the aid from Palestinians for the past 2 years. What else? Hamas was funded by who? Netanyahu, $1.4 billion. America and Israel encouraged Qatar to fund Hamas. All of this, and the money came into Israel, would get loaded up into briefcases, and it would get hand delivered into the hands of Hamas. So I'm just asking you, if they're funding proxies, right? America's funding proxies every year. Why isn't the problem if other countries do it? And if they say, that to America, that literally means that to the government that has put sanctions, that's making the people suffer.
Okay, bro,
the Western.
This is the problem, you understand? And this is the same problem. There's something called takia. I know you know the word takia.
Yes, I'm not doing takia, brother. I speak nothing but the truth.
Hold on. Bro, I'm not a kid. Bro,
I can put a hand on your head and I can say, look, I speak nothing but the truth.
Bro, listen, let me tell you something. Bro, the fact that I mentioned takia, bro, you should know that I know you guys very, very well.
Amen.
So is it the problem?
Amen.
You see the problem? You ask the question, is the problem?
Yes, let him respond when you
see the problem? Now, in his mind.
Shut up, you stupid.
This guy, in his mind.
Shut up, listen.
He thinks
I'm not yours.
Okay, calm down. Calm down. No, in his mind. No, Nigerian vampire. No, I said in his mind.
We're gonna hold on. I have an idea. Okay, Munir, hang on for your question. Let Anger go, and then I give you the mic right away. Munir will respond. Go on, Anger.
Stupid guy.
He's not stupid. He's smart.
No, don't spend them. Stupid. I'm a very stupid man.
No, you're a smart man.
I'm a madman. No, I'm a madman. Bro, you cannot be a gentleman and come in the midst of Iranians, people that love Iranians, that love Iranian regime, that love Palestinians, that love Hamas, that love Hezbollah, that love the Houthis. Bro, you're not going to be a gentleman, and bro, you're not going to survive within 5 seconds. Bro, it's only a madman that will come there and survive. And I'm a madman. So when you say I'm stupid, bro, I am stupid. I have PhD in stupidity. Let him call me stupid. No sensible human being will come and join you guys. I feel position. I'm not
Amir, what he fails to realize is they don't let your black ass in the bomb shelters over there. You're a whole clown and a bozo. They don't fuck what you talking about. You're a bozo. Clown ass nigga. That's what you all do.
I am talking.
Can you stop?
If you cannot respect me, if you cannot respect me to air my own.
Okay, just go on, finish what you have to say, Anger. I want to give it to Munir afterwards.
Tell them to stop interjecting me, not me. I'm not the problem.
Okay, nobody interject. I give you 1 minute. Go and speak.
I want peace. I want problem. Thank you very much. Your allies are the problem. When you speak, I mute my mic. Bro, it's simple courtesy. But when I speak, bro, I'm not here to say things you like. I'm not going to change change you. And as a matter of fact, you know me very well. I mean, you're not going to change me. Yes,
I want to change it, brother.
Thank you very much.
I want to give you sources. I want you to, you know.
Bro, and I sincerely want to change you as well.
All due respect. I want you to find a good, a beautiful, good sister to get married to, inshallah. She doesn't have to be Jewish, right? And you know, maybe the sister can change your mind because, brother, I think you've been.
Let me just.
Did they plant a chip in your head, brother?
The Jews are blessings to humanity. The Iranian regime. Let's be very, very clear.
They're not Jim. They're good, beautiful people.
Iranian regime is a curse to humanity, bro. Do you know how ISWAP of West Africa in Nigeria? Do you know how Boko Haram? Do you know how Fulani herdsmen? Do you know how Lakarawa, these are terrorist organizations operating in Nigeria from the Sahel? Do you know how these guys get their funding? What do you think is funding these guys? You think it's Saudi Arabia? You think it's Kuwait? You think it's UAE? You think it's Qatar? It's Iran. It's what Iran regime does. It's what it does. This is that guy.
Hang on, I want to give it to Money really quick. Hey, hang on a second. Hang on. I want to, brother. Anger, please, brother. I want to give it to Money really quick. Go on, Money. What was your question?
My first question was one thing I have objection. Why did you say that he needs a sister? I think he needs a proper brother. And the other thing I wanted to say is that why are you wasting your time talking to a stupid guy who, wallahi, I didn't even understand a single word he said. All I had heard was scream.
I agree.
I swear I didn't even understand a single word. All I heard are the screams. And wallahi, for all these 15, 20 days, I was... Shut up!
No more!
You sound like Samuel Jackson. Let's talk Zionism and talk Judaism. You know the difference. You're just a dirty African. You're just a dirty African.
Anger, please stop doing that. I want to give it to Money. Money, please don't attack him. Just say what you're going to say.
Bro, I'm going to let him speak. Bro,
hold on, Anger, please. Hold on, Anger. Let him finish.
I will not. If anybody next me again, I will go mad.
There you go. Since 2 weeks, it has been war, and all I've been searching online are the updates of the war, what is happening around. I'm just checking about the war. But in these 2 weeks, for the first time, I got those. My mind was like diverted for the first time, thinking that, oh my God, what kind of creature is this? So I don't understand.
Let's not do that. That's racist shit to say, man.
But that's not normal. And you want
to calling people animals ain't racist?
We both things can go. We gotta condemn what he said.
Oh, all right.
We can't. Yeah, we're better than that, right? Go on.
I'm not. When they go back,
guys, I'm going to need just everyone to report his ID. I am doing it.
I'm not reporting out.
No, we don't need to report. Leave it. I don't know why you get racist so sensitive on it.
Nobody reported.
Dipset. Limited freedom of speech. This room believes in a little bit of democracy, a little bit, not too much, a little bit. Allow it. We need to have this little bit of entertainment because just a serious conversation all day long. Oh my God.
Can I piggyback on what you just said now, please? Please, just 2 minutes.
Nah, please.
Hold on, let him respond because, go on.
You cannot speak. I don't know how to speak. Let your boy speak.
Let others speak.
Okay, Anger. Tell you what, I'll come to you in a second. And when you're done, I'm going to give it to Dipset, and then I'll come to you, Anger. Go on. Actually,
Other people can speak.
Hold on, Money, please. Let me run the room the way I want to run it. Thank you. Go on, Dipset. It's on you. Then Obedia and Colian, and then Anger. I'll come to you, brother. Just hang in there because these people just joined.
I just want to say salute. The world is a better place. Down to Zionism.
Okay, cool. So, Obedia, did you want to say something? Obedia, are you there?
I just want to say that I agree with Dipset. The world is a better place without Netanyahu. Miss Bella, inshallah.
Okay, all right, cool. Obedia, it's on you.
No, I'm gonna come back when I ask. You know what? Actually, I want to ask one question. England.
No, not him, bro. Not right now. Do you have anything else to say?
Okay. No, I wanted to ask. I wanted him to elaborate. I don't think he really elaborated on. He was saying that.
It's okay. We'll talk about that later. But at this moment, you know.
Okay, just hold on. Okay, I got you.
And Amos, I think is your Jewish brother, and he wants to say something. Yes, Amos. Lies. Coexistence. Speak. Amos. Speak.
I will speak, you bastard. You think you're a dictator. You give only the Muslim point of view. You don't give the other side. Killing, genocide is every second word. Genocide, killing children, killing. Like all the Jewish Israelis.
Bro, be audible. You're talking to yourself. Be audible, please. Address the house. You're talking to the house. Address the house.
Anyway, you have to understand that every point has two sides. Every coin has two sides. And the narrative of the other side, in this room, I never heard it sometimes. Actually, and there is so many people here in this room, I'm surprised they start writing. He understands that in the end you have to give a little bit from the other side, which never, ever in this room. So I just invite you to my room every Friday night.
Oh my God.
Coexisted.
Sorry, Amos. I can't let you market your room out of this one. Thank you. We have a lot of people listening to it. I'm sorry, Amos. Anyways, Amos, it's okay. Anger,
so
it's on you now.
So first of all, it is ENGR, like E for elephants, N for nation, G for general, R for republic. It is engineer, not engineer.
I apologize.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm a structural engineer by profession, so I abbreviated it. I don't want to say engineer. So, by the way, let me correct one misconception. Bibi is not dead. Bibi is not dead. Bibi is alive. You understand? But Ayatollah is right now is in the morgue. He should have been buried for a very long time. His son, which is the heir to his throne, the gay, his two legs are gone. He's a vegetable in Russia. So Bibi is still alive. Go to his page. He's alive. You say AI, it's not AI. Go there. We're on to take. We know the shit. Bibi is alive, well alive, you understand? So that's by the way. If that makes you guys happy that Bibi is dead, okay, fine. Let's celebrate.
That's what I heard. I don't know.
Bibi is not dead. Bibi is alive, well alive, fucking alive.
Did you see him alive?
You know, he's coming to this very soon, but he doesn't want. He's bro. His videos on Facebook, on IG, on Twitter. He has made like 3 videos, but they keep calling it
I have a question. So if he's alive,
is it
why hasn't he tweeted the last 30 days? He's going against what I'm saying.
Oh my God, dipshit. Let him finish, man.
Amma, you got Amma for the
Let him finish. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute to finish. Go on, engineer.
Amma, you're not gonna let this guy pressure you to give me, bro. Amma, you've been biased.
No, okay.
You've been biased. The fact that you don't
it's bias, not bias.
Is it?
I knew it was mine. I didn't read you.
No, you gotta give me 10 seconds, eh? You guys just
I'll give you 10 seconds. Stop coming off the mic, bro.
He's really acting like a Jew.
Okay,
stop coming off the mic, bro.
Okay, now you gotta give me 2 seconds.
Okay, breaking. The neighborhood of Ali Larjani was completely blown up while he was at his daughter's house. So my question for you, Anger, is that a justified killing to kill one person, you kill hundreds of civilians? Go ahead and condemn it. Go ahead.
Who is this man?
Ali Larjani is the hero of Iran. He is a Sadri philosopher. You just asked who is this man, and I'm answering you.
Bro, I condemn the death of every human being. Bro.
Okay, well, why? I support the ethnic cleansing of Israel for doing this to my people.
This guy that killed that.
Fuck Israel and fuck you.
Who is this guy?
I'm an Iranian, and I hate you.
No.
And you sound like a lawnmower. You're disgusting. Foaming at your mouth. Go wipe your mouth.
We're done. Thank you, engineer. We're gonna thank you. I got a headache and I'm fasting. I don't want to do this anymore. You guys have to stop interrupting each other, man. You gotta let the brother speak and just let him land his plane, man. I don't know.
My God, it's a peak of my fast. I didn't do this, man.
I'm apologizing. Let me apologize. I'm a man. I apologize to you. I don't apologize to him. What's wrong with you? He doesn't get muted.
Engineer, we're done. I don't want any apologies. Thank you. We're gonna pivot. Thank you. Thank you. We're gonna pivot. I don't need your apologies.
Engineer is the second Netanyahu.
That's okay. Let him. Be quiet. Don't address him. Anyways, I think we should talk about the what was it? Fascists earlier on. You were talking about about this whole conflict in the Middle East. Who is it going to benefit? I'm going to pull up the name of the countries. If IRGC goes, how many countries is it going to benefit? How many countries is not going to benefit? Let me pull up the list of countries.
So what are we discussing about?
List of questions we can ask.
I'm the one we're discussing about.
Be quiet.
What is it about?
Be quiet.
About just hang on a second, Anger. I'll come back to you in a bit. We're talking about the Iranian. Hang on, please. How many countries would
Bro, I usually 24 hours research.
Bro, they're gonna trigger you again, and then you're gonna start shouting.
No. Let me just stop. Let me just hear research. No, bro, relax. So, Iranian Air Force is gone, the Air Force One is gone. The United States and Israel has bombed over 100 ships. The Navy is gone. The military is gone. The crown jewel of Iran is called the Kurd Island, where Iran exports over 95% of their crude. It's not decimated. Over 90 targets destroyed. Now the Marines are moving over there now to take over that island. And as a matter of fact, this batch of Marines that is coming, these are specialists. They are good in taking over territories when it comes to the sea.
Shut up.
These guys are going to the Kurd Island, and these guys are going to Amma, you need to listen about this for Amma.
Okay. Hold on, anger, bro. I can't. Respectfully, we're just gonna leave it. I want to cover something else now. Thank you. So the benefiting countries, if Iranian government gets toppled, regime change happens. Israel and Sunni states like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain ends proxy funding to Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, slashing attacks. Regional peace divided. Now, the U.S. and allies, UK, Europe, halts nuclear program, oil flows freely, lowering prices, cuts Russia, China ties, migration drops. Pakistan, Turkey, Azerbaijan, border security improves, trade booms without IRGC meddling, economic integration. Globally, it will be India, Ukraine, Indo-Pacific, cheap energy curbs, and for the country falls, there's about 40, about 10 to 15 countries that would, it would harm 14 to 10 to 15 countries, risking chaos. Russia with drone and oil loss, China with, BRIC influence, Syria with the Assad support, Iraq, Syria doesn't, it's not there anymore. Iraq, with the militias, Venezuela, North Korea, Yemeni Houthis, Lebanon, Hezbollah, Qatar ties. Vacuum could empower IRGC hardliner or civil war indirectly hurting neighbors like Afghanistan or Turkey via refugees. Overall impact, 40 UN members, Sunni bloc plus West gain strategically, 20 axis of resistance, Russia, China lose, outcome hinge of transition. They're going to be lost if Iranian government topple, it gets regime change happens, and then there's other countries that'll benefit. It's crazy. And some of these countries.
So they say, bro, the fact that we all need to come to a conclusion to all general understanding is, you should ask yourself this question: why is it not supporting Iran? No country in the Middle East is supporting Iran. The big weight in the Middle East. As a matter of fact, there was a rumor that was doing the rounds that Saudi Arabia lobbied America to bomb Iran.
No, it's not true. It's not.
Hold on, please.
No, there was not confirmed, engineer.
Come on.
I don't.
Hang on, Efron, hold on.
I don't lose my life.
No.
Please.
Let him finish, man. Why do you guys have to intro? Otherwise, I'll have to move all of you guys down, man. Let him finish. One mic at a time. I'll give you the mic afterwards.
I'm done with.
Are backing the United States. Given the fact that even the Strait of Hormuz has closed, but yet they are quiet, but they know this is the end. This is the end point. The Iranian regime has held the Strait of Hormuz hostage for the past 47 years, but now it's ending. The Cap Island, like I said, which is the crown jewel of Iran, this is where the ship came from. But that place has been deserted, has been bombed to oblivion, has been decimated. Cap Island is done. Now the Marines are pushing. It doesn't come to them. Hey, China, Europe, and UK, you get most of the crude, most of the oil from what they call it, from the Strait of Hormuz. They all declined. But I am happy. I am so happy that what happened in Iran happened. Just 1 minute. I am so happy that what happened in Iran happened. You know why? Now the United States of America have known their allies. These are globalist deep shits. Now bro, mark my words. Two things. If Donald Trump did not pull out of NATO, Donald Trump is going to move 95% of all American military personnel in Europe down to America. And he will stop selling weapons to NATO in fight of Russia. Thank you very much.
All right, so we're going to go over the list now. There's GCC countries that did some sort of, support, Iran, like the foreign minister of Oman that came out and that said they did go down on they're willing to go down on their nuclear enrichment program inside Iran. They were in the process of making a deal, America and Iran through Oman, and all of a sudden Israel does the attack. That was a bold move. It was a crazy move. And the countries that have neutral stance, it's the Gulf states: Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Oman, Kuwait. For mediate, Jordan intercepts Iran projectiles, and no Arab League state backs Iran outright. But the other thing that you brought up, now the mainstream media is reporting that there was about 4 or 5 calls that went from MBS to the U.S. president, Trump, and working with Israel to attack Iran. But the Saudi side came out, the government side, and said, no, that's not true. And so that was a bullshit narrative that they were spreading. It was done to mainstream media to, sort of like push this narrative. Then I checked the Saudi Arabia statement, which is not true. They were not being it. So that's the end of it. And Emram, do you have the mic? You want to speak? Go on.
He mentioned more than one point. There is this one about Boko Haram and the radical Muslim extremists in Africa. They are not the only one. There is the God Army. They have done a horrific massacre in Uganda and South Sudan. There is, the establishment of Israel have been started with the gangs, Haganah and the other one. They did horrific things in the Palestinian villages. So there is no religion that's specific to be like terrorist. Okay, I'm not against Jews, by the way. I'm against Zionism. The issue, the state of Israel. This engineer, this young man from Nigeria, he said that Jews are well educated and good with people, behave good with people. He mentioned tribes. I know them. They are all in Africa, like Hausa and Vulan. They are in Mauritania. They are a group of them Jews, and there's a group of them Muslim. The majority is Muslim, and we treating Jews and Christian well. It's normal. There is no crimes. There is no criminals. Radicals. Violence is everywhere. It's not about a certain religion. He mentioned Boko Haram a lot, and he say a lot of East is nothing. We just tribes fighting each other. What is the business of United States and Israel between us? What is their nose come here for? We have our problems. We have the problems between Sunnah and Shia, and it's good. Why they have to come and put their nose between us? They have no right to come to fight and make fights between us. A fight once in Iraq and then in Afghanistan, and then pretending that there is a problem between Pakistan and Afghanistan. And then they started this war in Africa, in Middle East, believe that they are their savior. They are pretending that there is this propaganda, there is this story to set them free. I don't know from what, but it's a law. It's just a whole lie. There is more than one point, but I wanted to like concentrate on this one specifically. Thank you.
Oh, I wanted to jump in really quick. Oh, Amir, can I go?
Yeah, so I want to give it to all the new people. Fashions, do you want to take a quick minute and maybe say something? And then
Just a couple. What other parts of Africa do you think they're doing this as well? I mean, this is something to think about now. Obviously, they. The reason for training armies and training people.
It's not an Islamic issue in Nigeria. It's happening on both sides. It's a tribal fight. The leader of Nigeria came out and said
alleged enemy.
Bro, it's not a tribal fight. Please.
The alleged enemy.
You want the statement from the leader of Nigeria?
Don't say that no more, please.
Do you want the statement from the leader of Nigeria?
There's no tribal fight in Nigeria.
Do you want the statement from the leader of Nigeria that said it's
I'm telling fuck Tinubu. Fuck this idiot.
No, Edgar, you shut the fuck up and let fascists and
The guy that is fucking you, go to punish him.
If the leader of Nigeria says it's not a genocide, it's an infight, what do I do?
Let me say something. Please.
Wait, but what if a Palestinian says
one second, please. I'm a Nigerian. You of course, you're intelligent to know that when these guys want to give speech, they give police. Genocide in Nigeria for more than 15 years.
Can you speak English? I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, let me slow down. I think there has been Christian genocide in Nigeria for more than 15 years. But it's so funny that
it's not a genocide, man. I don't know.
It is so funny that an Indian guy or a Pakistani guy is telling him to speak English. It's so funny for you, understand? You guys are so backward. It's so funny.
The leader of Nigeria said it. What are you on about?
It's so funny that an Indian guy.
I'll pull up the statement from the leader of Nigeria. Hold on.
An Indian guy is talking about English. An Indian guy is
stop centering yourself. Shut up. Shut up.
You're very stupid.
You're centering yourself. It's not about you.
The guy that is fucking is stupid. You're very stupid.
You're fucking stupid. Shut the fuck up.
A woman is telling you to shut up.
Touch his
A woman. The guy that is fucking you. The guy that is fucking you. The guy that is fucking you is an animal. The guy that is fucking.
Stop attacking a woman in my room. Okay, stop doing that. We don't do that. Engineer, I'm going to read you a statement from the leader of Nigeria now, okay? President Bola Tinubu stated on. Oh my God. Can you meet up?
Tinubu was selling drugs in America.
Hold on. Oh my God.
Tinubu is not legitimate. Don't tell about Tinubu. Don't insult me, please. Don't insult me, please. Please.
Okay. So he's I'm gonna read it to the room, not for you, okay? I'm gonna read it to the room. President Bola Tinubu stated on December 12, 2025 that there's no Christian genocide in Nigeria and there's no Muslim genocide in Nigeria, attributing insecurity to terrorism driven by criminal. Rami Tinubu also denied genocide claims as propaganda. Additional statements. African Union Chair Mahmoud Ali Yusuf echoed on November 12, 2025, there's no genocide in northern Nigeria, noting Boko Haram primarily targets Muslims. Critiques like Plateau government Caleb Mutfang called attack simple genocide, highlighting farmer-herder violence. So, I think, listen, okay, are you going to respond to these statements?
It's a Nigerian stuff. Let me explain, please. And let me be so quick. Number one. These are political statements, number one. That's by the way. Tinubu, number one, is an illegitimate president. Number two, Tinubu was indicted with, he was dealing drugs in Chicago. So you can Google it. That's by the way. That's number three. Then number four, which is the most crucial, I mentioned about the Fulanis. The Fulanis, bro, in the Middle Belt. When you come to Nigeria, of this food, whatever thing you want to think of, these guys are farmers. Do you know what the Fulanis do? The Fulanis are herders. 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 In the 21st century, bro, I don't know where you live. I probably think you live in the Western world. You understand? In any part of the Western world you live, please, have you seen cattle? Have you seen people move cattle on the streets in any part of the Western world you live? In this 21st century, please.
Yeah, but the streets of Los Angeles, there's a lot of...
There's no cattle on the streets of Los Angeles. Don't, please. I don't want to...
There is.
Don't,
you can buy anything on streets of Los Angeles.
Bro, don't be ridiculous. Let's be honest, you understand? Bro, there's something that called...
You're saying you can't buy anything on streets of Los Angeles. Is that what you're saying right now?
Bro, you're an Indian. My English is way better than yours. Are you not listening to me?
Oh my God. Why are you racist? Why are you racist?
No, I'm not racist. No, I'm not racist.
Yeah, you are. You
told me to...
You just said it. You just said racist shit.
You're racist. You told me to think...
I didn't say to speak. Oh my God, bro.
Respect you.
I didn't call out to English accent. Somebody else did that.
I'm apologize. I'm not racist, but we're all humans. I don't believe in
You can't believe this.
I don't believe in the bullshit. Let me tell you something. I served in the U.S. Navy. I served in the military for 15 years. In the Navy for 15 years. You understand? Bro, I've lived in America for so many years. Bro, there is nowhere where you see people moving cattle, even in Europe, on foot. They have ranches. Simple, it's common knowledge. Ranches. 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 But in Nigeria, these guys know what they do. The Fulanis. They move their cows. The one thing is because what you read, what Tinubu said, farmers.
Yeah, Christian farmers.
Bro, please, guys, we are here to educate people, please. It's a social media.
I'm just saying, Christian farmers are fighting,
Hold on, please. Bro, the things we say here go far.
The Fulani herder versus Christian farmers.
No, bro, hold on, please. Let me educate.
Serve in the Navy.
Please, can I talk now? Please, not.
What year did you serve in the Navy?
Please, I don't want to lose my line of thought. Please.
Why? You were in the Navy. You served in line of thought. What year did you serve in the Navy? What year did you serve in the Navy?
I don't want to lose my line of thought. When I answer your question,
just let me finish.
Aren't you guys on the same side? Why do you shit?
Let me flow. I will come. Bro, I don't want to lose my line of thought. Let me flow. I will come back and answer you, please. Like I was saying, I'm trying to condemn that stuff you read online. There is nothing like farmers herders class. These are the Fulanis, these are herders with AK-47.
I understand. I put the link in the chat for you.
Hold on.
Give me the sources. What do you want me to do? I gave you sources in the chat.
It should never be well without sources. And you that get that sources.
Who was the guy that told me?
Punish you. I'm going to report this. I'm a Nigerian. I'm telling you.
Who said that?
And you're giving me sources. I'm the source. I am the source. I am
Who asked me?
No ketchup, bro. Hold on.
No, but why should I blindly support somebody who's telling lies?
Bro, I don't know who you are, but you're a very stupid human being. Fuck you.
Who?
You, bro, fuck you.
Baby loves Israel like you, and
if I catch you, I'll beat you.
Baby loves you.
I support Israel. I support Israel.
I don't care, but if you're telling
I
lies,
support America with my lies, bro.
but you're a liar, though.
You don't like the United States of America, bro. Move
You're a liar,
fucking
bro.
black ass to
You're a
Africa.
liar. I'm
If you don't like the United States of America,
I'm actually
move
African.
your fucking black ass to Africa.
I'm actually African.
Go to
The thing is,
Iran.
I don't
Go
have
to
access
Pakistan.
because
Go
you're
to
doing this.
Pakistan.
You're a liar.
Go to Saudi Arabia. Go to Kuwait.
Why are you
Bro,
crashing out?
there are over
You wanna have an anger or something?
50 Islamic countries you can go to, bro.
No.
If you don't like America, bro, move your fucking black people out.
You're a
Go
liar.
to Pakistan.
You're a liar.
Go to Pakistan. Go to Iran. I will land my plane.
Charlie.
You are forget the plane.
Charlie, calm down, Charlie. Calm down, Charlie.
Engineer brother, look, I don't want to, I can't deal with this anymore. I'm not.
When you go to India, when you go to Pakistan, Indians are Pakistan and they're one. Bro, I'm being honest with you guys. I'm being very honest, bro.
What year were you in the Navy?
My dad.
What year were you in the Navy?
My dad is 86
What
years.
year were you in
My
the
mom
Navy?
is my mom, bro. My mom and my dad. My mom and my dad. They live under the same roof tomorrow. Under the same roof tomorrow. These guys that are talking, these guys are raised by a woman.
What's your mother's
This
favorite
guy's talking.
subject?
No one can understand the words you're saying. This guy's talking. This guy's talking. Robbie, I'm
You're such an idiot. Why do you let him on stage?
I can't deal with this because I got a headache and plus I'm fasting, and you know what Muslims do, right? They fast. And I apologize if I hurt your feelings, okay? Engineer, I'll bring you back up in a bit. I deal with this, man. You're crashing out really badly. I apologize on behalf of everybody, okay? Whoever.
Orders, dude.
You
know what it was? It was my fault. I got him riled up.
Amir, you know what the funny thing is? ENGR is down. Yeah, I still hear him yelling. How's that?
Me too. Me too. It's ringing. My ears are ringing, dude.
Bro, how is he doing this?
You sound like
I just keep hearing him say.
You're animal. Nobody wants to speak over me. Amir, you a bias. Amir, you a bias. Amir, you being bias.
Oh man, I got the jitters because I got.
Bro, look at Dipset's PTR. What the fuck?
I gotta get my troll on.
Everybody get your phone off.
I like the Epstein in the background.
Yeah,
bro.
He paid that man $20K for a young girl.
Laughed out hard in a long time.
Yeah, that was funny to me. That was funny early on with your boy. I never seen one of them like that. I wonder how many 7,000 make them go that crazy. 7,000 must be nice. God, so dumb. Who said that? You can speak. You can speak to the God.
Allah.
I am smoking now. Well, you from the towns. You probably would know. I'm up in Dayton. I ain't the lifespan.
Secretary in the party, Hadi, you mentioned that there were civilian casualties from the attack on Barijani, right?
Yes.
What were the circumstances of the attack? Do you know the details?
Yes, he was at his daughter's house and they blew up the whole neighborhood.
Do we know the number of people killed?
It's unconfirmed. We'll probably get more numbers by tomorrow, but the entire building's been leveled.
Where is it? Where is it?
This is in Tehran. Ali Larijani was murdered, and while he was at his daughter's house, his son was also killed in the blast. There's many civilians. The whole building was leveled with civilians inside of it. But I guess the ends justify the means, right, Bibi? That's the world we live. Pezeshkian has also mentioned that he's highly considering resigning from the position. I already knew he was a weak president to begin with, but at this point he's worried about his life because of all the leaders that are dying left and right. The only other person that's really making headlines at this point is Arakchi, and he's probably being...
Like, who's left?
There's always going to be someone else, but these people are very important. Forces has been killed as well, confirmed killed. So,
concept that the state leader is a diplomat. Like, imagine if it goes to Arakchi. It's a very difficult person to assassinate if he is within the Western world, right? He seems like a pretty good negotiator so far. He's doing pretty well.
He is fascist, and he's also very well spoken. Like, in the Western media, he makes it really important. Like, they were asking him about the Iranian Americans that are currently in prison, if they're going to be safe, and he said, as long as America doesn't bomb the prison, they'll be safe. So that these kind of responses are very detrimental to media manipulators, and it would be a shame to see him go. We'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens at this point. It's also demoralizing for the president to quit in the middle of a war. If you're going to sign up for the role, you see it all the way to the end.
Yeah, real AI.
What? What are you talking about, dude?
I think he's on crack or something.
This guy trolling? Buddy, what was the
The what?
What was the term you were using the other day about how IRGC fights in silos even if central command is gone? What was that called?
Decentralized command?
No, but there was something that that's true, but there was something that they call that version of fighting. What is it called? There was a certain term for it. Well, anyways, whatever it is, see, this is what bothers me, is that you can take out IRGC top commanders, right? Yeah. But their IRGC is set up to fight in silos in case they cannot get in contact. of IRGC's top commanders and leaders, resign or get killed or whatever, there's going to be a huge power vacuum. And these guys are still going to be fighting. So I don't know how the country's going to even, looking more likely it's going to be a failed state than anything else. And they'll probably fucking put a bullet between the eyes of Damolzadeh if he shows up too. Because he doesn't have any military support in Iran right now, as far as I know.
No, it would require military defection to have him protected, but that's not going to happen at this point. Too far deep in the war. People aren't just going to give it up. But at the same time, Taco, the U.S. is in a sunk cost fallacy themselves. They have to know when to take their losses and move on. It's a game of attrition. NATO's not supporting that. You got people resigning like Joe Kent today. We'll see what happens. These targeted assassinations are not good.
Did you guys hear what happened with the 5,000 Marines that were shipped from Okinawa to the Persian Gulf, where they went?
Was it the one where the personnel was setting it on fire and they're investigating it?
What? No. It was a few days ago, maybe last week sometime. They said that 5,000 Marines were headed from Japan to the Persian Gulf. Right around the time they got the Khat Island or whatever the fuck that was, they attacked it. They said they're sending 5,000 Marines. But I never read up on where actually those Marines ended up. What was the point of sending them there? They're not going to do a ground invasion with 5,000 troops. That doesn't make any sense.
I never have. Yeah, I don't know. I never followed up on it either. I do remember the 5,000 Marines being sent, though. I don't
Does anybody know?
Nobody really knows noisy here at the moment because there hasn't been any.
So there's 2,600 Marines on the USS Tripoli. They're going to take another week before they get there. So I presume, if you think about it, the idea of a bridgehead on the Iranian coastline is a ridiculous idea. So I assume where they will send them will be Karg Island. Or at least that's where they're headed for currently. Unless the situation on Karg Island changes. Sorry, it's very noisy here at the moment.
Okay, thanks, Fascist.
ISIS. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, mister.
I'm sorry. I just love to ask a question. Whether if the Iranian regime state or even change it, whatever happens, for the future of Iran, would you think that federalism is a good idea, even if the regime stayed? Because even if the regime stayed, I think there will be a lot of changes. So would you think that federalism will be something good for Iran? Because, the diversity of ethnicity and other stuff in Iran.
Did you say federalism? Is that what you said?
I think what he's trying to say is different ethnic groups in Iran having their own federal governments.
I don't know, mister. I think if there is a successful revolution, I think that's up to the Iranian people to vote on what type of a government they want. I personally am for a secular democracy. I don't want any type of religion in the government.
Do you think do the Iranians think this federalism might be a good idea?
Mister, can I ask you a question? I hear an accent. Where are you from?
I'm Iraqi Kurd.
Iraqi Kurd? Okay. Listen, I've heard of some people talking about federalism, okay? And they are from the ethnic minorities, Iranians that I've heard of. But whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, I don't know, man. I don't want to see. I personally would rather just see a very strong central government and more freedoms for the provinces. Just like in America, you have a federal government and you have states that govern, that have their own set of rules. But the federal law is supreme over the land. Something like that. Constitutional democracy is what I'd be in favor of, just because that's what I know.
I don't think it's good. It's not going to be good for Iranian people. It's same with Iraq. When Saddam Hussein government fell, Iraq have paid it with blood. I don't agree with the Iranian regime, but at the same time, maybe the fall of this regime will really have bad consequences on the people.
I'm starting to rethink the idea that what the current system in Iran is a regime. I see it more like a constitution. So you have the religious imam scholarship, and they're guiding government decision-making, okay, to ensure that government decision-making is in line with the principles of Quran. So the idea of bringing democracy, I don't think it's it possibly might be consistent, but I don't. Well, firstly, we look at the fact that America decided to decapitate the spiritual leadership with the, and maybe to some degree he decided to make this decision himself as well. I want to just be clear on this, but the constant. I want to start referring to the Iranian government system now as a constitution, not as a regime. I think regime has some negative connotations with it. It's obvious that the current government framework, which sits beneath the Imam scholarship, is currently a fascist system. But I think given the surrounding threats, that it necessitates this type of organizational structure in order to deal with such crises. And they've demonstrated very well how successful they can arrange themselves in spite of these threats, be defiant in spite of these threats, all the way up to the greatest global power, which is the United States. Regime toppling. It's not just regime toppling. I'll land on this point. It's constitutional toppling. So it's not. It's one thing to remove the fascist government system from Iran, but it's another thing to destroy the Imam scholarship, which is guiding whatever government is there. Right? I mean, that's just where I'll land on that.
Fascists, have you ever read the Iranian Constitution?
I haven't actually read the documents which outlines the Constitution. I'm just talking in big picture terms here. We have the Imam scholarship, and they're guiding government decision making in terms of how decisions are made that are in accordance with Quranic principles. Say for instance, these accusations or allegations that they committed crimes against Ayatollah. But let's actually think about this Imam scholarship, the Ayatollah, and the role of Islamic direction in this constitution. We're talking about the Ayatollah, who himself put a fatwa on nuclear weapons. And even now, with the demands the IRGC are making, is that their nuclear ambitions were for peaceful purposes. Even in their most recent demands, their nuclear ambitions are peaceful. If we accept that any government operating in this constitution with reference to Imam scholarship, to Quranic principle, we might think maybe they saw it as anti-Islamic to make nuclear weapons if the Ayatollah put a fatwa on nuclear weapons, which he did. I don't know what exact date he did this, but maybe someone else can jump in there and explain that a bit more.
Iranian war has happened, has taken place. In what reason? Because the nuclear profile.
Fascist, I would say just glance over it. It's about 35 pages. Glance over it and then tell me if you want to compare that to a constitution, say, of America, and tell me what you think.
I think the problem you are making is you're comparing the Constitution of a state to the Constitution of America. That is the first wrong comparison. Let's analyze.
I think a more accurate comparison.
Let's analyze the Iranian Constitution with Iranian Constitution. I think that's how we can have an educated conversation, not comparing it with America. America is not the standard in itself. If you have to go by your logic.
Are you arguing that we can't?
It's more comparable. I say this.
Of course, you can make comparisons.
It's more comparable. I haven't actually read the full 35-page document there of the Iranian constitution, but at the face of it looks to me, like if we were to make a comparison, be more similar like the constitutional monarchy of the United Kingdom. So you have a monarchy and they have their principles and values which they uphold, and then beneath this you have the governments, left and right, whatever socially democratic government, which operates under that constitutional monarchy. So what we have is some kind of social organization, a fascist dictatorship occurring underneath a imam scholarship. So it's a constitution. It's a hierarchical constitution, but ultimately decision making is authorized with imam scholarship, right? So we can say that probably Iran, out of all Islamic states in the world, has a very organized system of government that refers directly its decision makings in accordance with Quranic principles through and via the imam scholarship.
I do want to give you guys a good news. Apparently, Zali, he changed her position. She doesn't support IRGC anymore. Zali, would you mind coming up telling us this? And Arya wants to chime in. I think we should hear Velvet out as well, because this is the opposite party we're dealing with. This is the best opposite party we have. I wish we had some other candidates as well, the opposition. Anybody in the audience that's like Brother Pahlavi supporters, please come up.
Listen, like my views are so important. Like,
Sorry, did I do something to change your mind?
No.
I did I not?
Yeah.
Just be honest.
I think
do this
No, actually, you didn't. But it just came to me like out of nowhere.
Oh, it was a revelation that happened one day you woke up.
No, I was in this room fighting people, right? And then I went to like a smaller group. There was a bunch
I kicked you out yesterday for you. I had to teach you a lesson, right? Your young sister, I respect you. I had to teach you a lesson not to curse at me. You did that multiple times, okay?
Okay.
In the chat.
So I went to a different room, and there was like 3 Sunni brothers, and I was like a Shia sister, and we're just like peacefully talking about things and how to unite Muslims. And there was another Sunni that came in late. He's apparently a scholar. I'm not sure what he is, but when he said it made me think twice about who I am. So he said that Shia Islam is a problem. We need to get rid of it. We need to kill all the Shias.
Oh my God.
No, listen, let me finish. He said, no, I'm not trolling. Listen. He said
she got you, Amir. She got you.
Yeah, he said we need to kill like entire Shias and replace them, and we will take their religion. We become Shias instead. And I didn't say anything. I was like, you know what? If no, listen. And I was like,
asking about what? I think you misunderstood.
Let me finish. And then I was like, okay, you know what? If that is what's gonna cause the unity
Do you
for the
understand
Muslims
the
to unite,
question that I asked you?
then I'm willing to.
How is this relevant to what I asked
This
you?
room is like 50% trolls.
Oh my God. The question I asked you was you.
And then you couldn't finish. And then like I had to go to sleep, and then the thoughts like lingered in my mind. Right? Listen, then the thoughts keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and I started having headache. And all of a sudden, like the whole room was spinning, and I got like a ton of knowledge. Like and I was like, what the hell? And I just like had to shut my eyes. And then I woke up in the morning and I realized
why do you tolerate this
what is
shit?
going on.
Why do you tolerate this? We had engineer here, right? He gave me a headache. Now Zadi's about to give me a Zadi. I'm fasting. Stop doing that, please. Okay.
Amir, I was enjoying her confession.
Bro, calm down. I got a headache. I am fasting. It's just about another hour to go.
But you asked the question in the first place.
I asked a question about something else. She answered something else.
But I mean, you know, like
I didn't ask.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Please give me 1 minute, Amir.
The image of the Prophet Ibrahim keep like appearing.
I want to answer.
Like,
okay, it's not a religious room. It's not a religious room. I asked you the question that had nothing to do with religion. I asked you a question about IRGC. Was I the one that convinced you to change your position or question your position? I think I did. And I think you realize, but anyways, we're going to move on now. Thank you. It's good to question people's position. Velvet, you have the mic, and then I think Arya wants to jump in as well. These are the opposition party. You want to chime in, Velvet?
I think I've been in the line waiting. Amir put me in the line.
Yeah, I didn't hear what fascists was speaking about, so perhaps if I can hear a few points about another, people who support IRGC, then I can respond. Sorry, I just joined it.
Can I speak now?
Yes, please go on, Amram.
Listen, Amir, you keep saying this is not a religion group. I understand that. But the whole thing, the whole subject, it's about the religion itself. I mean, America and Israel fighting Iran because of this specific topic. Say that we kill all Shia.
She's just trolling.
That is not true.
She's just trolling.
It's haram. It's haram. It's haram.
She just hold on. She's just trolling. Oh my God, seriously, man, you guys can't understand freaking troll.
I don't know.
Yeah. Stop doing this, Amram. You need once you know.
Because she never met her before.
She's literally a troll.
But this is
hard one.
Yeah, I mean, why would they want to kill the Shia and then become the Shia? Like, that makes no sense.
She's just a troll. Hold on a second. I'm not gonna. Another thing I don't know is she has any bullshit in my rooms. I think Fascist was talking about fascism. What do you think about that I brought up about the countries? How many countries are going to benefit and how many countries not going to benefit if it gets toppled? What do you think about that?
Can we contribute too?
What did you say?
Can we also contribute?
Yes, go on, speak. You want to speak? Go on, miss.
Okay. I am of this approach to life, practicality about life. That before you do anything, the time you do it, the time, the condition, and then the energy all counts to me. The circumstance, the time, and then the energy all counts to me. Also the place. If you look at the issue with Iran right now, it would be illogical to assume you want a change in government or you want a weakened government as at this time. It would be very illogical and impractical as a sane person who must our life. You have someone who has vocally said they don't like your country. They've proven it time and time again. 1923. Then they privatized your resources. Came back again when you had a democratic leader, Mossadegh, toppled him with CIA support to just reclaim your resources under the Shah Pahlavi, the second kind of Shah Pahlavi. And then under your own hand, you saw the suffering of your own governance or your governments and how you're not benefiting from your wealth and how your wealth has been given to outsiders. And then under a revolution, you came back again, took that authority from that monarchic leader or monarchy, and then you have what you have today as Islam, the Islamic governments or the theocratic governments, which has existed from then till now, nationalizing all of your resources. And then that same person who has done it twice to you comes back to you telling you that I am going to save you. I'll be very stupid to believe such a person and to assume that at this time and at this juncture of my life, weakening the government who has proven to be fighting for the country itself, whether you like it or not, is fighting, battling it out to maintain these resources for you. This is the time you want to take it out. And who will be the one to stand and fight for you and your resources? When the one or your enemy, non-enemy, takes those resources, who will then be fighting? So in as much as you have a concerns concerning the IRGC, my question is, your concern technical, it must be logical, it must be strategic. And in that strategy, the time you are needing this change is very stupid and unwise to anybody who wants it, as an outsider observing from without and seeing everything from without. You may have your own concerns concerning your government, but it will be very stupid that at this point in time where your enemies have openly, provocatively wrote it on their social media platforms, on Twitter, they were vocally saying it. We have CIA and Mossad agents, and we are the ones leading these violent protests in Iran. They themselves wrote it. Netanyahu wrote it. Lindsey Graham wrote it. Witkoff wrote it. Evidences are there. So now we have a violence or a conflict in your country, wherein I went in there to save you. I came in here to save you. Your hospitals are being bombed. Your police stations are being bombed. But you are not reasonable enough to know that this goes beyond what they told you that they are going to do. But just because you have concerns with your government now, who is steadily fighting off that external force, think they are on your side. To me, having an interest is one thing, but knowing when your interest is valid and reasonable is another thing. So to whoever believes that whatever is happening is going to happen in their interest, to me is a fool. Lindsey Graham boldly said it on Fox News when he was interviewed about a week ago. He said, we are going to make...
What is this guy on about? Well, I'm trying to track the conversation.
Allow me. Read the room before you come up to Mike. This, my question to you, brother, there are people... He said something. Lindsey Graham said something. Let me make this statement. He's very... He said, we are going to make a ton of money. We are going to have Iranian oil and make a lot of money, a ton of money. He said it. But then they are the ones fighting for you. Anyways, I'm only speaking to the wise. And you can bring your question. Okay. The question for you is, what do we do about these people? Some of these people that cheer on when they see their country getting bombed. How do we get them to change their mind? You don't need to change their mind. The ones who are already working are the ones who need to work to sustain the society. They are fools. If you listen to them, you all go hungry. Save what can feed you and your children tomorrow, and leave those fools.
You know what I mean? Like, what is this guy on about? I have no idea what his answer is. What's your answer to Amir's question, bro?
I I just answered. I said, you, the one who has interest in saving your country, go out there and save it. Leave those fools who want it destroyed. If you destroy a country, you will lose, and they will lose too. But if you and let them be there, it is more of you having an interest in what? Fighting for your interest, rather than convincing
Okay, I have an interesting topic to talk about. Hold on a second. So let's say the Iranian the Iranian Islamic Republic of Iran, nothing happens, no regime change or whatever, and somehow they make a deal. Now the question for you is, what kind of punishment should be applied to the ones that are traitors, that are celebrating, that are literally siding with the enemy to attack their own country, right? What kind of punishment should happen to those people?
I don't think it is an issue of punishment. It is an issue of attaining interest.
Not you, brother. Anybody else can chime in. You just spoke, right? So
Okay.
I want to see any Iranians that want to jump in. What do you think should happen? Anybody from Iran that want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm from Iran.
What do you think should happen to, like yourself? You want your country to get attacked, correct?
It's not my country getting attacked. It's the Islamic Republic and its infrastructure.
No, but you have to listen to the question. Let's say if this government survives, okay?
It's not going to survive.
No, I'm giving you a hypothetical. Let's say if this government survives, and what should these people do to the people like yourself that are that want America and Israel to attack your country? That ended up killing a whole bunch of civilians, more than 1,000 people killed. What should happen to people like you under this regime?
What should happen to people like us?
Yes, people like you and the people that are Raza Pahlavi supporters that are.
Well, I'm telling you, if this regime exists and survive this, which is everyone who is against them, they're gonna kill everyone.
Which everyone? Who's everyone?
Whoever cheered for the United States and Israel.
So in other words, you since you live in the West, you will never be able to go back to Iran, correct?
No.
Your family information, right? Because your family stood with your decision, right? To your family back home.
Yes, it's gonna be a big problem with that.
Okay, so I heard that they're gonna take your property, take over, and sell it, and pay for the repairs, whatever.
Something like that.
So you're gonna end up losing your property.
I'm gonna end up losing. If I have any property in Iran, I'm gonna end up losing that. Yeah.
Okay, right.
And my family is gonna be in danger too.
God forbid we support Palestine. Yeah.
Oh God, such a dumb.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we should just accept the subjugation of Palestinians when it comes to Israel.
Let me ask
Such a
you.
great
Because you said.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Please, come on, man. Let's have a civil conversation. I want to know from the Raza Pahlavi supporters and people that support the Raza Pahlavi, what should happen to you or your property or your family that sides with the enemy to kill your own people? Let's see if we can, come up with new ideas. So property is going to be, it's going to be gone. You're going to lose the property. You might get locked up. You might get charged for 5-10 years in jail. You might get tortured as well for spying on your own country or, becoming a traitor to your nation. What else could happen to you? People, they're here. They already have citizenship and whatnot. They ran away from Iran during the Shah's time, and these people, they even stole money, by the way. Some of these people are thieves. They worked with the Shah. They stole a whole bunch of money with the Shah.
But Amir
they were buddy
doesn't
with the Shah.
have any property in Iran. That's the problem. Because he's a refugee living in a basement.
All right. Let's get some more different opinions. So, Arash, what should happen to the people that are, asking the enemy government to attack their own country?
Executing them all.
Ahsan.
That's too much, man.
They should be charged with treason.
Yeah, I mean, they should be brought to justice, and let the judges decide.
What's the question in there?
The question is, it's a very simple question.
By the way, hi. How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you, Bob? You okay?
Them. Should they go to court? Should we hold a military tribunal for them, or should it just be a court?
No, it should be. It's up to the Iranian people, right? So there's two ways to think about it, right? If the regime gets toppled, you can bring those people to justice, or if the regime doesn't get toppled or doesn't happen, regime change doesn't happen. What is going to happen to the people that were cheering on that, oh yeah, it's good, you did the attack on Iran and blah, blah, blah. And we see the amount of casualties. Over 1,000 people have been killed so far. I think the number is like 1,200 or 2,000 or something.
I was saying, the eyes of Iranian people, if the regime stayed and the United States did not attack, there would be no Iran. Iran is lost.
I didn't understand what you said.
Iran had no water. Iran had no electricity. Iran had no economy. The young people, the Gen Z, has no future.
Okay, can you provide evidence for that?
No water. There's no electricity.
Stop talking. There's no electricity. There's no water.
Fucking talk to people like that and stop.
No, there was. Hold on a second.
I just want evidence.
Yes.
Evidence. Who the fuck you are? Wants evidence?
God forbid I ask for evidence.
Hold on a second. Hold on, Hamza. So there was a problem with electric shortages. I'll put the link in the chat. I'll have to ask my perplexity again. There was, I think they were getting 4 or 6 hours of electricity, I think, per day.
Why?
And they I don't know what the deal was with electricity. They could not produce it, or I don't know. Let me ask.
Because of embargoes, because of problems with the United States and Israel, the superpower. Is that why?
You know what I thought about?
Maybe
about the electricity. You know what I was thinking? I was thinking, since the gas is so cheap, right? Iran gets their own gas. Why not have like plenty of generators? And I heard that a lot of people have generators in Iran.
Oh, so
Hang on a second. I want to ask Hadi. Hadi, are you aware of the electric problem prior to the war, electricity and the water issues?
There was a drought. They were struggling with the drought. They had a really bad summer this past summer. A lot of the water was drowned out, and I don't know about the electricity though. I know there was just during the riots, there was internet closures, but I'm not sure about the electricity being 4 to 6 hours a day. I didn't hear anything about that. I mean, why was there because you want to be so, I don't know, you're just violent towards me. Why was there an electricity shortage and a water shortage?
Nobody is violent towards you. We are all.
1 second, dog. Let me talk to Hajj Amin. I don't know why you're cutting me off. 1 second, dude.
Please stop coming off the mic.
Thank you. Haji Amin, why was there an electricity shortage and a water shortage? What do you think?
So, management, man. Mismanagement of water, mismanagement of electricity. They fucked up the entire country.
I mean, that's not really an explanation as to why.
It is an explanation.
Sorry.
What should I say except the mismanagement?
It could have been a climate issue, like in the United States.
There's a climate issue all around the world. There's climate issue all around the world.
Climate change, underground waters.
Yeah, still one mic at a time, please. Hadi was speaking. Hadi, if you're done, hold on a second. If Hadi was done, we can pass the mic to a new person. I'm gonna pull up the sources. I'll put the sources in the chat.
I mean, basically, these guys are blaming forest fires on IRGC.
Wallah, they are.
Climate control. Everything that's wrong with Iran is IRGC.
Let's see the room so we can expose their position. Yes, yeah. Hold on a second, Arash, he's got some data. Yaqub pulled up some data. Go on, Yaqub.
Okay, here's electrical generation by type. This divides 100% into the type. Depending on the region, between 75 and 85% of electricity is created by natural gas, which Iran is one of the largest natural gas reserves in the world. So the vast majority of it is something that they should have access to. Why there were shortages for something that they have inside their country, unknown. Oil is only 5 to 10%, and dams, which was the water shortage, is only 5%, between 4 and 6%. And the dam issue goes way back to in the Shah's reign, when dams all over the place in places, I studied this, in places where there really shouldn't be dams. And they also put industry in places that drew a lot of water, in places where there wasn't a large aquifer reserve. So the dams are in the wrong places, and there's too many of them. But the vast majority of electricity is created through gas, natural gas, and they have a large reserve of it. So why they don't have the stuff that they have a lot of, you can draw your own conclusions.
I really appreciate that. I wouldn't say anything about mismanagement. I wouldn't say anything.
Can you stop coming up to mic, bro? One mic. Hamza was saying something. Go on, Hamza.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand your position now. Natural gas, 95%, 85%, whatever the word is.
75 to 85%, depending on the region.
There's a shortage because of what the regime is just trying to subjugate their people. What are you trying to infer
I don't have an explanation. All I know is I didn't give you an explanation.
I need Economic infrastructure is not extended to.
Hold on a second. Let Marat speak. What are you saying, Marat? Go on.
Okay, the problem with the natural gas is two things. One is that, yes, we do have a lot of resources. The problem is we don't have the processing facility. It is outdated. The pipeline infrastructure is not strong enough.
Exactly.
There is no expansion on the system. And the other thing is natural gas is used for other resources too. You're not going to pipe the whole thing to the basically power plants. So when it comes to consumption to the level that it basically coincides with power, then the priority is given to the customers. So most of the power plants are not opting into getting the natural gas for generating electricity.
Okay, so
substituted with the crude oil, so that caused basically a lot of pollution close to the cities. That's why you see a lot of pollutions in the winter time. So that's the problem. The other thing is for the power plants. Yes, basically the hydropower plants are the major sources for providing the high demand in electricity in the country, aside from the natural gas.
with the shortage in the water, most of those facilities are out. So it is going to be a lot of burden on the gas power plants.
So
There's
9 reasons that the AI gave. Do you want me to read them off, Amir?
Yeah, good.
Okay. 1, demand is growing faster than supply. Electrical demand has been rising. Has not kept up, result a large structural shortfall, e.g. 14,000 megawatt deficiency in 2024. Simple terms, more people plus more AC plus more industry is greater than the available power. 2, overdependence on natural gas. 80%, as we mentioned, 80% of electrical dependency on natural gas. In winter, gas is diverted to home heating. Power plants don't get enough fuel equals blackouts. This creates a paradox. Country rich in gas still has power shortages due to allocation constraints. Okay. Aging and insufficient infrastructure. Many power plants and grids are old and inefficient. Thermal plants operate at 33% efficiency. About 13% of electricity is lost during transmission. 4, sanctions underinvestment. International sanctions have limited foreign investment, slowed modernization of plants and gas fields. Iran needs hundreds of billions in upgrade, but has stagnates while demand grows. 5, extreme heat, massive summer demand. Temperatures often exceed 45 to 50 degrees Celsius. Air conditioning demand spikes sharply. Grid becomes overloaded, i.e. rolling blackouts. 6, winter gas shortages. Cold weather increases heating demand. Gas shortages reduce electrical generation, leads to winter blackouts as well. Drought reduces hydropower. Rainfall was down 40% in recent years, so the 5% that was done through hydroelectric, the reservoirs and dams are critically low levels. They can't generate the power they need. 2 left. 8, mismanagement and pricing distortions. Electricity is heavily subsidized, very cheap. People use more than they would at market prices. That's an interesting point. So if it costs more, you would use less of it. If it's subsidized, well, you use more of it. Long-term issues, inefficient planning, and corruption, government problems. Mining, secondary but real factor. Bitcoin mining consumes large amounts of power, estimated at hundreds of megawatts diverted from the grid. Not the main issue, but it worsens shortages. So put all those together, you get fuel bottlenecks, weak infrastructure, low investment, and climate stress equals chronic electrical shortages and rolling blackouts.
Thank you. And the last part it was by IRGC, the mining.
All of them. Exactly. And Annie, if I may, during the 12th war, there were no electricity issues in Iran, even if it was in summer, because they couldn't do the crypto mining, right? Because internet was all shut down.
I had no idea about the crypto mining.
They need crypto mining to use it for their to pass the money laundering processes and to fund terrorism, and that's what's.
See how idiot this guy is?
Can we not do that, bro? Personal attacks again on us, bro. I'll have to move it down. I'm trying to keep it civilized, man. Come on.
Yeah, but he's using terms like terrorism. I mean, what the fuck is this guy
driving Mercedes-Benz by
Hold on a second, Hajimin, hold on. Oh my God, stop cursing. The original question was, what should happen to the people, let's say, if this regime survives, right? What do you think?
80 million people. I mean, what are you going to do with 80 million people?
No. But, so what I'm saying is they're gonna go out and target those people that were cheering on, the attacks that was happening on your country.
Cheering the attacks.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Even that live in America, right? They make videos on Instagram and TikTok. I think they're probably going to go after all of these people. Now the big question is, what
80% of Iranians are under the age of 30. Like there's a huge number of Iranians
They're under the age of 30.
Are they over the age of 18? Are they over the age of 18?
The generation, they want a future. They're not like the 1979
I did.
idiots.
Bob. If you're over the age of 18, you're an adult.
Okay, so what law did they break? Because I'm reading the Constitution, and it says essentially they don't have free speech, but essentially it can be limited except when they are detrimental to the foundations of Islam or public rights. So cheering, what law did that break?
Well, not just cheering, siding with the enemy.
Well, you said cheering. You said multiple times cheering.
It's all together. Cheering, begging. I was speaking until I was rudely interrupted. I was explaining myself.
Rudely interrupted. I'm just
asking. No, not you. I was telling Bob. Not just cheering. Everything falls under one category as a traitor. Now, I don't know. There's levels of it. I don't know how they're going to go after these people because somebody came in here, I think the other day, told me that they're going to go after their properties. So was it Arash? Was it you or was it somebody else that told me that they're going to go after their properties?
My 3 apartments that I had.
No, this is formal. So all these people have been identified, and their property will be confiscated.
Oh yeah, they've been already identified some of them, and then they unfortunately most of them outside they're refugees living in basement. They don't have any properties. But if they had, they go after them, and then they're gonna confiscate those
other families.
They have in Australia when they wanted to defect. They were so afraid of their properties being taken off that they said we don't want to defect.
But the families is not formal. So the families, if they cooperate with this traitor, then the families too. But for now, families are excluded.
But the Australian soccer team, the families were threatened. So the Australian soccer team members, they pretty much said we're going to go back.
It's propaganda.
I mean, the way he says it's propaganda doesn't sound very convincing.
Amir, it's that area. You have to fill in the space now.
I'm just, it's interesting because if we have people like Arash in charge of what's going to happen, let's say if IOGC wins, we're going to be looking at a massacre actually in Iran. We're going to be looking at absolute idiots being empowered to carry out justice and killing the shit out of thousands of innocent people. That's what we're looking at.
Danish, what about the ones that are right here in America? They're begging America and Israel to do the attack. Should they be charged if they go back to their home? If the IRGC stay, if the regime stays and nothing happens to the regime?
I think it's a bit more complicated than that. I mean, I think there's so many
people. You make it make sense. If you're a leader of the nation, if you're a leader of Iran, right, and let's say you're the IRGC or you're the Iranian Islamic Republic of Iran, right? You see all of these people, they're begging America and Israel to do the attack. And
I will say this. I don't think it's as simple as that because these people were also witness to another massacre and mass killing in their own country, right? Feel indifferent between their own regime, between their own government and friends, right? So this is what.
So what punishment would you give Danish to these people?
Someone like Arash in this room